Is this thing on? Let me greet y'all correctly. What up, YouTube? I am your host, Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews, back in here with one more video. Happy Friday, happy Friday, happy Friday. It's been a minute since I have been live. Absolutely, but I think that today's conversation is absolutely needed. Time for me to be able to come back and do an in-person, live and direct conversation right on this channel. Now listen, why is it important? Why is it impactful? I said a week ago, when this gentleman originally went viral on the Pop the Balloon game show, dating show, that the conversation that was coming as an output of him being on that show is one of the most important conversations that we've had in the past several months, if not the past year. Why is that? The way that he was behaving, the output of that was a lot of people labeling that as sassy. Sassy? Because I saw it, and a lot of men saw it, as a man defending himself. But what did I say within that video is that if you're a masculine man and you choose to defend yourself, you must be ready for the outlash that comes after that. Mainstream media today has proven decade after decade that they are not used to men standing up for themselves. So at the point that a man stands up for himself, live and direct, in front of your face, claps back, it gets met with ire from both men and women alike. Now, the conversation has turned from an internet topic, and it's now diving down deep into, did y'all really go out your way to destroy this man's career? I think that it's absolutely disgusting. I think that it's absolutely deplorable that the way that he conducted himself on that show made you so angry, enhanced your bitter so much that you went out of your way and called his job an uncountable amount of time. First, y'all doxed him, then called his job an uncountable amount of times in order to hurt him, in order to take food out of his mouth, money off of the table, away from him, and as well as the family that he supports. Now, was his behavior like, would I have done the same things? No. But he's one man and I'm another. Are there things that could have been improved? Let's talk to him and ask him. Are there things that he needs to be held accountable for? Let's talk to him and ask him. But as I said earlier, it's turned into a canceling. And now, as he's going to describe, it's got even worse than that, because even his job as a certified plumber, him being a plumber in general, going into the future, is now up for interpretation because of new allegations against him that essentially he's a creep. Okay? Now, I'm going to bring him on in a quick second, but you guys already know what time it is. It is time to get active. Side note, to be doing this type of content for as long as what I have, for 5+ years now, it's going on 6 years, and to still have one of the best communities on the internet, give yourselves a round of applause. Shout out to everybody that's down into the building. Happy Friday, happy Friday, happy Friday. Make sure y'all go get y'all popcorn, go get y'all red cups, y'all wine glasses, y'all bourbon glasses, whatever that you need in order to get comfortable, because this is going to be a conversation. And let me also say this, for all of the content creators out there, I don't care if you're on the side of calling him a sassy man, or if you're on the side that say he was just meeting or matching energy as what Kevin Samuels did when he was alive. Make sure y'all have conversations about this live stream right here. Clip it up, put it up into your content, because I know that this conversation needs more eyes, and it needs more critique, and it needs more feedback, and it needs more consideration for the other side of the coin. Y'all ready? Some housekeeping notes as well before we get started. Guys, I also started a platform for men's growth, self-development, and transformation. Okay. This is going to be reachable. There's a link to it. Shout out to the moderators as well. They're putting the links up in the chat as well. school.com/MTArmy. Guys, we're having our first meeting on Tuesday, this upcoming Tuesday. Get in right now. It's free to sign up. Get in right now before there's a price established with this. Get in right now, sign up. We're going to be doing group conversations, but here's where you're going for brotherhood. Here's where you're going for continued education of how to conduct yourself as a man. Even as I talk with Aaron backstage and the things that he was saying to me, I kept thinking to myself that there are things within even the way that he's communicating with me and the way that he's thinking about things that can be enhanced or improved by men around him that maybe have the mentorship capability. There's all there back there. We're going to be focusing on 4 pillars: financial fitness, health and wellness, enhancing your masculinity, and finding your purpose in life. School.com/MTArmy. This is it right here. They complain, oh, MTR, he just a live stream, he just does entertainment and stuff like that. Oh, no. We're developing and we're building men as well. Okay. So there it is. That's your link. That's your notification. Shout out to everybody that's coming down into the building. Looks like we have over 1,400 that's down into the building. Guys, make sure that you are liking on the stream so this can get out to as many people as what is humanly possible. Okay. Let me see if I have any other housekeeping notes as well. Okay. I think that's it. Guys, let's get started and let's get active. The man of the hour. Let's bring you up, my brother.
Hey, what's going on? You just did me a favor by tapping in with the one and only Aaron, the world famous plumber. Now, I'm not world famous, but I'm trying to be.
My G, first off, salute to you, for answering, the call when I hit you up. At first, it took you a little second to get a hold of my message. I'm like, damn, do I got hairy arms or some shit? Like, why this guy not, he's not responding to me?
My DMs was flooded like crazy. I had to find, but I seen it the first time that you messaged it because I recognized your name, but it was just got too flooded. But everybody, hey, shout out to everybody that tagged you and they told me that you wanted to reach out to me. So that was a blessing in disguise as well. Thank y'all.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, I think that it's very needed. And I said it multiple times within the video that I wanted to have a conversation with you to ensure that we can continue on building. And a lot more sinister things have happened since then, and we're going to get into it. And let me say this for everyone that's watching right now, as well as the audience. Aaron told me before we got started, he said, you can ask anything. And y'all already know, I'm going to ask the good as well as the bad. We're going to hold his feet to the fire, but we want the answers. Right, Aaron?
Yep.
He said, bring it on.
Come on. Let's get this out the way.
Yeah. Let's get it out the way. You know what I'm saying? I thought he was up in the DM talking about I was not qualified. Oh, brother. So before we get started, and I know you referred to yourself as Aaron before, you have a multitude of names, right? Yeah. I've heard Aaron, I've heard Weapon X, I heard the balloon pop guy. There's some trolls on the internet calling you Michelangelo from the Ninja Turtles. What do you want to be known and go by?
Weapon X. I like that name that they gave me.
Is that your fitness name?
No, it's not my fitness name, but as fit overall, just call me Aaron. But if you want to joke or something, you see me out, hey, Weapon X, because you seen my comedy skit that I did, then it's fine with me. I wouldn't be upset at all.
Yeah, we're gonna bring that up here in a quick second as well. So also too, this is you going viral on that Pop the Balloon. It's your first foray with being on the internet itself, right? So within that being stated, there's no information about you. So there's a lot of people that are saying a lot of different things, making up information. So I wanted to start at the beginning first. Can you talk through your home life? What was that like? Were you in a 2-parent household, brothers and sisters? You could just describe that.
I'm from Stockton, California. Is where I was born. And I grew up in Sacramento, California. Throughout my I grew up in a single parent household. My mother raised us. It was 5. I'm the oldest. I have 3 sisters and 1 brother. And my childhood, it was rough, honestly. By the grace of God, I was fortunate enough to have 2 grandparents, and if it wasn't for them, I probably wouldn't be alive to this day. My grandfather was a computer engineer for NASA, and he was well off, and he took very good care of us. My mother, she was addicted to crystal methamphetamine, probably since I was, 1 years old. And shout out to my mom.
Is your mom in your life currently?
Yes, shout out to my mom, because trying not to get emotional.
Yeah, I was looking at your shirt too. Your mom didn't raise no dummy.
Yeah, shout out to mom. My mom been clean for 2 years now, and I'm very proud of my mom for that.
Okay. And what about your father?
My father, he's not really in my life. I don't really speak with him very much, but he played a role later on as I got older, and we can shed a little more light on that. Yeah, my father came into my life as I got older. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. Sorry about that, you guys. It's been crazy. So many people just calling me, texting me, blowing up my phone. Yeah, it's ridiculous. But sorry. Yeah, I grew up in Stockton, Sacramento, man. I bounced all around.
So you were on your father. So how's your father's role been within your life?
My father, he came around when I was older, but I had a different perception of life due to what my mother installed in me about him. My father tried to be active in my life. He did everything within the court system, and my mother put nothing but negativity inside of me, and made me believe, my father was a negative person. So as I got older,
is there a do not disturb on the phone, brother?
Yeah. Turn my phone off, please. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you good, bro.
Where was I
at? You were talking about that your mother was poisoning you in your mind towards your father. We lost him? Looks like we lost him. Let's give him a second to log back on. Let me try to hit him up on Instagram. Let's see if he's... All right. I guess in the meantime, let me let me acknowledge some of these super chats that came in. Shout out to Maggie, the substitute teacher, with a $10 super chat starting off the stream, showing support for the work only you can do. Thank you, Maggie. I appreciate the love, the support, and the respect so much. If you guys don't know, Maggie, the substitute teacher, is a fantastic content creator, teaching you how to cook, essentially. She's the femininity person up on YouTube as well. All right. So Maggie, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate the $10 super chat. Let me also give thanks to Michael with the $2 super chat. It's time to get active. Absolutely. Thank you so much for your support. Shout out to Introvert Maxing with the 5. What's that, pound? What's this? Euro? Yeah, that's a euro. Shout out. Is it? No, that's a pound. Shout out for the £5 super chat. Thank you so much, Introvert Maxon. I appreciate that. Shout out to Long Walker's Life, who just became a member for 8 months. Thank you, MTR, for a new live. As for this, he should have acted better. I don't agree with him being fired, though. Listen, as soon as he gets back up into the chat, trust me, we're going to go through some of the things within his reaction, and as well as there's been a lot of hoopla, including women in his past life that have come out to try to expose him. All right. It just so happens that these women have platforms and within these platforms already have a dedicated audience. And within these dedicated audiences, it's clear that they have a bias and a hate towards men. All right. And they're utilizing these platforms in order to exact revenge on the bad relationships that they've had within their life. Oh, I think he's back. Let me just acknowledge the last couple of super chats, and then we're going to keep on getting it popping with the brother. Let me also say thank you to Almanai78 with a $2 super chat. I got you. We'll be doing a live on this. Shout out, mama. I appreciate you. Shout out to Juicy Work Shaw with a $10 super sticker. I appreciate the support, my G. Shout out to Aaron Lord, member for 22 months. That's almost 2 years of this bitch. Shout out to Aaron Lord. I appreciate you, mama. Shout out to that boy Will, yet another content creator. Shout out, my G, for the $20 super chat. Love, respect, and support. Shout out to MTR and Weapon X. Shout out, my brother. Make sure you do reaction content on this, all right? Shout out to Luke Aisley with a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Lou. I appreciate that. Shout out to Wes All with the $2.79 Canuck buck. Thank you. Shout out to Madden Gamer for the $5 super chat. What up, MTR? And last but not least, at least for right now, shout out to Moreno with a 2 CHF, wherever that's from. All right, we got them worldwide up in here. All right, my brother, you back. You got your phone on Do Not Disturb now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So I believe that we left off on just speaking about your father, impact within your life after. So I guess at what point in your life did you realize that your mother had poisoned your mind against your father in order, I guess, to just not allow you to have contact with him?
I honestly didn't realize it until I became a man. And probably when I was like 20, in my 20s, maybe or so, I used to despise my father, you know, because he would try to instill discipline in me. You know, my father taught me how to build a house. I was a carpenter's apprentice when I was like 15. And my father did everything he could to instill discipline in me because he has a similar story to mine. And he knew, you know, exactly how the story would play out and did everything he could to keep me out of the lifestyle. But I was too infatuated with it. And I made my own decisions to be a part of this lifestyle.
Okay. And by this lifestyle, you were gang affiliated at a certain point and you had a criminal history, which we're going to get into as well. So,
yes, sir.
So within that being said, so what I'm hearing is, you know, you had some siblings. Your father was not in your life, but, you know, and sadly was manipulated out of your life. And you know, what's crazy is that, you know, I do mentorship with men behind scenes. And what I always tell men on the channel is that no matter what your relationship with is with your father, you should always attempt to reach out to him because you just never know their side of the story or the things that had been implanted within your mind, unbeknownst to you, that is not allowing you to have a strong relationship with him. But would you say, would that be the leading contributing factor, your father not being there, or you having a strong relationship with him, as to how you got off the rails and fell down into a life of criminality?
My mother's drug addiction is what played a big part in it. You know, my grandmother and my grandfather, they were well off and they were my mother's enablers, you know, so they would always give my mother large quantities of money. And instead of, you know, taking care of her responsibilities, she would squander it on whatever she, you know, wanted to do. And I started going to jail, juvenile hall, probably, getting placed in handcuffs, probably about 8 or 9 years old. I was what I call what's known as a crash dummy. You know, I was hanging out with guys that were 16, 17 years old, dropped out of high school. My mother, when my grandparents would get upset with my mother, you know, they would cut off her money, and we would suffer. We wouldn't have. I remember if my sisters are watching this, they'll comment down and let them know this is not no joke. You know, it was times where it was just a jar of peanut butter inside of the refrigerator, and we don't have nothing to eat. My sisters is crying, you know, and they fathers is not around. My dad's not around. No man is stepping up to the plate. Well, you know, I had to be the man at a young age. I had to protect my sisters. So the older guys, they taught me how to burglarize homes. It started off with, small burglaries. And as I got older, I progressed to more serious crimes, I would say.
And did you finish high school?
I did not finish high school.
Okay.
I was hustling around, graduation. I had a lot of money, so I didn't care for school. But I ended up getting my GED, and I got my GED in prison, and I got it out on the streets, and ended up going to college for plumbing for a while. And I was just having discrepancies, maintaining employment and going to college at the same time. A lot of employers, they want you on the job site, as much as possible. They don't care about furthering your skills.
Right. Okay. Right. So, so you began small into this lifestyle of, gang life, criminality, and I guess how did it progress? So you first started to robbing, and how did it progress into? Are you willing to go into your criminal history? How long you've been locked up?
Yeah, I did 5 years in prison. What they were saying is pretty accurate. The final boss, that's how it was in prison. No nonsense type of guy. Hey, if you was incarcerated with me, and we're not trying to shine any light on, incarceration, unless we're talking about decreasing the recidivism rates, then we can talk about that. But when I was in prison, I was no nonsense. I want to fight everybody. I was mad at the world, but honestly, going to prison was the best thing that ever happened to me, because now I'm a firm believer that isolation, it enhances your elevation, because I was isolated from the world while everybody was doing COVID, I was doing COVID times 2 on a plantation, a dangerous plantation at that. So in prison, my first 3 years, you'll see, we'll show the write-ups and stuff. I didn't have any understanding. I was mad at the world. I didn't have any family support whatsoever. I didn't have any contact with the outside world. So all I wanted to do was work out and, engage in a good old fisticuff. But it wasn't until I had read a book, and they were talking about Geronimo Pratt, and I had read about COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program J. Edgar Hoover started, used to suppress Black organizations. Now, once I read about that, and I'm reading about tribalism and about how the government infiltrated these organizations, these gangs didn't originally start off as gangs. They were just trying to protect their communities. So the government infiltrated, these organizations and turned them against each other. The Bloods and Crips were united at one point in time. So I began to ponder at night, like, man, I'm over here attacking these men, and the oppressors are the ones that infiltrated a establishment that was promoting a just cause and turned it into something evil. I was like, man, how could I contribute to this moving forward, knowing this? And I would still interact with, some of those individuals, but in my heart, deep down, I knew, I was like, man, this isn't me. It's not. I knew I had a greater purpose. I knew God had a calling on my life. I just didn't know for what, and when I was gang banging, I was trying to find myself, and I heard ample stories of, my father when he went through a similar situation. So I'm trying to live up to his name. And I really didn't have to do that.
Right. So, and I'm going to ask this in a very crude way. Did you get shot in the face before jail or after jail?
I got shot in the face before I went to jail. I ended up going to jail probably 6 or 7 months after I got shot. Now,
can you talk about that story? How you got shot in the face?
Yeah, I can talk about it. I won't get too in depth, but I will say I probably deserved it, honestly. And the individual, I'm grateful because in the end, it showed God's true strength. Now, if you've seen before, when I uploaded the pictures, I was about 140 pounds, maybe 130, 120 pounds. You know, I got shot 6 times. I got shot twice in my knee, 3 times in my thigh, right? They told me I wasn't never going to walk again. I was unable to go to physical therapy. I did not do no physical therapy whatsoever because I got arrested. I went to jail. In the prison system, the health care is inferior. You know, they give you the worst health care. If you have any problem, they're just going to say, give you ibuprofen. That's the cure for everything when you're in bondage. So I began to work out and, you know, strengthen myself. But when I got shot, you know, I did a lot of things to people out of anger because even back then, I had money and I had haters. And I didn't have somebody older, you know, guiding me, telling me, hey, son, you know, they're hating on you because you have nice cars. You have this. I didn't know. You know, I would always let my emotions supersede my intelligence. And I'm a Cancer, you know, so I've been working on that. And now it's like I'm aware of all my flaws and I can see them vividly.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of breaking those old bad habits.
Yeah. Old bad habits. And here's the thing is, you know, it sounds as if, you know, a lot of your childhood was in a single parent household. Majority, either be your mother or did you say it was your grandparents that majority raised you?
Yes, it was. I bounced all around.
You bounced
there was
around.
even a time, shout out to Pastor Gooden. He's in Sacramento, California, of the Bethel and Grace Church in God in Christ. Pastor Gooden is a father figure. I call him my dad. You know, a situation transpired where I was homeless and I was in 9th grade. I had nowhere to go. My family, I was just a troublemaker. So I understand my family, they didn't want me around because I caused mischief everywhere I go. You can send me to New York, I would get into some type of gang, something. Yeah. Yes, sir. So
yeah. So was jail the first time that you felt like you had structure in your life?
Yeah. Now jail, I wish the government would take these little 18-year-old kids, these bang bang shoot 'em up tough guys, and put them in prison on the main line yard. You know, put them in prison and let them sit there for at least 2 months when they turn 18. If they've been in some type of trouble before, so you can see what you're signing up for. Because man, it broke my heart to see these young 18, 19, 20-year-old kids got 50 years and they're sitting in prison playing basketball every day, laughing like it's a game, like and talking about, you know, what they did. I got tired of hearing the same stories reiterated over and over. It's just putting negative energy into the universe. And the whole time I indulged in that lifestyle, you know, yeah, I might have had a quick come up or I might have had a good night this night, but at the end, it wasn't worth it. It wasn't
worth it. Yeah.
I'm still suffering consequences to this day from actions I did over 10 years ago.
Right. You know, because, you know, everything's public, right? You do things out in the public, it's going to become public information if you get arrested. And part of that is now being used against you. And we're going to go deep down into it as well. And, you know, I do have some receipts that you showed me as well. Maybe I could bring up some of this as well. You can kind of speak to it.
Yeah.
Let me try to get this up on the screen. Okay. While I'm getting this up on the screen, can you also describe this? What has been your relationship with women as you were coming up of age? Let's say during gang, you know, when you was more into your criminal mischief, you was a bad guy. Talk about the difference then versus the difference of being a licensed, you know, trying to be on a straight and narrow path, trying to do good, trying to be a humanitarian, getting your certification, get right. Just talk about the difference between the two.
Okay, so when I was, you know, actively gang banging, you know, present myself with my nickname and things of that nature, women loved me. I mean, I had an abundance of women. Anybody that knows me that'll tell you, you know, I was Mr. Promiscuous. Yeah. And that's why I advocate against it, because I see the damage that it does to individuals. But yeah, I had all the women in the world when I was gang banging. Now, so when I got out of prison, before I went to prison, right, I was not in shape. I could not converse with you about anything other than gang banging or some entertainment foolishness.
Right.
Now you can put me in a room with anybody, I can
Where you
converse.
can go.
I know a little something about, something.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be, I'm not going to reside in a state of oblivion. That's for certain. But as I was a plumber, when I became a plumber, I got out, I'm doing the right thing. Now I'm well aware of how a man should conduct himself.
Yeah.
I'm well aware of, things I want to do in the community. I have goals. Wait, let me rewind back to gangbanging. I was skinny. I couldn't converse. I didn't have a job. All I did was, negativity. All the women wanted me.
You had way too many women, way too many options.
Yes, way too many options. All yes, right. Mr. Ninja Turtle, believe it or not. So, when I got out and started trying to do the right thing, because in prison, like I said, my first 3 years, I was a knucklehead. I didn't care. I want to fight everybody, the biggest guy. It doesn't matter. But after I started educating myself and building my relationship with God and, becoming well aware of what life is really about, life and plumbing are similar. That is why I love plumbing so much. Now, listen, plumbing is a perpetual cycle of developing and learning new skills, right?
Right.
A lot of plumbers can agree with me. They've been plumbers for 20 years and don't have their license. Me, I've been involved in the trade for 5 years and got my license. That's one of my biggest life accomplishments because that journeyman test is not easy at all. So I passed the test, and I'm getting into these relationships. And while I was in prison, I had a chance to reflect on my conduct before. Every day for the 5 years, I thought about every single conversation I had throughout my life. Every person I met, I asked myself, how could I have done that better? How could I have talked? How could I start asking myself, and I started attacking myself like, hey, you've been doing this is stupid. I started reality checking myself so I could self-improve. And so I start dating these girls, right? Now I have this body, I'm muscular. I'm meeting women that have never seen a guy with muscles like this before. So it's the spirit of lust is manifest right there. And I indulge in the relationship because I don't want to be lonely. That's been my problem for the most part. And these women have gotten so good with manipulation and deception. I promise you, these women can hide. I can. Matter of fact, I'm gonna start teaching you fellas how they hide stuff on these iPhones. How these women, we're gonna shed light on stuff. I'm gonna show you how these women were hiding stuff, how they were manipulating me, how they were having me believe that we were gonna get married. That's what my true intentions. And
we're gonna go. Are we gonna go through some of those receipts right today?
Yeah, we're gonna go through the receipts.
Okay.
This is my thing with promiscuous women. I always give them the option in the beginning, in the very beginning. So there's, you have to start the relationship the same way you finish. So I let them know, hey, what do you aspire to do with me? Do you want to have an open relationship? Do you want to seek other men? If that's something that you want to do, that's fine, queen. Because in that case, if that's what you're going to do.
The first use of queen disrespectfully. Respectfully, disrespectfully.
Yeah, respectfully.
No, and let me ask you this, because I have my own thoughts and perceptions regarding this, what I'm about to ask you. What do you think it is about modern women today that you had so many when you was a gangbanger, but it's a lot harder when you're on a straight and narrow path? I want to hear from you. What do you think that comes from? What does that stem from?
It's the clout, the image, for whatever reason. I'm gonna tell you exactly what it is. It's because our country, look what they market. They market rappers, and I'm not, man, I love music. I'm I used to rap myself, they show stuff like this. They do not shed light on the trades. They do not show the plumber, the electrician, the HVAC guy. Now, it wasn't until, why I got involved in plumbing, I did what my dad was teaching me, despite what other than what my dad was teaching me, I had met an individual that had his own company, and we did a job. It took us 3 days, and he made like 42,000. And I was like, wow. I was like, if you can make this is better than drug money. This only took 3 days.
They better put some respect on y'all names. And that's what I've always said as well, is that if you take the average salary of a drug dealer, and I'm not talking about on the far ends of the scale, right? The Pablo Escobars and shit like that. But if you take the average salary and you can compare it to the average salary of a man that went and got a 4-year STEM degree in school, or a man that is doing what you're doing, becoming a licensed plumber, more often than not, you're going to have a lot more money going the straight and narrow path 10 times out of 10 times. And it's so ridiculous to me because I think of it as it's an issue within our media, right? Young boys can't dream what they cannot see. If you cannot see this and there's not images of you, of people that do that, then why do you think that you can do it? Which is why it's so important for platforms such as YouTube, because they're decentralized in nature. We're not connected to the mainstream, which is incentivized to show the most ratchet, the most debaucherous, the most ignorant forms of us as what we can aspire up to. And we have to begin to take over communication within our platforms is to show something else, right? Like even between me and you having a conversation, and I'm not lived your lifestyle, never wanted to live your lifestyle, but I had a father that was strong as shit that didn't even allow me to do even half of the shit that you had within your life, but he ensured that I didn't because he understood that lifestyle as well, and he knew that there was a better path for me, especially within the Black community specifically. Now, it's a men's issue, but especially a Black men's issue with an illegitimacy rate of 70% plus. So we're walking around with all of these young men that had your old lifestyle of this purely reactionary, crash out dummy, just doing whatever they can do, just right in the moment. And the thing is that they get validated from the women. They get validated from the culture. They get validated from the music. They get validated from what's on TV. But taking over media, what we show and what we put in front of men's faces, just people's faces in general, because it impacts the women as well. Because you got to look at the women and say, well, why are you so attracted to you previously? What is that? Why does that exist? Why? And do you know who Kevin Samuels is?
Yes.
It's one of the conversations that me and Kevin would go back and forth and spar about time and time again before he passed. God rest his soul. The man was a genius. But we talked about the importance of media and changing the narrative. Why is it not cool to be an AC repairman? Why is it not cool to be a plumber? Why are these things disrespected? Why? Why is it not cool to like anime? It's a little bit different now. But why is it not cool? Why is it not natural? Why is it not normal?
And why don't we don't admonish one another? You know, that's one thing in society that's wrong. Parents they let their children do whatever they desire to do, and that's not how it should be. You know, my father and my mother, they gave me at some point in time, just was like, hey, just do whatever. You know, you can't give up on these kids. These kids are innocent and blameless, and they're going to imitate what they see. And like you said, if they're not seeing these things, these prosperous people in these trades, then of course they're not going to want to do it. They're going to want to do what they see is prospering. And that's the negative.
It is. But, you know, we got to be able to start it one upload at a time. Now, brother, tell me what I'm looking at right here.
So right there, you're looking at my disciplinary infractions in prison from a fake Instagram page. All those disciplinary actions are, you know, disobeying a direct order and stuff, things, everything I did on there, I was guilty of.
So this is why you were in prison.
Yes, that was while I was in prison. Now that's the 3-year time period where I was, you know, still trying to find myself.
Let me also ask you a question. Were you deaf, like hard of hearing in prison?
Yes, I had a bullet lodged in my ear and I had a discharge. Literally, I had green fluids. Man, somebody please, Red Rock Correctional Center, get in these comments. I had green fluid. It looked like boogers, and it used to stink too, honestly. And
Damn.
that's why I used to get into a lot of fights too, because guys used to play and startle me, like come up behind me and rah, and I'll get frightened and stuff because I can't hear, and I'll be, man, we got to fight now immediately. Like, why are you playing? And it was a very depressing time in my life, you know, because I love music. I could not hear music. It was a lot of times I couldn't hear my own tone of my voice. And that's when I started to that's when I started, you know, getting very depressed. And I got out, and by the grace of God, I was able to have surgery and have my hearing restored.
Wow. So you couldn't have surgery for the 3 years or 5, was it 3 or 5 years that you were locked up?
It was 5 years. They did try to give me surgery, but it was inferior care. They were telling me I was going to lose like, you know, 20% function in my face. And I was like, no way, I'll just wait.
Okay. So let's go through some of this as well. So it says, so I'm looking at here back from 2017. So while you were in prison, so disrupting an institution count, resisting or disobeying a verbal written order, disrupting an institution count, and are being put out of place. So this is just like your infraction record while you were locked up. How did they get? I guess it's public record.
Yes, it is.
Okay. So you appealed 2 of them.
Yeah.
And outcome decision was uphold. So of the, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 2 of them you appealed. Like, what happened in those situations?
Just in those situations, the disrupting count that or being out of place, that's me sneaking into another dorm to go fight somebody. You're not supposed to be going inside other units, and I must have been upset about something and went to somebody's dorm, and, you know, disobeying a direct order and things of that nature. I didn't know anything about respect. That's what I was saying. I didn't know anything about respect until I went to prison and how you should respect all men. And I didn't listen. I didn't have any respect for anybody. I didn't care about life. I didn't care about anything, really.
Okay. Anything else? Any other color you want to add on this?
No, that's pretty much it. You see, I got my GED. I did impact crime class for victims, and I did some reentry classes as well to alleviate the matter. And that's towards the end when I had left this facility.
So it looks like something between 2018 and 2019 began to become true to you, and you began to change somewhere around that time, because 2017, 2018, it looks like you was popping off.
Yes, I did not care.
Okay. All right. And I think it's good for you to be able to go over this, because people will post things like this and they'll say, see, he ain't shit. Told you he ain't shit. That GoFundMe, he's just stealing from the people. He ain't shit. Look at him.
How it says internal risk is well high. That's just because my points is high. You know, every write-up you might get 6 points. This one get 22 points, and it boosts you up and then send you to another instead of maximum security, you know, super max when your points go up. So yeah.
Okay. Let me also pop this on the screen as well. What am I looking at here?
Okay, so this right here, I did this in 2014 or 2013 maybe. This was affecting my job. These warrants have popped up. For whatever reason, there was some disconnect, and I was released from prison, and I shouldn't have been released from prison because I had these warrants on me. So I'm out here, I'm conducting plumbing services, I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to do, and I was speeding after I had finished a service call, and the police pulled me over, and he was like, hey, you got a warrant in Oklahoma. And I was like, what? And I was like, no way. So I ended up going out there to Oklahoma. I turned myself in. I did 1 day in jail. I owed the courts, like where it says violation of probation and all that. Originally, those were my charges. I did get caught with a firearm, paraphernalia, and all of that stuff. And I was granted probation, and I had to pay a big fine. And, you know, after I got out of prison, it was basically give us our money and we'll leave you alone. I paid it and I'm done. You know, I don't have any active warrants, nobody looking for me or anything.
Okay. So let's go through some of the charges here. So possession of a controlled substance, use of a firearm while committing a felony. Damn. And you were above 18 when this happened.
Yeah, I was probably like 19, maybe.
Okay. Possession of paraphernalia, failure to aid in enforcing terms, conditions of probation, failure to aid in enforcing terms and conditions of probation again. Okay. Okay. Is this all of one thing that like at one time all of this happened?
Yeah, I was in a house. My house had got raided. It was on the news too. That's public record as well. Damn. You guys want to go ahead and look that up?
Your house got raided.
Yeah.
Okay. Did that come from someone telling? Like, how did they know to come to your house?
A situation transpired, which led to their investigation, and that's all I can say.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to spark anything else from you. You got enough bullshit to deal with currently. All right. So
no, I don't want. I can't incriminate anybody else. You know. So
yeah. No, I get it, my G. I get it, my G. Is there anything else that you want to say about this? And again, the reason why I wanted to bring these up is that these were posted publicly in an attempt to color your character in some way. Is there anything else that you want to say about your disciplinary record or anything else about this arrest record?
No, nothing about that. You know, it's in the past. Let's talk about more positive. But no, let's address this. And then after I address this, my answer to everything is talk to me about something positive. I gave you the truth. Talk to me about something positive.
Okay. I'm with you, my G. Is there anything else that was public in regards to your history that you wanted to go over? Or is this it?
Not to my knowledge. That should be it.
Okay.
Or actually.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, there is another mugshot of me. I was 18 and I was on the news too for a robbery. And I don't know if I could talk about it or not. I'm not gonna do that. But it was me and another individual. Okay, so that's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. All right. Let's move on. But before we move on, because now I think at this part of the show, I think it's high time to actually get into what happened during the Pop the Balloon. So what I wanted to do is I wanted to go through maybe some key points within it, and I wanted to get your reaction as you were walking down that line and the balloons were getting popped. And then I want to kind of go into, what has been the outlast after that. Actually, as I look through this right here and I pull up the different things, can you talk about like what your life is like right now? Again, this all is happening as of the video going viral. Now, all of a sudden, you've gone from being unknown to a bunch of people hitting you up and a bunch of people hating on you. And then you got fired. Can you just talk through what your life is like right now?
Okay, life now is, I'm paranoid, with all this attention. I don't know who's out to hurt me and who's not. I've been receiving a multitude of threats. These promiscuous women have been posting, my father's address. They've been posting my address. Well, they don't have my exact address, but they putting stuff together. They're posting my siblings. It's just been threat after threat after threat.
How are you receiving these threats? Is it on email? Is it on DMs?
They're sending them and putting them in the comments in the most part about my DMs. But as I read them, I know it's somebody that knows me because a lot of it's like personal. So it started creeping me out, and I'm like, man, I got to get out of here. I can't sleep at my place anymore.
So you think it's someone from your past life?
Yeah, certainly. Okay. I think it's somebody from my past life. But I don't know if all these women are, from what it seems, from what I've investigated and figured out, these women are all in cahoots together. They're all using their platforms to reach out, who's dealt with him before? Who's dealt with him before? Who's dealt with him before? And I forgot to send you this screenshot. I even have a screenshot from a girl, right? I seen one time over the weekend, and never seen her again. And she's like, hey, yeah, you talking about that 100K. Yeah, I'm coming for that. And I'm like, man, this is crazy. The whole world hears 100K.
And they lost their mind.
Man, they lost their minds. Do you know 100K?
We still got time. You can send me those receipts, my brother.
Yeah.
we got time.
Oh,
we got time. You understand me?
I'm gonna have to dig on that one.
Yeah.
But, let me see. Oh, matter of fact, I do got it. Damn, they got my phone out there. My other phone. Hey, I'm gonna send them to you though. I'm definitely gonna send them to you. But yeah, women, they haven't been flooding my DMs. You know, at first when the balloon popped off, it was, you know, they was hitting me up a little bit, but after, you know, these allegations and stuff started coming out, I'm noticing people unfollowing me and not talking to me. It's been a crazy experience, you know, for them to paint this picture of me. But, you know, if I paint a picture of them, who they truly are, then I'm emotional. I'm sassy. You know, I'm all of these things for trying to defend myself. But you see what's going on. These women caused me to lose my job. And now I'm in a predicament where plumbing is the only skill I have. I don't know how to do, you know, I might know how to do a little bit of roofing, a little bit, but nothing's going to pay like plumbing. And they took that from me because now I'm in a catch-22. I understand where these employers are at, because if we hire you, now the whole world knows, you know, you're a convicted felon, you're an ex-gang member, and all of these things. They know that. So if a customer says, hey, I don't want that guy in my house, and, you know, this contractor has $40,000 worth of business to do with this man, he's going to let me go. He can find another plumber. He can make another plumber.
Right.
And it's unfortunate, too, because I experienced, you know, so much racism within the trade as well. And I want to shed light on the racism that I've experienced in the trade, because, honestly, being targeted now, at first, the couple nights, it made me cry. It hurt, because a lot of stuff that y'all said was really hurtful. And I'm dealing with some real serious stuff, but I had to just tell myself, like, man, head up, you know, man, you just gonna have to ride the storm. But
and here's the thing, and in regards to the racism as it refers to your places of business, and we talked about this a little bit behind scene. I think that you should chill on that right now. I think there's much more pressing things to talk through right now, because, and what did I say? I said, go get a lawyer to talk about these different things, because we're talking about being let go too early, right? Being let go due to public backlash. You gotta have a conversation regarding severance. You gotta have a conversation regarding what you were owed. And if you were unjustly let go, right? And I don't know what your contract is. I don't know if you're a contractor, W-9, I'm not sure. I think you need to get in touch with a lawyer and have them be your representative towards that, so they can come at these establishments the correct way. But I think in terms of painting a picture of who you are based off of your past and not allowing you to get jobs into the future, I think we could do some immediate questions and answers in order to get your side of the story out there utilizing my platform. But
yes. Oh, another thing we you know, we discussed briefly over the phone the position of this individual with the company that we cannot let that be known.
Yeah. Okay. So within that being said, brother, I know you saw it a second ago. I wanted to go through some of the reaction, but let me also ask you a question. What do you say off the jump to anybody out there that says that you're sassy? What is your response to them?
You're not qualified, baby.
Hello.
Hey, if I'm sassy, you know, if that's what y'all think, so be it. Any woman thinks I'm sassy, she's not for me.
Yeah.
Period. And it's crazy that women should not even be allowed to say that to a man. Like, do you know how disrespectful that is?
So disrespectful.
Calling a man sassy. And would you honestly, truly do that to my face? Would you really? Are you that type of person? Are you that disrespectful?
Well, here's the thing, my G. Here's the thing. A woman would absolutely say it to your face, but you got to understand that women they're not under a level of threat against, generally. They don't feel threatened if they can say things like that to your face. Another man would. Like another man, men know if you call another man sassy to your face, there's going to be fisticuffs. But tell me, how many times have you been outside of a club looking at an establishment and you see a 5'1" woman with a damn finger up in a 6-foot man's face as he's just standing there getting finger jabbed in his goddamn face. A guy can't do that to a guy, my G. So here's the thing. I think a lot of women would say that to you, to me. I don't care how tough and how rough, but a lot of them are under this guise that, you know, men are not supposed to defend themselves. And I don't believe that men should be hitting women unless their life is on the line, unless I need to defend or protect myself from whatever this woman has, a weapon, a force multiplier, something in and around her vicinity. But a lot of them walk in a fairy tale of nonviolence. Yes. And that's often that nonviolence is afforded to them by men. Shout out to feminism. Somehow feminism has completely mixed that up in their mind where they don't understand that. But, you know, it is what it is. But all right. So within that, I want to switch to this reaction right here. But before we get into that, let me acknowledge some of the super chats that have been coming in because I want to make sure that I answer any questions. And guys, if you have super chats, I'm going to pause at different portions in order to go through your particular super chat. And if you have a question for Aaron, let's get it. Let's get active. Shout out to Dante Bryan with a $10 super chat. These pros ain't qualified. Salute, my G. Salute, Dante. Shout out to Tame Chaos with a $20 super chat. Shout out to MTR, giving his brother a platform to tell his story. My bad, brother. Look like I took you off screen. To tell his story is actually low-key, personal, and professional mentorship. Yeah, listen, I said at the beginning. Now, bro, have you seen both of my reactions to regarding your situation?
Yes, I've seen them.
Okay, yeah, and I said multiple times within there, like, yo, it would be dope to just chop it up with this brother, just to have a conversation. And I think our conversation right now is absolutely proving that. Yeah, shout out to Astronomical with a $2 super chat. Can I ask X what parts of the show were edited? So when we go through the live reaction, we'll go through those specific questions. Shout out to Avian Hawkins with the $5 super chat. Shout out to you, big bro, and big ups to Weapon X for holding it down while going through these trials and tribulations. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. Shit. Come on now.
Appreciate that. God bless.
Shout out to Kalo K with a $20 super chat. Had to bring up my Puerto Rican side a little bit for that one. Shout out to Aaron. Wishing you the best. MTR, thank you for years of great content. Do you do one-on-one consulting coaching? Yeah. So I think in my description, I have a Calendly. If not, just hit me up on Instagram and I'll send you the Calendly invite for if you want to personalize one-on-one. But there's a link in it. And shout out to the mods. I think you guys have still been posting it. Go to my new self-development community as well. School.com/MTArmy. Mods, please put it down to the chat right now. Please go there. I've created a space where you can come up and build with a brotherhood. We have 4 main pillars that we're going to be focusing on: financial fitness, enhancing your masculinity, finding your purpose in life, as well as health and wellness. We're going to be focused on these things. You understand? It's very important for men to have online education spaces so that you have the opportunity for the information. So you can be an Aaron when he was 15, 16, 17 years old and have access to information from other men that are successful. This will be the platform to do it. Understand me? So go back there, beam up, and I'll see you soon. Shout out to Christopher Williams for the $20 super chat. Salute, my G.
Shout out
to Tariq with a $10 super chat. Unfortunately, we have been taught making money with our hands is bad. We have been. Most schools don't even have craft classes anymore. Trades got me $1 million home and all the toys I ever wanted. Aaron, any comment off of that?
Hey, God bless you. And if the trade got you like that, if you're in a position and power to bless somebody, go help somebody if you can.
Absolutely. Shout out to Divine Photo. Salute to MTR and Weapon X. I believe in redemption. Trust and believe you're well on your way to attaining success. Stand on business and your beliefs.
Thank you. God bless you.
Man, these people love you, bro. Shout out to Ed Ramsey with a $20 super chat. God doesn't close a door without opening another. If God be for you, who can be against you? Man of God.
Thank you.
Bro,
thank you.
If this ain't information of why you need to start your own platform, then I don't know what the hell is. I know you said in one of the videos, hey, man, I'm waiting for someone to hit me up. And I'm like, nah, bro. Get active.
Yeah,
Get active. Get active, bro. Shout out to Sugar Shane with a $5 super chat. Any woman or person that causes someone to lose their livelihood is a bitter bitch. He didn't say bitch, but I added it. very angry, and not deserving to be called a lady or a man. Facts. Shout out to Sugar Shane. Shout out to Unseen TV with a $5 super chat. Peace, brothers. 5150 Corey Holcomb, Unseen TV. Peace, my G. Thank you. Shout out to the Black community whistleblower. All of this is taken away from the fact that he was attacked by a black woman. It could have been any of us. We're gonna go through it, and we're gonna go through some of these attacks that went viral. All right, we're gonna go through it. All right, shout out to Don Allen, the $20 super chat. Can he set the record straight about your Latino ex on TikTok or add any context? Yes, we're gonna get active on that. All right, stay tuned. And in fact, put a link to this video in their comments. How about that?
Tell her to come on. Tell her to get on the live.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah. If she wants to get on the live, oh yeah, we can definitely get out.
I'm down to do that too.
Hey, listen, because they besmirched your name up there, and they were running with things as if it was facts. And also, actually, and now that we talk about it right now, bro, can actually, you real quickly?
I'm not about to blow her up.
Okay. No, I understand that because she's, according to you, a clout demon, a clout chaser.
She gets paid off of TikTok. You know, she gets paid.
She's incentivized.
She has a low-paying job. You know, this woman is upset with me because I explained to you guys about courtship. I am the first one to provide her with that experience. Now, when that is taken away from you, and you be the judge when you read the receipts,
we gonna go through
it. That's what the case is. I provided this woman with a phenomenal experience. I was a good man. She has 2 children. Her kids love me. Her family loved me. She's lying. You know, all that. They love me. I swear, her aunt was like, I want a black man. Like, she's paying this lie because I caught her cheating. And we even have receipts with me. You know, I went through her phone ample times, 10, 11, 12. I kid you not, plus men. She's telling them all the same story that she's telling me. You know, I love you. I want to marry you. I want a family. She taking pictures in the bathroom, sending me and them the same, you know, pictures. And it's just, you know, I can't wait to just share. If I talk about her children, then they're gonna try to slander me. They're gonna talk. So I'm not gonna say nothing about the kids. But you know your situation with them, and that's all I'm gonna say. You know your situation with them. So before you try to slander my character, you know, it speaks volumes about you as a mother with your situation.
Aaron, we gonna get active on it. All right. I wanted you to rock for a little while there because I'm gonna give him a teaser because we're gonna go over her TikToks. We're gonna go over it. Okay. And I want you to get active on the situation. If she wants to come up here, feel free to DM me. I'll check my DMs. Right.
But she's not gonna do that because I have taken the proper procedures, the legal procedures, you know, to stop the harassment. So I guarantee you she's done.
Okay. All right. And also, can you clear this up for me right now as well? Because there's a lot of misconceptions going around. What exactly were you fired for? Because a lot of people are saying, oh, it's because all of this, the Latino chick, she went up online and said something. So what did you get fired for?
Okay. So I work in a at-will state. So they don't have to give you any reason whatsoever, you know, why they are terminating your employment. But I caught wind from another individual employed with the company, and they said it was because these women were calling, you know, the company and interrupting with business. So at the end of the day, you know, he asked me, did the office call? And I was looking shocked, you know, but I kind of had a feeling because like throughout the day, nobody was helping me work. I could hear the love quester and all that, and they're standing in the back on the job site, and you know I'm the only one work, so I know something is up. Something is up, but it's not the first time that this has happened before. You know, I done had prejudice incidents where I was terminated for absolutely no reason, and so I don't know, man.
Bro, we gonna get into it. All right, let me go through the rest of these super chats, and we're gonna get into the pop the balloon reaction. Shout out to Morgan Jones with a $2 super chat. You aren't sassy. Shout out to MTR. Blessings, Aaron.
All right, thank you. God bless you.
Shout out to Alan Lavelle with a $5 super chat. Bless you, MTR. You're letting this brother tell his story. Absolutely. Shout out to GS Everything. Everything? Aaron, keep telling your story. My beloved brother. Man, you got a lot of love, support, and respect.
Thank y'all, man. This is crazy. Like,
hopefully, and here's the thing is that being a content creator, I can understand when you start to see all the negative messages come in, your mind can be generated towards the negativity. So it's good that, you know, those out there that love, support, and respect want to demonstrate that to remind yourself that you got support out there, my G.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Let me keep. God damn, there's a lot of more super chats. Hold on. Shout out to Skinny Boy with $2 super chat. We appreciate this interview. MTR, salute. Aaron. Shout out again to Christopher Williams, $20 super chat. Salute. Salute, my brother.
Cheers.
Shout out to Patrick Robinson, $10 super chat. Why aren't you union? Aaron, you want to answer that?
I don't know if I can answer that legally.
Okay. Shout out to the G listed $5 super chat. Keep your head up, brother. Your maturity was too good for the balloon show. You overcame a lot, and God will bless you with much, much more. Shout out to MF Jones, $2 super chat. Half shout out to you, MTR. Love what you doing. Shout out, my brother.
Shout out.
Shout out to Area 93. Talk about the process of becoming a plumber.
Hey.
Let's save that to the end of the show. Let's save this one to the end of the show because I want to make it through here. I want to get through the reactions. Shout out, my G. Shout out to Dwayne Allen with the super sticker. Shout out to Rob. Shout out to you, brother. I absolutely love how you held your ground on that show. Most men on that show just cater and suck up to women. Love how you said everything on this earth was made to serve men. Facts.
Man.
God bless.
God bless you. Can I touch on that? Can we rewind
Go ahead, brother.
real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
I just want to say this. The other gentlemen that were on the show, you know, we got to stop doing this. We got to stop doing this. Seriously. That's why these women are
you talking about the man who was like dirty macking?
I'm talking to the men that that I think, right? I'm not gonna name drop or anything, that I think weren't being genuine and letting these women know, hey, you're not qualified. You know, I don't like what I see. This is not the case. Stop lying to these women. You know, we have all of these men lying to these women.
Yeah.
And they're
Fucks up the game, bro.
Yeah, thinking you got them thinking they're more than what they really are. You know, you have women that's not even worth a wooden nickel, thinking she's a dime.
I am the table.
Yeah. You know, stop doing that. Be honest with these women.
Yeah.
And let them know honesty is the best.
Bro, you know why they lie, right?
Because they have to put that mask on in the beginning
to get ass.
To get it. Yep. Yep.
It's a goddamn shame.
And they put on a good mask till they get it.
Yeah. It's a goddamn shame. Meanwhile, you got 5'2" women at 190 pounds built and shaped like a dryer talking about that they are a 10. It's absolutely absurd as well as insane. Shout out to Moreno de Clemente for the 2. I don't know what that is. CHF. What did you do wrong? Sorry for the toxicity. Shout out to Sonny Robinson with $10 super chat. Black Manosphere, we got you, bro. Shaming tactics don't work here. Leaders of men and women. Shout out to MF Jones, 2 of 2. Check your DMs on the DA Jones 1990 business page. I'll check that in a second, my G. Shout out to Tony Homer, $5 super chat. I'm a machinist, just on the 6 figures. These O's don't know how blue collars roll. Do your thing, young brother.
All my blue collar brothers in the trade, man. I love you.
Blue collar savages, stand up. Stand up. Listen, I said this in the video earlier too. I was out in Atlanta this past weekend, and a brother, like, I was having a conversation with him, and he said that he had an AC. He built like an AC company after not finishing high school, not going to college, got his certification. He became, an AC tech, and then eventually started his own company. And then he's just sold that company and its services to Walmart, all from blue collar certification. So it's there. It's absolutely there. College is not made for everyone. It is not made for everyone. This is someone who's been to college. I know. Trust and believe I know. It is not made. It was almost not made for me. You understand? And here I am right now being a content creator, not really leveraging my degrees. Anyway, let me continue to go. By the way, Aaron, keep thriving. Shout out, my brother. This is an ambitious crossover indeed. Shout out to Kites is the guy who interviewed you, right?
Kites. Hey, shout out to Kites. Y'all go subscribe to Kites. Much love and respect to him and his, in the most respectful way, queen.
Yeah. Shout out to Kites. You did a fantastic job on that podcast, my brother. You said in the beginning it was your first time doing it. Bro, you look like a pro. All right, keep going. Hold your head up high. This content creation shit ain't easy. Consistency, discipline, and also while I'm here, while I'm saying it, also I have modules within the MT Army Academy, which is the paid version of the free academy, the free school, where I'm giving tutorials on how to be a content creator. This shit has completely changed my life. 10 years ago, I was doing 6 figures at a very large insurance company. I don't want to talk about the name because sometimes I get weird about, are they going to sue me if I mention them? But very large insurance company. I was doing 6 figures 10 years ago. 3-4 years after doing YouTube, I quit because I started making more money doing YouTube. All right. It's completely changed my life. Decentralized media, decentralized platforms. Platforms like YouTube have absolutely changed the game. All right. It's a gig economy. Get on it. I have tutorials back there. Invest in yourself. Stop the bullshit. The Jordans that you're trying to buy next Friday, don't. My shit, investing into your shit is cheaper than that shit. But you want to invest in the bullshit. Why? For what reason?
Invest in a skill set that's gonna. Plumbing is a skill that you can take with you till the day that you perish. Find a skill, and I highly advise everybody to get involved in a recession-proof business.
Yeah. There you go, my brother. With AI coming up, though, there's a lot of things that are going to be stamped out as well. But that's a different conversation for a different day. But shout out to Kite. Fantastic. Jesus Christ, look at all these guys. Okay, I'm trying to make it through everything, my guys. Sorry. Shout out to the International Quiet Storm with a $10 super chat. Aaron, good job standing on business. I think this is God's way to tell you that it's time to start your own business. P.S. None of these haters will talk trash to your face. Shout out to NGE, never good enough. The $20 super chat. Weapon X, start your own. Bro, how many? Bro, they want you to start your own channel, my G. I did a video of myself addressing your Latina ex. We will support you, bro. Shout out to you too, MTR, long time sub.
Bro, I love you. Hey, send me your reaction video, bro, please.
Yeah.
Send it to me. Follow me. Make sure I'm following you.
And that's at very with 2 Y's _ handsome. There's links to his socials all in the description box as well. His TikTok as well as his IG. Shout out to at your wife's house all day with a $20. Salute MTR. Big salute. Weapon X, my brother. Weapon X, get your passport. Join the Passport Bros movement. Come to Thailand, start a plumbing business here away from the law. Masculine. Keisha, my G. Hey, I support Weapon X. Bro, have you heard of a passport, bro?
Yeah, I've seen some guys in Passport Bro. I think they went to Medellin, Colombia.
Yeah, bro.
And I was like, oh, man, I want to go out there, I think, that's about the next move I'm going to do,
Yo, have you traveled out the country, bro? Do you have
I'm no stranger to Juarez, Mexico.
Yeah.
Man, I love going to Juarez because, okay, if you Google Juarez, Mexico right now, right? Yeah. They're going to say it's the most dangerous city in the world.
Is it next to Juarez?
It's Juarez, Mexico.
Oh, we're saying the same place. Yeah, Juarez.
Yeah. It's downtown El Paso. And so when I go to Juarez, it's like, okay, they say it's the most dangerous city in the world. It's all this cartel activity and stuff. Maybe probably because I don't see it, but I'm a black man. I don't speak any English whatsoever. And I kind of developed like an addiction for helping people because I'll be out there in Juarez and I'm seeing, these people, they're telling me $25, $40 a day is a good job. And I got $2-3 grand on me. And just when I bless them, give them $5, they're like, oh my, thank you. They're elated. And just to see that look on their face, it makes me feel good because I did a lot of wrong in my life. And, you know, I never had anybody really proud of me because I never did nothing for anybody to be proud of. But even when I do that in the dork, it makes me feel proud of myself at the end of the day. So that's all that really matters.
That's what's up, bro. Listen, the exchange rate for a lot of these places outside of America is absolutely insane, right? The young brother over here brought up Thailand. I've been to Thailand. If you haven't gone to Thailand, it's something you should absolutely put on your bucket list. It's absolutely a beautiful place, deep blue oceans. The women are fantastic. Man, there's so many places, and I love that you touch on to a degree of expanding your mind and your horizons on the podcast with Kites, because it's so important. It's so important for you to be able to, like, if you right now, looking at your life now and being able to see things outside of the block that you grew on when all the criminality started, what would you say to your younger self with this expand horizon or mindset to your younger self?
I would tell myself to slow down and listen to my elders. You know, a lot that I experienced, I didn't have to. You know, my father experienced it before me, and he would tell me, he would forewarn me, son, don't do that. Don't go outside with that gun because you're going to go to jail. Dad, and then I go to jail that same exact day. Every time, I promise you, my dad, he tell me, son, you got too many people at your house. I get my house raided, I go to jail. Man, listen to your elders. If they're telling you something positive, listen. Okay, you might not respect them as an individual, but respect the fact that they have more life experience than you. If they're older than you, they're telling you because they probably didn't seen it before or they didn't done it before. So please, just listen. It may save your life. It may change your life. Just take heed to instruction that they are trying to give.
I appreciate you sharing that, boss. Shout out to Lord Love Smith with a $10 super chat. Hope everyone is paying attention to how BW practice white supremacy against black men. Hence the term BW, or the right hand of right supremacy. Guys, quick thing. Stop sending in super chats for a second. All right, I'm trying to move on with the goddamn show. We got a lot to go over. All right, I want to be able to go over the pop the balloon shit. You understand me? All right? Relax, please, for right now.
Thank you, everybody. I got a GoFundMe. Oh, well, we'll touch on that in it.
Yeah. We're gonna touch on the GoFundMe as well. Matter of fact, did you send me that link, bro?
No, I did not. I'll send it to you right now.
Yeah. Make sure you send that back to me again. We're gonna continue on going over it. Goddamn fruit fly or some shit in here. Let me continue to go off on this. Shout out to Ian Simmons with the $20 super chat. Shout out to MTR and to the You Not Qualified brother. Shout out, my G.
Shout out.
Wrench Turner, $20 super chat, showing support for this brother during this time of distress. Support black men, support black male media. Shout out to Wrench Turner. Appreciate you, my G. Shout out to Vincent Lane with a $5 super chat. My light-skinned bro, MTR, got the interview of the month. Let's get it. Much success. Shout out to Lord Rod, $5 super chat. Appreciate for standing on business and not caving on big stage. Aaron, absolutely. Hey, we about to get in it. Shout out to Tariq again with a $10 super chat. My business absolutely gives back. I've been blessed and pass it along. Veterans, elderly, handicapped, all get free work. Most of the time and labor materials provided at zero cost. It comes back tenfold.
Hey, it definitely does. God bless you.
Shout out to Dante again. Damn, putting your family in danger and they make men out to be savages? Listen, off code if you don't ever ask me. Shout out to Russell Butler with a $10 super chat. Keep your head to the sky, Aaron. MTR, thank you for being a voice for men. Shout out to the Blackest Night. Salute to the king of salute himself, MTR, brother Aaron. Blackest Night has been with the platform for 5 years. I've seen his name that up in there. Brother Aaron, honor and respect to you. You have an anointing and a voice telling you to start your own channel. Is God telling you to be an inspiration?
Man,
they lighten you up, my brother. That's right. Stop simping.
Stop it. We're gonna
stop it. The nerve, these lies to these young women, it's leaving them more single more often than not because it creates a state of delusion. Shout out to Aaron. I know what it's like to go to prison and have to build yourself back up. Better be a Birds fan with the name Weapon X. Let me keep going. We're almost done. Powell, Jonathan Powell, thank you. Oh, we got a new member. Shout out, join the membership, guys.
Shout out, new member.
Sheesh, shout out for the sponsor of today's show, At Your Wife's House All Day, with the $100 super chat. God made everything on this earth to serve man. Big facts from Weapon X. Get your passport, X. You need to be a passport, bro, my G. I live here in Thailand, retired 22-year naval vet with a Thai girl that loves and appreciates me. Come get you one. Shout out to At Your Wife's House All Day with the $100 super chat. He is now the sponsor of today's show. Thank you so much for the support, my G. Shout out to Blame the Baron. Weapon X is still an inspiration to men regardless. Shout out to Divine Photos. With COVID happening, you would have thought women would have better appreciation for the essential blue-collar workers, but nope. They still crap on them. The blue-collar workers matter. Put some respect on their name. Shout out to Tiara. Some of the ladies coming through as well with support. I commend you for telling the truth and not lying to women. They lie to each other. We need more truth in this world full of the easily offended. Shout out to Fukari Ferry. I appreciate your assertive directness. That's rare. I hope you find the love that you deserve. You're a good man. Don't change for no one. Stay blessed.
God bless
you. Broke the internet. Love the way you shut them down. Legendary. Weapon X and the X-Men get active. Salute. MTR. Shout out my brother. My brother look like he's on the beach right now. What up? Shout out to 392Q, my brother. Listen to MTR. This is your pathway to crossover to becoming a YouTuber. You got my support and many others. This is your start. MTR, Aaron, Fresh and Fit, and Candace Owens on the same screen would be legendary. And by the way, Aaron, and I said this in my video as well, if you need help, I got you.
Oh,
I got you. I can talk with you through this process. Already. All right.
Yes.
Shout out to Jonathan Powell with the $5 super chat. Shout out to you, Demo. Make something shake from this. Big John. Shout out to Beast University. Peace and love, big bro. It's time to become a beast. Salute to MTR, long-time sub as well. Shout out to It My First Day. It's so bad in the States that when I graduated from high school, my mom stated that I should become a passport bro. Fellas, it's something to consider. Shout out, my brother. You ain't even qualified. Shout out. Shout out to MTR. Thank you for the content. Greatly appreciate it. I'm a female subby, Patreon supporter too. Shout out to my Patreon. And you've helped me improve myself as a Black Afro-Caribbean woman. Thank you for holding me accountable.
In the most respectful way.
The most respectful. You already know you do content like this and you get women that's like, yo, thank you. I now, because of your content, I now have a better relationship with my dad, my son, my uncle, or the man in my life. That's some real shit. So I appreciate it. Real will always understand and respect real. Shout out to Casual Jim on the $20 super chat. I much respect that you changed the life around for better, but talking about your money on the internet is a cardinal sin for men. I agree with this one. We're going to talk about it. The real ones see the good in you. Keep your head up. MTR, let Instructor Mike on the panel. I'm not sure who Instructor Mike is, but shout out to Casual Germ for the $20.
Can I say something to that, or
go ahead, my
brother. Later. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, the reason why I said something about money, now that was so funny. Everybody talk about he come on the Love Day show trying to go band for band. That was hilarious. Like, I wasn't trying to play big bank, take little bank or nothing, but I felt like I had to stand on business for the plumbers. Yeah. Like, don't try to play us. You know, we protect the public health. You know, do you know how your life would be affected if cross-contamination happened inside of your home? Do you know how that you don't even have no idea. So don't try to downplay my profession. Okay. So that's all I was going with it. And another thing too, right? People don't think you got to think for a second. If I say I pull out $100K in the bank, right? If somebody pulls out 100,000 out of the bank right now, I could have good credit. I could have an 800 credit score and be able to pull $1 million out the bank. But does that mean I'm a millionaire? Come on, man. Expand your horizon. That's all I will say. And I'm not broke.
Talk to him. All right. So listen. So now we have the part of the show, and I think I'm gonna try to fast forward through some of these parts, but I wanted to get your in the moment reaction of what were you thinking as you were going down the line. Now, let me ask you a question. Now, where is the show taped?
Where is it taped?
Yeah, like where is the show conducted?
I don't. It
Like
was in
like the
what you
state.
call it, in Arizona.
It was in Arizona. Okay.
Yeah, it was in Arizona.
All right. So let me ask you a question as well. So, you're the last person to go in this episode. Was that true in reality, or did they just put it last in the edit?
No, I was last. Everything on this film, from start to finish, there is no script whatsoever. The only cutout part, when I was talking to the woman in the blue dress, the only part that was cut out was I told my car description. She's been painting a false narrative too, saying that I cussed women out. And that's why I decided not to get back on Love Quester as well, because I felt like I text Love Quester and I told them, what was going on. They didn't reach out to
me. Now,
Love
Quester is the association that hosts these events, correct? The Pop the Balloon?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah, that's
just for clarity.
Pop the Balloon. They didn't reach out to me. And I asked them, because I'm on my mixtapes, and this woman is saying I was cussing women out and I was doing all of this. You're painting this narrative about me, destroying my public image, so I can't do plumbing. So I'm asking it, please say something. Y'all know for a fact I didn't use not one derogatory term towards those women. So how could anybody say that I was disrespectful? Just because my approach may have been different than yours, that doesn't mean I'm right. That doesn't mean I'm wrong,
Yeah. All right, so my G, you ready to go through it? Let's get active on it.
Yeah,
all right,
let's do it.
Go ahead and go on there and see what's going on.
Wait. Last question. So, do you see the women before you actually walk out on stage?
No, you're out back. You're behind. You do not see them at all.
So this is literally the first time that you see the women is as soon as you walk out. So you didn't see them earlier, like, oh shit, that one might. I'm gonna go hard on that one. Oh shit, why is it that one even showed up? There's none of that. You just walk out and then that's it. Now, behind scenes, are the guys talking to each other? Or are they in separate rooms?
Honestly, I tried to pick the girl in the pink, and this is how I'm telling the truth, because she never tells me her profession throughout the whole video. The only reason why I tried to choose her, because my bro was texting me and he's like, the one in the pink sound like a wholesome woman. Like she was going to school to be a pilot or something to that effect. So I was like, I already have, my eyes set on her.
Okay. Got it. So, but when you walked out here, this is the first time you're seeing them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Done.
Yes.
All right. If we can
now, as soon as you walked out, this one popped the balloon.
Have your name and age and why you popped your balloon.
Hi, my name is Karma. I'm 24. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'm supposed to say the pop in the balloon part. Got you. For me, it just did not work. I didn't feel like I had chemistry. I wasn't fully attracted to you. And I feel like that counts if we are going to be going through a dating show,
Yes, the feeling is definitely mutual. So,
Aaron, the feeling is definitely mutual. Now, did you in your mind, is that just a freestyle?
No,
or is that something that you thought about?
This is me, like in public. Women, please, can I get a woman in the comments that didn't see me out in public doing my stuff? Like, bro, this is that's me. Okay. I wasn't I thought about it and I felt some type throughout this whole entire video. I promise these women did not anger me. They didn't knock me off my pivot. They didn't, because honestly, coming into it, I didn't really know what to expect. I wasn't thinking I was going to leave with a woman. I was just like, let's just go and see what happens,
Yeah. So the feeling is definitely mutual while smiling at her is just your personality. Okay. Now, I looked at this and I said, all right, she says she's not interested. And you said the feeling is definitely mutual. Now, the word definitely within there. Do you think, if looking back on this, that is the best way to address? Because you could have said, the feeling's mutual.
Yes, you're right. It is, but I mean, if you don't like what you don't see, I'm just gonna match your energy, basically, and that's what I was getting from her, so I just returned it.
Okay.
And
I will say, it's like as soon as your toe hit the front door, she popped the balloon, right? So like, so I, and here's the thing: to say the definitely on top of that, I think what matched that energy, because she definitely popped the balloon on you. Yes or no?
Yeah, but I would have popped the balloon on her too.
Yeah, that's real. I think of all the ones, she was the not my type the most out of all the women that are up there. But let's keep going.
Yeah,
That's okay. Thank you. You did me a favor.
You know, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm glad you have a great day.
Now you see when you said you did me a favor, the face of the petite, pretty young woman right here went aghast. Let's watch that again.
Thank you, Queen. That's okay. Thank you. You did me a favor.
You know, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm glad you have a great
Thank
day.
you.
Also, Arlette, the host, her face went crazy as well. Okay. Now you say you definitely did me a favor. Any comments on that?
So when I tell these women, you know, you did me a favor, I mean, I don't mean to be disrespectful by any means, but brothers, anytime a woman does not want you, please remember that you are the prize and not her. She just did you a favor because she could have been manipulating you. She could have been deceiving you, having you take her out on all these days, spend all this money, and then go home and lay down with Johnny at the end of the night, man.
And go into that a little bit deeper. Why is it that the man is the prize?
Because we were created first. That was what God intended. You know, I didn't create man. God created man. He made us first. He made woman second from the essence of man. And what I was writing something in prison one day. I don't remember all of it, but I was writing something and I was thinking like, you know, why would God make a woman out of a rib, out of all body parts? Why out of a rib? And then I start like the rib cage. Is it because the rib cage guards vital organs? You know, is the woman supposed to be the guardian of our hearts? You know, that's what my mind started to think. But you know, man was created first. We are masculine, and that's just the way it's supposed to be.
Okay. All right. I respect it.
Queen, you
Let's
too.
go.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead. All right.
All
We
right.
got to pop over here. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Now, let me also comment on this. Now, when you went back over, all right, so she popped the balloon. You guys made direct eye contact right here. Now,
We got
it's
to
the
pop over
first time in the
here.
video where I noticed
If we can have
you looking straight down up at her. Now, when you look down like when you looking down like this, what exactly are you looking at? Are you looking at the shoes, the ankles? What you looking at?
That is me all the time. When I see a woman, I'm scanning. Like I'm looking at your cuticles. I want how many eyelashes do you have? You know, I am scanning everything because I need to see, you know, if you're qualified or you're not. And if you're not qualified, I'm not going to entertain it. I'm going to act like you don't even exist.
Right. Okay. So this is not you attempting to get ammunition to roast. This is just what you do. You look down at. So she popped the balloon. So you're saying to yourself, okay, what am I missing out on? So you do the scan.
Yes. Because I approach women like that. I might look you up, hey, baby, you know, say something slick, say something funny, you know, just to get a smile about you and then proceed on. But that's me all the time. You getting that scan.
Okay. So when you got this, when you did the scan, in your mind, you're thinking to yourself, you're not qualified. Yes or no?
Yeah, immediately.
Okay.
Of your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
Hi, my name is Jara. I'm 22.
Okay. And why did we end up popping our balloon?
The comment you made didn't really. I like a more humble person.
All right. Now, at that junction, the young woman over here with the under titty showing popped her balloon, and you guys made some eye contact right there. Now, when she popped it, were you surprised?
I honestly didn't think. You know, I was just looking to see who popped their balloon. Yeah, my whole thing was, let me see if the girl in the pink pops her balloon.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that was it. That was the only reason why I was looking.
Okay. All right. Let's keep going.
That's the one that responds. So defensive-ish. Yeah, that's really it. I didn't really necessarily like.
That's
how you
fine.
responded.
Hey, I could just all I can do is be honest.
I mean,
you know,
yeah, be honest.
I
Be your
came
authentic
over
self.
here
That's okay.
to find a match that wasn't matching. That's all,
I mean,
Queen.
I 100% understand.
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
Sure.
And I was, she someone that's your type?
She all right. You know, you're not really my type. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
No.
Now, what's also good to know here is that it looked like you were done with the conversation. And then it looks like the host says, so is she your type? Now, the reason why they asked this is for entertainment. I want that to be abundantly obvious for everyone that's watching this because she already popped the balloon. It don't matter what you think. but getting a response at you adds to the entertainment value. Right or wrong?
Right.
You know, but if I see you in public, I wouldn't reach out to.
Totally fine.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. And we did get a
I thought
pop
that was
balloon over here.
super
Your name
respectful
and
back and
age and
forth.
why you ended up popping your balloon.
I'm Lex, and I'm 20.
Now, okay, we got to go back. Hold on.
Over here, your name and age and why you ended.
Now, my brother. Now, are you looking at the tattoos on the kneecaps?
I'm looking same thing, everything. I'm looking at the ash.
Where you say you're looking at the what?
At the ashy knees. I'm looking at everything, man. You know,
Not the E's. These were ashy.
man. Yeah, like at the top.
Yeah, nah, bro. I think she had double tattoos, like right atop her kneecap.
Oh well, shit. They looked ashy to me.
Upon further inspection, there appears to be a need for a shea and a cocoa butter. I had not noticed that. I do think that I was paying a lot of attention.
What the hell?
Within that being said, you're scanning down, you're doing the same thing, all right, which is your thing, you know. I can't knock you, all right, but let's keep it moving.
Ended up popping your balloon.
I'm Lex, and I'm 23, and I popped my balloon because I feel like you could be a tad bit disrespectful, like how you, like, I don't know, arrogant a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, just that.
Well, voice.
Do you agree with that, Aaron? Are you
No,
arrogant
I don't.
or confident?
I am the embodiment of confidence.
Let them know. Okay.
I feel like
Right.
you know, I can have any woman, and even if I can't, you know, I still feel like I can have you because I attempted. A lot of men, you know, a lot of men don't have any confidence. It's been times where I'm in social settings with men that don't possess any, you know, communication skills. I'm like, hey, bro, she over there looking at you, you know, and the woman is beautiful. He's like, oh, bro, no, yeah, I don't want to. It's just
Right.
I'm like, okay,
And they get scared because of her beauty.
yeah, even if you're not interested, you know, just sharpen your tools, engage in a little conversation and see how it goes and see what comes out of it, you know. But if you don't take a chance to advance, then how are you going to get anywhere?
That's a bar right there. You don't take the chance to advance. How you gonna get anywhere? Dog, you got podcaster written all over you, brother.
Opinion is not arrogant. You know, she asked me if she would be a good fit for me. If I like what I see, you know, it's contrary to the truth. So that's all I can do is just state what I see. That's not a good look for me. That's all, Queen. But thank you. You did me a favor as well.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm gonna pause right here.
Hey, look at Arlette.
Wait, say it again. I missed it.
I said, look at Arlette face.
Right. Yo, her reactions. Yo, actually watching this video, your is the first time that I've like really watched one of their shows. She's a fantastic host. Her reactions is hilarious throughout this. Now, within this being said, the first time that I watched this, I didn't notice this right here. I want to go back because large content creators, I've appreciated the reaction of you as well. And that's one of the things in my third video regarding the situation. I said, I can understand how when you said you did me a favor as well, and you look down and then you look back up at it. Let's watch it real quick again.
A good look for me. That's all, Queen. But thank you.
So right now you're looking down.
You did me a favor as well.
Yeah.
And then you looked up and said it again. And now immediately the woman in the red dress who's coming up next is like, shit. He's probably gonna do the same thing to me. Let me think of some insults right now. The chick in the blue dress is like, God damn. And all letters popping off as well. So within that, your behavior at that particular junction, can you understand the criticism that it felt like you were roasting them?
Yeah, honestly, where I'm from, like, that's just regular talk. Like, people back home, where in my hometown, it's like, bro, you didn't say nothing wrong, you didn't do nothing wrong. So I didn't think nothing of it.
Okay. Yeah, because here's the thing. I know, and you know, we from different parts of the coast. In New York, if someone looks at me and says something like that, you did me a favor while looking down and looking up, I'm like, well, fuck. Like, you know like, well, goddamn, motherfucker. That's what I'd be thinking in my head. But you know, it just is what it is. If I was to give any recommendations going forward, you saying that while doing the scan at the same time took it up another level. If you just said it without the look up and the look down, because body language is important. You know what I'm saying? When communicating your message, especially to women, right? So that'd be my only recommendation for you. But I wanted to talk about that because it is something that I caught later on that I could be like, I can understand a critique at that particular junction. Let's keep going.
Also, what I have to say is, it's not what you say. This is what I mean by what I said. It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Yes.
You could have rephrased a lot of the things that you have been saying to me as well as the other girls differently. But that's all I have to say.
But one thing about me is I'm not going to change who I am
Of course.
to fit somebody else's liking. You know, I'm just going to tell it how it is. If you're not it, that's not it. You know, the one that is it, I'm going to let it be known.
Okay.
You know, for surely. Yes.
Respectful.
All right. Your name and age and why you ended up popping your balloon.
All right. So the look down starts here. All right.
Yes.
Now, let's be real. Is the first thing that you noticed was her arms, her extremely long udders, or her tattoo?
I promise you. I promise everything. I promise. I done been in relationships with women and they didn't have a little too much hair on their back, and I would shave that right on off. You know, I am that type of man. Certainly, I don't want it hairy, but it's okay when you have a little bit of hair. But hers was excessive. You know, it was just like, and you can tell. See, when they zoomed in, it didn't do no real justice. But that's why she stuck her arm out. Like, come on now, the women. You know, I've dealt with very few women of quality, but the ones that I did, you know, they shade their arms, and that's how I like it. You know, don't be having no werewolf stuff going on. That is not cute.
Bro, how many backs have you shaved in your life?
I shaved probably. No, I shaved one back. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I did that for one, but I shaved some arms before, some shoulder blades too. Yeah.
God damn, she had a fur coat on, huh?
Man, it was like sticking up. I was like, yeah, that's too much.
Oh God. All right, let's keep going, bro. All right, so the look down is happening right now. You're looking at the arms, is what you're saying. Okay.
Yes.
Now notice she has her arms crossed out in front of her right now. Her positioning of her arms change at the point that you call it out. Okay. Let's keep going.
Brianna, 26.
You know what's crazy is when you call out the arms, I wish that they did a zoom in because the arms don't look that bad right here, but the way that you describe it, it's like she's half Chewbacca.
I'm not saying it was like just. It was so much hair, like, oh my God, but it was noticeable. You can tell on the camera the two different shades, the tones. You know, you live in a hot climate, so you're not wearing no sweater. So
well, she is wearing a sweater apparently on her wrist. You know what I'm saying? She got arm guards on, my G. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she's got a chinchilla. Dog, she might be a skateboarder. Right, like she don't even got to wear jackets if she falls. She just right up on the. You know what I'm saying? You never know. It could be a benefit. You know, an evolutionary benefit. Nevertheless, let's keep going, my G.
My eyes are up here, baby. Are you looking at the tattoo?
No, I'm looking at the hair on your arms. You know, women I deal with, they don't have hair on their.
One more time, please. One more time.
I'm looking at the hair on your arms.
All of the curls. Beeline to the arm. Beeline to the arm. Beeline to the arm. This chick over here, she's in La La Land. I don't know what happened with her. Arlette, right to the arms. Let's go.
You know, the women I deal with, they don't have hair on their
Don't
arms.
do too much.
Hey, I'm just being honest,
Don't do
Queen.
too much.
You know, I don't like that. That's all I
Okay.
was looking at. You trying to say if I'm looking at particular body
You just
parts,
wasn't
but
looking at
that's
my
not what
eyes.
it is.
That's
No,
all.
Now, and I stopped this right here because of all of the reactions. I didn't see this at all until I said something about that. And you just said it right there. What you said is that you saying that I'm trying to look at, and the reason that I think that it's important that you did what you did, and whether it's her arms, the hair hat, the eyelashes that look like she's about to fly away, whatever. But what you're doing is you are distracting from the path that she was about to bring you down, which was you're a creep because you're looking at my titties, which, by the way, she woke up this morning and chose a shirt that showed literally everything but the damn blackness of her areola. She's showing that. And she knows that this is going to be broadcast to perhaps millions of people. She chose that shirt that shows her titties. And now she's asking you, well, what are you doing? You're just down there. You're just looking at what I woke up this morning and chose that every man and every woman that comes across me is going to be looking at. And you did what I thought was brilliant, which is to deflect from her being able to label you as a creep. I need your reaction to that, please, brother.
Man, yeah, she tried to play me, and I wasn't about to let her. I did not like what I seen. You know, it wasn't like they was perked up, you know, it wasn't fit to my liking at all. And, you know, she tried to hike them up like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't ever let no woman play you like that. You know, put you on a spot, paint that narrative you're a creep, shut that down immediately. And that's what I'm going to do.
Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wonder, like the tattoo, like it's just like, was the tattoo before or after the hanging? Because it's just like, I don't know. Hashtag, you know, body positivity. We're all built different, but it's just like, man, that is not the most appealing shirt for where you are at right now.
Man, they told you to dress like in your best clothing, so like that's your best dressing. Wow. But she tried to troll me too on Instagram. I think she was one of them fake account peoples too, because, you know, she had messaged my brother on Snapchat and was like, oh, you know, is this all true? And man, I just hope that you get a marketing, some type of deal with Long John Silver's.
Well, I don't get the reference. Seafood spot?
Nah, them things long.
Oh, Long John. Oh, you're talking about her. I thought you were saying that they said this about you. Long John Silver. I get it.
A little gig with Long John Silver's, man.
Hey, man, listen, man. It's you know, I don't know. I'm not a fan of women showing off their cleavage like that. If they're really coming up to try to meet a man, or even like their stomach like that, if they're coming on a dating show, there's a certain type of garb that makes me think that you are not for the streets. This to me is hoe garb. Right. Yeah. Like there's no difference in modern day times today of wearing this and then wearing this and then selling your ass on a street corner. Literally, it's the exact same outfit. I can't, like, there used to be a time where there was a difference. Right. I could be like, okay, that's the hoe over there and that's the good woman. Right.
Yes.
The hoe, I'll still hit up for some ass, but the good woman on there, let me actually treat her like a good woman. Right. Yeah. But now you just never know nowadays. But more often than not, your image is what matters. Because we all judge books by the cover, okay? And by this image, I'm just like, I think you gave her exactly what she deserved. Let's keep going.
Looking at you trying to say if I'm looking at particular body parts,
you just wasn't looking at my eyes.
What it is.
That's
no, I was looking at the hair on your
Anyways,
arms,
she asked me the question.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm in heels and you ain't tall enough.
Okay.
Don't do too much.
Well, you're not qualified, baby. So that's all good.
Let's move on.
Is that the first time that you say you're not qualified?
Is that the first time I told a woman that?
No. Like, just like, yeah, actually, yeah. Is that your first time telling a woman that you're not qualified?
Definitely not the first time.
So, and this is the first time in the show that you say you're not qualified.
I believe so.
Okay. That's what I thought. Now, you're moving on with a smile on your face. It looks like nothing just happened to you. You know what I'm saying?
Unfazed.
And you are unfazed. You on to the next one. And she is obviously feeling the hurt and the sting of her attire choices earlier that day that she made. You're moving on. Now, up to this point, there has been no edits, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going.
Okay. So we do still have 3 unpop, but she looking like you gonna pop? Okay. Okay. All right. If we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
My name is Jacqueline. I'm 25. I popped because I have hair on my arms.
Now, I know you looked at her arms. Was there actually hair on her arms?
I honestly don't even think I looked. You know,
Okay.
like I said before, bro already told me she was a pilot or something or about to be. So I was like, yeah, you know, if you got some, and my thing is the reason why I said I want a woman with a career is because God forbid, you know, something ever happened to me, but I need a strong woman, an independent thinker that can adapt and transition to any position in life. You know, if she has to take that role, she has a sufficient skill set to acquire funds needed to take care of the children in my absence.
I feel you, my G. So would you say that she was the most of your type, the one in the pink, even over the one in the black?
Was she in the pink my type over the one in the black? No,
Yeah.
I would honestly go with the one in the black over the pink.
Okay. All right. Let's keep going.
Hey, just because you got hair on your arms, that's okay though, Queen. You look phenomenal though.
Thank you.
You know, she ain't fit to my liking. She ain't even fit to. Hey, excuse me, Queen. I'm talking to this woman right here. Oh, well, I could look anyway. I could look anyway I want to. You know.
Okay.
But yeah, can y'all give her balloon back though?
She don't want it.
Yeah. Do you want your balloon back, Queen? We're not talking to you, sweetheart.
Okay.
You already been. I already let you know. I'm not interested in. You got more hair on your arms than me, baby. But anyways.
Okay. So he's saying get your balloon back, but how you feeling, him?
I'm not gonna get my balloon back.
Okay.
They peer pressured
No
her.
problem. So we do.
We call that the sister code. Now
Yeah.
it looks like there was a couple of jumps there. Was there any edits in there?
No.
Okay.
Still have 2 balloons.
Yes.
Do we still have 2 balloons?
No.
Let's go over here. I saw you hesitate. That's why I had to ask. So if we can have your name and age and why you ended up popping.
My name is Kayla. I'm 23. Originally I was not gonna pop my balloon because I know a lot of them popped it because he was being, I guess, arrogant. But to me, I like my man that's not gonna sit in every girl's face and, you know, complimenting them, you know. So I didn't find that offensive to me. But when they started that, what was going on, I'm very like, I don't want to say I'm argumentative, but I don't want my man to argue back with me because then I feel like it's gonna always be a problem. That was the only reason why I popped my balloon, because I was just.
I feel like I'm not argumentative, but I don't want my man to argue back with me. I gave my take in earlier videos. What's your take on that?
My take is you shouldn't be arguing with your man, period. If your man has shown you that he's a leader, you should not be loud talking that man. You should listen. You know, a queen's job in the kingdom is to advise the king. And when the decree comes out, I'm sure he didn't listen to the queen, you know, because she's right next to him all the time. He didn't heard her out for certain.
Right.
And he could have made his decision based on her input as well.
Yeah. Yeah. And I always tell my G's that as well, is that as the man, you are the leader in these relationships. Do not look for this equal half. No, you are the leader. Now you have to get the tool set necessary to be a strong leader.
Yes.
Because she has to rely on you to make major decisions within both of y'all lives.
Yeah.
At the same time, you can have conversations about things that don't go up to yelling and screaming back and forth. You do not want a lifestyle like that.
Nope.
You do not want a lifestyle like that. You'll wake up each and every morning bickering back and forth and wish that you never got married to that chick. But at that point, she already got the ring. You already made your decision. I see a lot of young men who are living in, and old men as well, who are living in this cheaper to keeper type of mindset.
Yeah.
And it's just so sad to see. It's just, we all got one life to live. Why live a life where you are not your most joyous and your most happiest? Why? Why give in to a woman that is soaked in this poison that is feminism within her mind? why go for a woman that is not looking for you to be a leader?
Yeah.
Why? It makes no sense to me. So when she says, I don't want my man to argue back, what? Immediately, red flag. If I had never seen a red flag, that is a red flag. Red flag almost as long as this strap on top of this young woman that is holding up the mammary glands. Let's keep going.
Just like, dang. But then with me, you kind of got a little bit catty with me. You a little sassy just a little bit. And since you want to come.
Now, she says catty with me. You got sassy with me for a little bit. Was there a cut there?
No.
Okay. So I thought it was odd that she said you got sassy with me, but looking at the video, I'm like, what? Like, if there's not a cut, then when did he get sassy with you? So you're saying on the record that there was no cut right there.
No cut.
Okay.
Everybody over here, I'm gonna get at you too. You kind of look like a Ninja Turtle. You're not that cute. You need to relax. You stocky as hell. And I was trying to be respectful, but like you was really coming out like I didn't like it. I'm from the South and I can handle like a lot of criticism and stuff like that. But the way you was coming, you just ain't like you got it all like that. And I guarantee you probably got a roommate at home and it's just not.
I found it ridiculous that she said that she doesn't want her man to argue back as she's sitting in here arguing with a man.
All right.
Anymore.
Yeah. Well, let me say this, Queen. I'm a licensed plumber.
I do real estate and property management.
I live downtown.
So
I live downtown. I stay by myself, Queen. You know, and you're not even qualified to be even dealing with me.
Everybody not qualified.
You definitely not. You know,
No,
if anything,
you only
it
said
was
one
one
of
of
the
these two. I wasn't even looking your way. You
and
ain't
the one
my
that
type.
you wanted
If
popped
I
up
seen you, that's fine.
So
that is totally fine.
Okay.
But one thing about me, I could pull 100,000 on the bank. Can you do the same?
Get this
Yeah,
man
you can't
off
do
camera.
that. You can't do that though, baby. Yeah,
Let's
in a real
move
way.
on.
You
Let's
can't
move
do
on.
that though, Queen.
All right.
Yeah, so that's where it was at. This is where this clout chaser.
Wait. So real quick. So now we're over here. There was no cuts.
No, the cut came right. You know, when I was backpedaling, I'm like, yeah, Queen. And then that's where the cut is. Because we started going back and forth. Again, no derogatory terms. I did not curse one word. Okay.
What was the back and forth like? How much of that content was cut out?
The back and forth was something to the effect of, I said what kind of vehicle I drive. And then that's when they cut it. Yeah.
Okay.
It wasn't no, yeah. And then honestly, okay, you guys think about this. If I cussed her out or used derogatory terms, then man, I'm really the GOAT. I am him.
Right. For the last girl to still select you.
Yeah, I walked off with I cussed you out. Yeah. And I walked off with the baddie. Oh man, just tell that lie then. Go ahead. Please keep telling that lie.
So there wasn't like producers of the show that like came in and told you to calm down, and there wasn't they didn't stop the taping, nothing like that.
No. And hey, man, I will put up my own money if you can produce a video of me cursing somebody out or doing anything. Not gonna happen.
Okay. All right. He cleared it up. Let's keep going.
Right. If we can have
now, do you want to set this part up with this lovely young woman who you say now is a gold digger?
Do I want to set it up?
I mean, I could just watch it right here, but like for those that do not know, so you walked off with this young woman.
We got to give them the full story.
Do you want to set it up or do you want me to play it first?
Go ahead and play it.
All right.
Your name and age.
Hi, I'm Esther. I'm 23.
Okay. And Esther, you still have your balloon unpopped. Why so?
Are you done?
Oh yeah, I'm done with the rest of that.
Okay.
You know.
Okay, now we can talk, right?
In a real way.
Okay.
She got some game.
What do you look for?
What
are you looking for?
A woman, like I said, that's not going to be promiscuous. A woman that's going to be consistent. A woman that has a career and things going for herself. Because I had the same thing going for myself.
Okay.
You know, as well. I don't need a woman to give me her money or anything. I'm just looking for devotion and some loyalty. That's all. And some honesty.
Do you believe in God?
Oh, certainly. Yes, ma'am. I'm a God-fearing man. I practice monotheism. You know, I won't tell you what I identify as religion-wise, but we can get to that at a later date and time, you know, if you choose to leave here with me.
Okay. Do you know the Bible says that love is kind?
Yes, certainly.
Are you here for love, or are you here to just
I'm
insult
I'm trying to
everyone?
create a family. You know,
Okay.
that's what I aspire to do.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
You're good?
Yes,
Sure, we're
ma'am.
good. Oh, okay. All right. Any questions for her?
No, not at all.
Oh.
Do you have any kids?
No, I don't.
Do you want kids?
I do. You
How old
gonna
are
give
you
me
again?
some? Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 29. How old are you?
23.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You know, we
Okay.
might as well get up out of here right
All
now.
right. Well, let's
Yeah.
step on over here. Let's step
Ball
on.
team, look at them. Don't be like them. Don't be
Damn.
like them. They
Look
got
at the anger, my
snake
G.
on. The one in the blue, she looked like she ready to do the stanky leg or something. She like, whoa, boy.
She's just angry that the sister code was unable to be directly transferred to the woman on their right. This one looks generally happy for the situation,
Yeah,
but
she
these
did.
two are just who ganged up on you.
Yeah.
Apparently, hate that she made that decision, but
The one in the pink, she's the one that really wanted to come with me, but she's
mm,
not qualified because she let them two peer pressure her. So now
yeah, she
you
got
standing, baby.
weak-minded, and she
Yeah,
allowed them to sway her in the
Yeah,
decision.
Now you standing, baby.
Right? Hey, let them know, bro. so also, unbeknownst to you at that time, you had said out loud to the young woman in the red, "Can you pull $100K out the bank?"
No, to the one in the blue.
Right. Okay. To the one into the blue. You said that. Can you pull $100K at the bank?
Yes.
Now, I wonder, let's just rewind real quick. When you said that, let's look at the face of Esther. And then we're going to continue. I just want to see.
Yeah. Yes,
And
please.
you're not even
show that.
qualified to be even
You
dealing
say
with
everybody
me.
not qualified.
You definitely not. You know,
Hey.
if anything, it was one of these.
What's up?
Now go back to the point where it was them three, or maybe it was them two. It's one point in the clip where Esther do the balloon up like this, like she ready to slam it on the ground or pop it or something. And then I think when I say something about the money, then that's when it changed on.
These two.
All right.
I wasn't even
gotta play
looking
that.
your way. You
And the
ain't
one
my
that you
type.
wanted popped
If I
her
seen
balloon.
that's fine.
So
that
what?
is totally fine.
Okay.
But one thing about
Oh,
me,
she
I could pull
already popped.
100,000 on the bank. Can you do
Okay, let's watch.
the same?
Get this
Yeah, you
man
can.
out.
Wait.
We went too far. It got to be back some.
Oh, we got to go back some.
Yeah.
She was about to pop it. What? Like at what?
It's one point they sent me the clip though, where I was talking to the girl, and then I'll go back to when Arlette asked them, like, "Are you gonna pop?" I think.
It's when she started to back up. Okay, so it was after.
And then fit them. Hey, excuse me, Queen.
You think it's before this or after this?
Might be a little after this. Look at her face though.
Anyway,
Looking at
I
me.
could look any way I want to. You know.
Okay.
But yeah, can y'all give her balloon back though?
She don't want it.
Yeah. Do you want your balloon back, Queen? We're not talking to you, sweetheart.
All right, I'm
You,
gonna speed
you
up
already
some.
been. I already let you know. I'm not interested in. You got more hair on your arms than me, baby. But anyways.
Okay. So he's saying get your balloon back, but how you feeling him?
I'm not gonna get my balloon back.
Okay.
All right.
No,
no
I
problem.
think we went
So
too
we do
far.
still have 2 balloons.
Yes.
Do we still have 2?
We went too far back.
Okay, maybe. Wait.
Let's go.
Well, no, she put her hand up in the air.
You
And she
see
said,
right
no, I-
there.
no,
You
she
see?
said I still got my balloon.
Oh, I thought she went like
I thought you were
that.
saying that's why I had to ask. 2 balloons.
Yes.
Do we still have 2 balloons? No.
Yeah, she raised hers up in the hand. She looked like she's like, no, I'm still here. That's what it looked
Oh,
like.
I thought that was my interpretation from it. When she raised, I thought because you see how the one in the blue popped it, she threw it on the ground and did the extras. And I'm like, okay, that's what it looked like she was getting ready to do too.
Yeah, no. So I interpret this as she's saying, no, I still got a balloon. What's up?
Oh, okay.
Let's go.
She's like, come to me. Like, I still got a balloon. What's up?
I thought you had to say. That's why I had to ask.
Well,
So if
she
we can
don't
have
seem
your
too
name and
excited.
You said what?
She don't seem too excited.
age and why you ended up popping.
My name is Kayla. I'm 23. Originally I was not gonna pop my balloon because
Can you do the same?
All right. So when they said he got 100K in the bank,
Give me her. Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
move
like,
on.
this is totally fine.
Okay.
But one thing about me, I could pull 100,000 on the bank. Can you do the same? Yeah, you can.
okay. Let's go down to 0.5.
Can't do that. You can't do that, though.
Look. Hello. That's what I'm looking at right. Hello. Cha-ching. Hello.
There she goes.
100. What?
There she
Hello.
go.
Hello. I said, how many hair installations can I get with $100K in the bank? Is what she's thinking of herself.
Man,
damn. How much more of these heels? How much more of my nails? Man, I can do a lot with that. Hello.
yeah,
Let's
in a real
move
way.
on.
You
Let's
can't
move
do
on.
that though, Queen.
Okay. Okay. So there's a jump cut right there. Let me put it back on a normal speed. And then let's go towards the end, towards the walkout.
Okay.
All right, well, let's step on over here. Let's step that way real quick for me. Step that way.
Okay.
All right. So it seems like there's a little vibe here. So is it gonna be a yes for you for him?
God says save souls. So yeah.
Oh,
She got too
and
much
is it a
game
yes
for
for
me.
you for
It's gonna
her?
be a hell yes for me.
Okay, we got a match. All right, let me take this mic and y'all can go on off.
That's that eye candy I was talking about.
Say it
That's
again.
that eye candy. Can we see the clip when she hit me with that side eye? You got that on there?
The clip with the side.
Yeah, on my Instagram. You will have
Oh,
to
you want me to go to your Instagram?
Yeah, go to my Instagram.
All right, I'm gonna pull that up right now. But while I pull that up, tell me what you were feeling like as soon as like let me back this up a little bit so we can put it up on the screen. Tell me what you were feeling like at wait, hold on. No, we gotta get it at the correct. Hold on.
Y'all can go on off.
Now you're obviously looking at the chicken. Is it the red or the blue?
Honestly, I can't even remember who
Okay,
I was looking at or what, but I know, after we matched, I was like, okay, cool. I was looking forward to going on the date, but I always do a temperature check. I always gotta, before we go on a date, let me see where your head is at, which direction we going, and etc. But before we could even get to that point, Chandler came up to her. I'm a grown man. I don't have no reason. I don't need none of this. Chandler came up to her, gave her his phone, and she grabbed the phone. And so I'm looking at her, right? You don't address another man because this isn't my woman. Had it been my woman, that's an immediate fisticuff trying to give my woman your number. But
so just real quick for context, because some people might be lost. So essentially, you went backstage, and after you went backstage, there was another guy that was on the show.
Yes,
there was another guy on the show that asked Esther, the woman in the black, the woman that you walked out with, for her number.
Yes.
Okay. So keep on going with the story. I just want to make sure people understood where you were going.
You see, Esther, she hit me with the side eye right there. Boom.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
What is that about?
Now that's my bro. Shout out to bro. Bro was in the audience and he was recording. We got back footage and everything. We ain't even putting it out because we're not gonna blow y'all up even bigger. But we got bro on video walking up to you, grabbing your phone while I'm standing there, and then I storm off afterwards. I was not upset. I just told her. I said, "You're disqualified," and I walked off because, before I told her she was disqualified, I asked her. I said, "That's what you doing, baby?" She was like, "Yeah, like I'm just trying to." I walked off. I'm done. So the producers, started calling my phone like, "Hey, she wants your number." Then she's sorry. Well, no, I'm done. I'm cool. So they've been calling me, trying to get me to go on a date with her. I didn't want to. I wasn't interested. Once I'm turned off, I'm turned off. It's over and done with. On to the next. So my mom had persuaded me to take Esther out on a date, right? So I'm talking to the producers about taking Esther out on a date and everything. And before we got to that point, I said, all right, let me call this girl. Let me see where her head is at, because I let the producers know I was planning on taking her to Mexico. I was going to get a nice resort. I was going to do it real right for the follow-up video, but I did not want to spend any of my money unless I knew 100% fact that this girl wanted to go on this date with me. Oh yeah, she did. Yeah, she did. Okay. She does. I'll call her. I hear her out. We have about a 40-minute conversation, maybe an hour or something to that effect. And at the end of the conversation, she asked me for some money for my t-shirts the you not qualified t-shirts. So the first time she asked, I waved it off like, I was like, what? And then she said it again. Like, it wasn't no good night, daddy. No, at least try to butter me up if you plan on getting some money out of me.
At least.
Come on,
man.
She
took you at the end of the conversation. Now you talking to her. Now, my G, listen. Hold on. Now, was the conversation about Mexico, was that like, yo, the producers was like, yo, we'll pay for an expense. You just want to tape it?
That was coming out of my own pocket. The producers, they don't pay for nothing. All they do is you get up there, and then after that, they follow up. That's it. They're not giving you no type of anything.
Now, and when you say Mexico, are you talking about Juarez?
No, I was thinking about going to Rocky Point, or if she had her passport, then we would have went to Cabo.
Let's go. Let's stay there for a quick second. Why Mexico and not try to do other things? Because if you went to Mexico, would you pay for her ticket, her flight, her stay?
Hell yeah, I'm gonna have to, because I know she's not qualified. She don't have no money. Okay. So of course, and then it's a man. I'm the man, and then this is my opportunity to show other brothers how to court a woman. That's what I was like, after my mom told me, she was like, yeah, just give the girl does have a relationship with God, so just give her a chance. So I was like, all right, let me see. And that's what I get. So no, it's not going down. I'm not getting on no reunion shows. I'm done with all of that.
Dog, she waited till she got outside of the camera and rolled her eyes. So what is this? Is this because you were the last person and she didn't get chosen at all, and she wanted to get chosen at least one time?
Probably so.
Oh,
she wanted that follow-up video. That's it. That was our whole conversation. It was just like, it could be, and what she really played herself, because you played yourself out of a good man that could have taught you, that could have molded you. Like, we could have did fitness content. I could have helped you improve in so many different aspects of life. But because of your promiscuity, your desire to seek other men, you could not see what the prize looks like because you're distracted. So, and I said this on Kite's interview as well. When a woman is distracted, disqualify her immediately, because the seeds that you're planting, you're just overwatering that plant, and they're never gonna grow.
Never gonna grow. They're not open to the sunlight. They're not open to the water. It's just not gonna work.
Esther is what I call
to get blood from a rock.
Esther is what I call that eye candy, right?
She knows she's pretty.
She's
and she leverages it to get what she wants.
Yeah, she's appealing to the eye, but she is also a mirage. Okay. Now, if you think about a mirage, right? You're traveling through the desert. At the end of the desert, you see paradise. So you're walking through this desert. It's storm. It's a stormy desert. You're encountering all type of adversity in the midst of this. But you will never make it to that mirage because it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist.
And the mirage is the promised land. That's the desired results that we aspire to have with these promiscuous women that never get manifest because their attention is divided.
Yeah. Bro, you spitting absolute bars right now. And I say this for my G's on the channel as well, is that it's something that I had to figure out. It's how to separate my visual, physical attraction to a woman versus understanding that I have to meet that woman where she currently is. Yes. And I cannot avoid the red flags that she is obviously showing me, right? Like, do I give, is it okay if she's having a conversation and giving another man, her number or her social media right in front of me? There's components of the internet that says, you're insecure.
Yeah.
I say over here, fuck that shit. You're not insecure. She's giving you the tea leaves right here. Why are you ignoring them? You cannot go back later and say, oh, I didn't know. Meanwhile, she's demonstrating for you in 3D, in 4K, right in front of your face. Blatantly.
Heck yeah.
Blatant. Woo, I didn't even catch this, my G. I'm happy that you said this. Hey, and I got it zoomed in and blown up.
There's been situations that I've been in with a promiscuous woman, and I give her another chance after I know for 100% fact and thinking, I see her true potential, hoping that she will change. bro, when a woman steps out on you, leave that woman right there where she is at. Do not entertain it. Bro, practice semen retention. Learn the power in practicing semen retention. I went a whole 5 months, after dealing with the last promiscuous woman that I dealt with, because I felt like I just had her energy, her whole aura was just embedded in my skin. I just didn't like who I was. It's just my pH balance. It just felt so nasty, and I wanted to detox and cleanse myself off of her spirits off of me. And ever since then, things have been getting better. I really haven't been dating. I really haven't been doing much of anything other than trying to further my plumbing career.
Yeah. She had that demon energy. She had that Lilith energy. And sometimes you got to go through. Wait, say what?
I said, look at that face.
Listen. I'm not petty, but I could be petty sometimes. But regardless, and it sounds like you went through. You sound like you went through a detox.
Yes,
of the Lilith that enveloped you for a little while. And sometimes that is needed. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things that you said earlier is that you don't like being alone. But I often say to young men is that's one of the things that we have to master within our masculinity, our manhood, is how to operate alone. Right? We're together people. We're meant to be together, right? At the end of the day. But as a man, in order to master your purpose, hone your craft, become an expert at something, you have to get very cool and situated with being independent, going on your own, doing things yourself. You don't always need your boys with you. You don't always need to be in a relationship.
Listen to this man.
Facts. Appreciate that, bro. Now listen, let's let me get this shit off.
We got to touch on the main important topics because this laptop about to die on me.
Oh shit! You gotta you don't have a charger?
No, I don't. Not where I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the unprofessionalism right now. My life is in chaos. I got all my stuff in bad. I'm trying to move. I'm trying to, figure it all out moving forward right now. So I apologize to the streamers about the unprofessionalism. If it's anything, this thing dies and we didn't address, bro, I don't care if we got to do a part 2 tonight, or whenever we can do it.
Well, you still have your phone, right? You can always go live with your phone.
Oh, yeah, I could go live on my phone. Heck yeah.
Okay. Whoops. All right. So let's get on from the dating show and let's go on to this video with the Latina, the TikToker. Let's go on to there. Let me just make sure I didn't have my assets ready. So while I'm getting stuff ready, talk about this. So do you know who doxed you? Do you know, was it her? Because I think that she was being accused of doxing you. And then also start to get into the beginning. Like, how did you meet this girl?
I met her on Facebook dating. Okay. I don't even know this girl's last name.
Yo, Facebook dating, my G, please delete your profile right now. I looked at Facebook dating and it is the worst collection of options. Delete that shit immediately, bro.
Every female I met on there was a manipulator. They was broke. They played the best possible role they could. And then after, they had me so invested in them because I don't like my attention divided. I'm a busy man. I got a lot of stuff going on. I don't have time to be entertaining 6 different women. So when I'm dealing with somebody, it's, I'm dealing with you. I don't want my time wasted. So while I'm dealing with her the whole time, we hung out. Okay. We start messaging each other probably like on a Wednesday. Friday, I came out there. I was already moving out to Phoenix because I had a plumbing job set up. I was going to get a house. I was going to get everything going in Phoenix. So my friend was staying out there. My friend is still indulging in the lifestyle. So honestly, I kind of got like 1 foot out, 1 foot in because I'm still hanging around. Even though I'm not committing crimes or anything, I'm still hanging around with these types of people. So me and her, we hit it off well. And after we hit it off, for the week, I was supposed to just stay the weekend and go. After Monday came, she was like, I don't want you to leave.
Okay. Looks like we lost him. His laptop died. He's probably going to log on through his phone right now. But let me address these super chats right now while he gets up on his phone. In the meantime, All right. Let me go back up and take a look. Let me put this up on the screen. Let me get him off real quick. And damn, it's a lot of super chats. Let me acknowledge the International Quiet Storm, $10 super chat. Preach, Weapon X. 80% of this chat can't swap out a toilet safely. Blue collar workers for the win. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat, my G. Shout out to Tiny with the $5 super chat. Shout out to It's My First Day. Weapon X and other plumbers are essential. Without plumbers, we're potentially dealing with another bubonic plague. Shout out, my G, for the $5 super chat. Shout out to Big Bass Life. What up, my guy? For the $10 super chat, I've had a rebirth with MTR doing drops, music, and also plumbing, carpenter. Did 20 years in the joint. Damn. Came home, went to worked with Dennis Sperling, MTR, Zoom to Thailand, got your next drop. Big Bass Life. Listen, you absolutely made an outro for me. Shout out, my G. I got to bring that outro back. That outro was so fire. Thank you so much, my G, again. And thank you for continuing to support the channel. 20 years in the joint and still out doing something in your life that you find purpose in means a lot. All right? Means a lot. Shout out to you, my G. Let me keep going and acknowledging. Shout out to Tiny. Outsmarted they ass. Shout out to Miss Help Me. $5 super chat. What if they had stretch marks? Damn. Shout out to Enemy Zero with the $5 super chat. The hair on her arms put Wolverine to shame. Shout out to Jonathan Banks with a $10 super chat. Shout out to the plumber pipe fitters. I'm 39. Been in the trade for 14 years. UA 469. If anyone wants to go to Union, it's Microchip Factory, work in Phoenix for 12 more years. The racism has got to be better. Hey, listen, Jonathan, you sound like appropriate person to be on my back end within the MT Army, right? You have a skill set. There's young men back there that are looking to understand and things to do within their purpose, within life. You should be within the MT Army as well. I want to get a strong collection of doers, those who have done it before and those who have questions about doing it as well. Link in the description box down below. If you guys are interested, our first call, our first session, group session will be on this Tuesday at like 8 p.m. Sign up. It's free. Sign up right now. All right. Let me keep going. Shout out to J-Lock with the $5 super chat. Girl in the blue look like NLE Chopper rapper. Shout out to J-Lock for the disrespect. Shout out to Venom 23333333333 for the $5 super chat. Her glands looking like a pair of wet socks hanging out to dry. Who this one? Shout out, my G, for the $5 super chat. Let's keep going. Shout out to Amaz. What up, Amaz? Shout out. Hashtag you're not qualified. Shout out to Amaz. Appreciate you. Former Patreon member down into the building. Shout out to No Guarantees. Thanks, MTR, for having Big Bro up. X, get that shirt popping. You are not qualified. Shout out, my G. Shout out to the Sizzler. All right. That's way too close to the diddler. All right. Bring her up. She's in the chat. Hashtag Marie. Oh, is she? Bring her up if so. Shout out to Ruel Black, the Crypto Rue podcast. X, when you cut, you mentioned in your car. Shout out to Alan Lavelle with the $5. I'll give you a second to set up, bro. Shout out to Alan Lavelle for the $5 super chat. Bingo, MTR. You've got one life to live. Why go through the damn torture? I'll let you guys know I will never go through that goddamn degree of torture. Shout out to Monk with a $2 super chat. Wait a minute. Aunt Marie is the girl in the video. Are we talking about this woman? If so, she can absolutely call in. We can absolutely have a live and direct conversation. All right. Shout out to the Kosher Clinician. What up, my G? Yet another content creator, therapist out of North Carolina. Shout out to MTR. Would love to do a show with you, young brother. Come back into the MT Army. Come and sign up. I need soldiers back there that can talk that shit. Let's go. Let's get active. Shout out to Dan Tanner with a $10 super chat. What up, MTR? Aaron is a national treasure. Love the way he handled the women. Hashtag salute. Shout out to Salty Balls with the $100 super chat. For thine, she's heathen only designation in queendom is the mains of 10,000 steeds inked. Bands his property about thine arms, eyes that drift further apart about thy face as lily pads. Yeah, when I'm a father, I'm going to be a fantastic story time reader. In the uncleanest of swamps, rebuke thine into the abyss of loneliness and barrenness. Shout out to Salty Balls for hashtag body positivity for those out here with just one left. We still going strong, all right? Shout out to Salty Balls with the $100 super chat. You are now co-sponsor for the stream. Salty Balls, thank you for your love, support, and continued respect. Shout out to Dante Bryan for the $5 super chat. So you mean to tell me, Miss God Save Souls, with all quoting the Bible, is a monkey branching gold digger? Go figure. Shout out to E again, the $9 super chat. He's 100% right about the non-arguing policy. I want to still be loving even in the midst of convos. I'm also going to say even in the midst of chaos, where we do not agree. Working on this in my celibate season right now, learning to be silent and receptive. Keep working on it, mama. Okay. Shout out to Mr. Solvering with a $10 super chat. Don't let the appearance be the interference. Bars. Yeah, he was spitting some bars. He's back there as well. All right. We're going to bring him up here in a second. He's taking a little bit of a second to get. I'm almost done with the super chat. Shout out to Kadeem Liber with the $5 Canuck bucks. Personally, I think you shouldn't have paid any mind to the women who popped. Once they popped, they lost the opportunity to talk to you. Shout out to Salty Balls again with a $10 super chat. Thine she heathens were smitten about thy foreign head with a lashing, rebucation. Even hairs of fowls about thy wrist. The blue, snaked serpent tongue of a modern woman and a harlot could not stop thy king from his ascension.
Yeah,
you ascended,
man.
my G.
Hey, talk that talk, man.
Talk that talk. Listen, he's
That's
coming
what
up
we
with his
need
own
more
Bible
of.
verses back there. You know what I'm saying? Listen, let me finish up real quick. It's almost shit. It's okay. Shout out to Cesaro. Mr. Let Go claims this behavior to be networking. Don't feed the birds. Should have took her to Tijuana and is left it there on a one-way ticket.
Oh, man, that's foul.
That's foul. That's well as me. Shout out to Lamont Sanders. Sir, use your passport and find a wife overseas. Not the IRO. Shout out to NGE. Never good enough. $10 super chat. Watch out for Gruboos. A Gruboo is a chick that's built like the bad guy from Despicable Me. Gru. And that's your boo. Shout out, my G. Shout out to Enos with the cockroach picture. Salute, MTR. I love the content. BABG gang in here. He can make money off teaching the plumbing. Shout out to Dante. Damn, everyone showed up for this stream. Shout out to King Buck. This is the last one for right now. Thanks for all the content, all the male positivity. MTR Aaron is a real one, and I wish him the best. Stay blessed.
Thank you, man. God bless you.
Now, Aaron, how's your cell phone battery doing?
It's charging. We good.
Okay, we good. So listen, let me go run to the restroom real quick, and then we're gonna get right up into this content right here, which I think is gonna be the main dish. This one right here is gonna be the main course. But if you don't mind, I'm becoming an old man, and my bladder seems to be shrinking just a little bit. So let me go off and I will be right back. Let me try to play something for the G's in the middle. Hold on.
You know, you want to play her little segment?
Wait, no, because I wanna be here for the segment.
Okay, yeah.
But let me just give me a minute, and I'll come back. I don't know what
man, I really don't even want to hear that BS.
All right,
Oh,
all right.
good.
We're gonna be right back. We're gonna be right back. And we are back. All right, so bro,
Hey.
so the plan is to react to this. I'll stop it at various times. I'll ask you questions. Is there anything else that you want to say before we get started in this?
I just want to say, take me for a prime example of why you should not be dealing with low value women.
Okay, fair enough. Let's get down up into it. So the first one that we'll play looks like this got 1,000,000 views.
Thank you
And
for that million.
let's go.
All right, now that we opened the can of worms, let's go ahead and talk about part 1 of Watch Who the Fuck You Date. So his name is Aaron. Aaron is my ex. We dated for a few months and it didn't last very long. And let me tell you why. He is like insane. It's like he has that little person talking to him in the corner of his shoulder at all times. Like he's making up constant stories in his head about like that I'm cheating on him, that he's got to watch his back, that I have guys in my apartment at all times, and that I'm cheating while I'm at work, when I work in a clinic full of women, by the way. So let's take it back to the beginning. So again, we met. I lived in Arizona. He lived in New Mexico. And he said, oh, I have a friend that lives in Arizona. I was actually just there. I was like, oh, dang. Well, whenever you're down here again, let's grab dinner or whatever. He's like, all right. He ended up coming, and his plan was to end up moving to Arizona anyway with his friend, right? He ended up at my house so much anyway that I was just kind of like, I mean, you kind of already live here. His clothes was there, everything. So I was like, fuck it, just, that was my mistake. So my mom ends up making dinners for us all the time. We're Mexican. We make huge dinners.
All right, it's a lot of babble talk. So what is she saying? Is she saying that you moved in with her?
Yes. Okay. So what happened? Like I said, I was coming out here already. I'm a plumber, so I travel. I'm state to state all the time. I have connections, good relationships with contractors where I had the ability where I can do that. So I was planning on moving out here to Phoenix anyways. The plan was to stay with my friend until I found my place and filed for the lease and did all of that. So due to things that were transpiring over there, I ended up staying with her. She thought it would be a better idea. I did not have my license at the time, but I was studying and I needed to focus, so I could get my license and increase my pay. So I ended up deciding to stay with her. Yes.
Got it. Now, did you ask her or did she offer it to you? Like, what was that conversation like?
No, we just we when we honestly, it was the sex, man. I'm just saying that's all it was. And then she just didn't want me to leave, didn't want me to leave from her side. From that point, from the first time that we had sex, she did not want me to leave from her side. Like we went everywhere together, did everything, and the only times we'll be away from each other is when she went to work or if I went to work.
Okay, so essentially she offered to you that come and stay with me. It'll be easy for you while you're doing all your licensing stuff. It'll just
Yes.
be easier. And
Yes,
then
I have.
you accept it.
Yes, I accepted it too, because I know, and in my mind at the time, I'm thinking I'm dealing with a wholesome woman, due to the manipulation tactics she used on me.
Yeah.
But I know, being with a wholesome woman is the best thing for a man that comes from my lifestyle. A woman to keep you in the house would keep you out of trouble. So that was my thought process. Like, okay, maybe it's time to start a family and stay out the way, because that's what I've been aspiring to do this whole time. I come from a broken family, and I've always wanted a tight family unit, and that's my problem. They dangle that over my head like a carrot, and I'm right there trying to bite it.
Got it. So she's trying to also paint you as a person that hears voices, that has something on his shoulder. She's trying to paint you as crazy. Now, is she leveraging the pop the balloon, or what some people thought your demeanor as crazy, in order to kind of concoct this story? And if not, explain that. Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I just don't understand, like, how people don't think logically. Okay, you see all my mugshots, you seen everything, but there has not been one mugshot for me doing anything to this woman. So I have to be the world's coldest criminal mastermind for me to be doing all of these allegations and just getting away with it. Like, who am I? I don't have white privilege. I'm a black man. They're gonna slam me under the jail for anything I do. I was born with 2 strikes against me. So you're telling me I'm outsmarting law enforcement, doing all of these things to these women? Come on,
So,
man. That's
so
preposterous.
essentially, what you're saying is that if your criminal lifestyle and activity prior to reading her, if you got found out for doing that and guilty for doing that, then why would not the law as well? Why would you not be in jail for domestic violence? Why would you not be in jail for stalking? Why you don't have? Is there any stalking within your arrest record? Your warrants? Nothing.
No
Okay.
crimes against women, no crimes against children.
Okay. So in other words, it's not adding up. Is my conclusion right here?
It's not adding up, because obviously I'm not a good criminal, because you see all the charges I get. Every time I do something, I get caught.
Right. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. It doesn't seem like you had a history of doing things that you didn't get caught for. Right. Like so within that, let's just keep going in the reaction, my G.
Dinners, and the first time he went, he met the family and everything was cool. But when we left, my mom called me and she said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "What do you mean, am I okay?" All right.
Shit, sorry.
All right, now that we opened the can of worms, well, whenever you're down here again, that's great. All right.
God damn it.
All right, now that we opened the can of worms, let's go ahead and talk about part 1 of Watch Who the Fuck You Date. So his name is Aaron. Aaron's like, So my mom ends up making dinners for us all the time. We're Mexican. We make huge dinners. And the first time he went, he met the family and everything was cool. But when we left, my mom called me and she said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "What do you mean, am I okay?" She said, "Well, I see something in his eye, like he wants to hurt you or like he wants to control you. I don't know how to tell you because I don't want you to think that I'm crazy, but I'm just telling you to be careful and really think about if this is the guy that you really want to be with." And I was like, well, I mean, it kind of is already in motion, it's already happening. So then my mom invites us over for dinner again. I think it was the next day, and we play loteria. And I guess he was just like, "No, I don't want to go." Like he started little by little, kind of not wanting to be around my family. And I don't know if he noticed that my family didn't really like approve of him or whatever.
What's your response to that? Did you realize that the family was kind of against you?
Now, let me say this. That is a total lie. Okay, I'm gonna upload these pictures. I love the Hispanic culture, and people think I'm weird of it because I wear cowboy hats. I got nice gator boots. I like wearing big belt buckles and stuff.
You've been down to Mexico a lot of times?
Yes, sir. Went down there a lot of times. So when I went to her parents' house, they were impressed. Like, wow, my right hand to God strike me with the toughest plague if I'm lying right now. They were like, "Man, he is so handsome. We want the aunt was saying she wanted a black man after she met me, and they were teaching me Spanish. We ate. We had a phenomenal time. So that's what made me put up with more of her BS too. And man, I got my old phone right here. I got all the text messages. Do not make me start scrolling up through these messages. Okay? So the parents, they love me, everything was cool. But she is not lying about the part where she said, I started distancing myself. Yes, I did, but I never made her take notes. Her parents live right down the street from her job, like 2-3 miles. It's no way I could keep her away from them. But she is not lying when she said, wait, what did she say again?
She said that you started to distance yourself from her
Oh,
family.
yes, I did. I did distance myself.
Okay, and why was that?
There was I came to the understanding that there was no talking to the parents. The parents did not comprehend logic. Okay, I caught their daughter texting another man sexually, and I was getting ready to leave her, but I was in a catch-22 because now I already have feelings for your 2 kids. Her kids came to me for everything. She didn't even have no money.
She has 2 kids.
Yeah, she has 2 kids that I was helping take care of. You know, that they only come to her house every other weekend. She lost custody of her children. She has mental health issues. Do I need? I will dive deep into these text messages, and I promise you, she has mental health issues. I can pull up the text messages from her own phone that she told me that she lost custody of these 2 kids. She makes money off of TikTok. Y'all are giving her a platform. This girl is broke. I could show you text messages. She didn't even have $30 to get her son's haircut. Okay, she tried to manipulate me for $5,000 because she thought I was gonna buy her a wedding ring. And when it came time for the day to buy her a wedding ring, you know, honestly, I did. I lied to her. I played her game in the end because I had like 2 weeks left or a week left for my place to be ready, and I was gonna give her some money, and we were gonna split ways. She was gonna go left. I was gonna go right. I had no problem with that whatsoever. But she tried to play me. She tried to kick me out the house one day, like, Dry, you know I'm not from out here. I don't want to go to my homies. You know, I'm not trying to get him. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to do something positive with my life. So she was constantly trying to, oh yeah, you should just leave.
And let me ask you this question, bro. So how far into the relationship did you find these text messages that she was sending to some guy?
It wasn't even a week, like maybe second week, I started noticing signs. I would say she would go in the bathroom for long periods of time, always take her phone to the bathroom. At night, you know, the phone's always on silent or it's on D&D. No, the phone never rings. Never. Nobody ever called. It was just so many red flags. And then I asked her. I never deboed her, strong-armed her, nothing. I'm going to ask, hey, baby, can I go through your phone? Because I'm feeling like you hiding something from me. This don't have nothing to do with me being insecure, but I'm asking you to give me
Aaron, let me ask you this question. So if you started to identify these red flags early in relationship, first of all, she had 2 kids, right?
Yes.
That for me off strength means that you're not qualified,
Yes.
but you still qualified her. You identified that she lost custody of her kids, right? And she had the kids every other weekend, right? You understood that.
No,
right, you understood that she took her phone into the bathroom and she might have been doing like weird things, but you continued a relationship with her. Help me understand why.
You're right, and that's another thing I was telling y'all. I let my emotions supersede my intelligence because I see the potential that we have. You know, we did some positive things together, and I let the little small positive outshine all the negative. You know, we were going to the gym. She would cook. She would get up. You know, she would make me coffee every morning. She didn't clean, but she would make me coffee every morning. You know, she did little things that I did like, and I got attached fast, man. I'm a Cancer. I can't. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm
a Cancer
fast
too, bro, and I haven't been in a relationship in 20 years, but that's neither here nor there. I don't really bang with this astrological shit.
Are you a June Cancer or July?
I'm a June Cancer.
Oh man, they gave me the wrong type in my DNA.
but listen, bro, listen. So do you take? I don't want to get back into the reaction because she has some wild claims in here that I want you to address. Do you take accountability for your choices and not recognizing the clearly red flags within the situation and making an emotional based decision. See, that was your old life. Your old life was being soaked within your emotions. But the logic of the situation of she not being qualified for all of these things, but you still ignored them. How long ago was this relationship?
This was sometime last year.
Okay. And how
About
long
a year ago.
and how long
Almost.
after you met her did you move in with her?
I'm saying we moved. The first time I seen her, I never left.
Jesus.
That's where we went wrong. We had a good ass weekend, and we, I don't know,
on that weekend. Did you take it down that weekend? Did the good sex start that weekend?
Yeah, it started immediately. Shit, right when I walked in the door.
So she qualified herself.
I think it was the vibe for me, more the sex, more than the performance than anything. It was the vibe.
Okay. I had to address these things, and I got to give you some pushback, bro, because I tell the dudes on the platform, you are the decisions that you make.
Yeah,
and this one sound like a dumpster fire before you even moved in.
You're right. And moving forward, that's why I disqualify him right away. I'm well aware. Even after dealing with her, I dealt with more promiscuous women that, weren't about anything. But man, if she shows that red flag, it's best to just cut them off, because now I'm at the age where I understand where things like this cost you money. The older you get, it's not, things start to affect you financially. When you're younger, you're not worried about that.
Yeah. How old are the children?
I can't tell you.
Like, are they like 10, 11 or 1 and 2?
Like 10, 11 type.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's get back into the reaction, bro.
Whatever. I'm not too sure. But anyways, that was a red flag number 1. It's kind of like he was already trying to distance me. All right, now that we opened the can of worms, let's
go to part 2. Okay, why is that not playing?
All right, now that
Am I tripping? Is this not a video? TikTok, reload.
All right, welcome back to part 2 of Watch Who You Date. We're talking about Aaron, the guy that went viral on Pop the Balloon game. So anyways, he starts to distance me from my family. He starts to track me. I give him my location because I had nothing to hide.
She said you start to distance her from her family.
Yeah, I did that in a 2-week month period.
Okay. So you're saying that's a lie?
Yes, that's a lie.
Okay.
Every time I won Pop the Balloon game. So anyways, he starts to distance me from my family. He starts to track me. I give him my location.
She starts to track me. What does she mean when she says that?
I asked her to turn her location on because I know
on like WhatsApp, or no, you guys got iPhone, so you got like location on it.
Yeah, on the iPhone, turn your location on because I know.
I find it interesting when she says he proceeds to track me when this is like an agreed upon. Let's turn location on.
I don't know if she still has the videos up, but if y'all look at her TikTok while I was with her, she has videos, tutorial guides on how to be promiscuous, how to hide things, text messages. Look at her content. Look at her content, man. I promise you, she has this on her TikTok. While I was with her, that's how I was learning about these, how they send text messages off notes. I was in prison. I didn't know nothing about this till I met her. She had whole tutorials and guides and stuff about how to hide a text message and how to do this. And let's see if she deleted it off her page, because they certainly on there. If you really watch her content, you can tell like this is a promiscuous woman for certain.
Dog, this is it. That's absolutely crazy. If anyone can find this for me, send it to me on my Instagram. Send it to me via email. At the same time, though, you're in a relationship. Wait, how was it say?
Right now, she gonna go delete it.
Wait, hold on. I texted him 5 minutes ago, but said active woman and ago 5 - 1 equals for the streets. Trash.
See, come on, man.
So, but at the same junction, my G, you're in a relationship with a woman that's making how to be a thought content on her TikTok. True or untrue?
Yes. True.
Okay. So why at that point do you not say you are unqualified and get out of there?
She telling me I never dealt with a woman that doesn't know TikTok or had no real social media presence like that. So I wasn't really tripping off of it. I was just like, she would always get TikTok. They send her stuff, like all that little makeup and little whatever you see her, they send that to her for free. So I was like, oh, okay, maybe she make a bag off of this. But then, later on down the road, I'm like, she don't even really make that much money off of TikTok. Like, she's super broke. And I promise to God, God, strike me if I'm lying right now. I had this woman write down all of her bills, right? All her bills, all her expenses, and her bills, she was living like $260 above her means. She don't have no sense, man. Y'all giving this girl a platform for nothing.
So let me also ask you this as well. Like when you were living there, were the bills, like was the rent 50-50? Like how did you manage that?
This was what was going on down. Hey, if you in Phoenix, Arizona, and you know that girl,
all right,
man, get in these comments. Get in these comments. But I gotta put it out there. Wait. What was the question? What was the question again? Sorry.
No, so I was saying, what was the breakdown of you moved in? Did you pay her rent? Was it 50-50? Like what was that situation?
So she was in a tough spot. The last dude that she was dealing with before me had told her, send me your rent money and I'm going to pay your rent with my credit card and it's going to help me boost up my credit score. So this dummy gives she gives him her rent money. He gets the rent money, he burns off on her. I think it was like $2,600. So now when I come into the picture, and that's exactly why she moved me in, because she could not afford her rent. She ended up having to take out a loan and some more stuff, getting help from her parents. But she thought
Ah, shit. Did we just lose him again? Get back here, Aaron. We got to have a full conversation about this. Ah, shit. Get back here, Aaron. We must finish this conversation for the people. This is getting interesting. I ain't gonna hold you. There's so many other questions that I want to ask. We got text messages here. I think he's back. Okay, wait, hold on. Let's let him. Okay. Ah. Okay, I think he's back. Hold on. What's up, brother?
What the heck just happened? I don't know what just happened. My mic stopped messing up or started messing up.
Okay. You were popping off. Okay, looks like you going in and out, bro. Okay, we're gonna let him fix it. If you can hear this, bro, I think you should. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool.
Okay. Was that you got a call? Is that what that went black?
No, I don't know. My mic just started messing up and then it went black on me.
Okay. So you were popping off. I asked you about who was paying what, and then you were going in.
Okay, so the man ran off on her with the money, right? She's about to get evicted. So that's why she rushed me into the
and so she that she got scammed.
Yeah,
the guy wanted to improve. So he wanted to improve his credit.
Yes.
So he was gonna pay it on his credit card.
Yes.
And then so she gave him the money. She said, "Oh, okay, yeah, just take my money so you can
Yes.
improve your credit card because I'm a rider." And then he said, "Pew, see you."
Pumed on her. Then after he pumes, she tries to bring me in the picture, and I was helping her, you know, with her light bills. I was paying with paying for the food and things of that nature. But she was always asking for money. So when we upload these receipts, the world can see. You know, she was
Okay.
always asking for money. Every conversation that we had every day, it always ended up being about money. And I had to always tell her, like, stop talking to me about money. So
Okay.
I was just trying to prolong the situation so my place, you know, was available, so I didn't have to go back to California. So
Okay. Okay. Let's keep going. This is part 2. Let's keep going.
Back to part 2 of Watch Who You Date. We're talking about Aaron, the guy that went viral on Pop the Balloon game. So, anyways, he starts to distance me from my family. He starts to track me. I give him my location because I had.
So she's using words here that say that you are controlling, you are egotistical, you are a predator. She's using those words. But again, you said that so you're saying that you agreed together to turn on both of your locations for each other. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So she's just using words in order to demonstrate that or make you look like a monster.
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going.
I had nothing to hide. Every time I would walk by the window, my location would show that I was outside. So he'd call me like, "What are you doing outside? Who are you messing with at work? Why aren't you working?" Like that controlling, right? Then
would you call her while she was at work if she walked outside? Is she correct there?
I have before, yes, because
Okay.
she's supposed to be at work, right? But her location, she's in an apartment complex on the other side of the town. So I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? You know, whose house are you at? You haven't took me to no apartment complex, and it's on her lunch break too. So I know you over there getting jiggy.
You know, it's real. As a masculine leader and a protector, if I see that my lady is somewhere else that she's not supposed to be, I've never done the location share thing before, but if I would, and I see she's somewhere else, is she getting kidnapped? You know,
Man.
is where my mind will go as well.
Yeah.
It could be a possibility. Let's go.
he starts doing pop-ups at my job, and it got so bad because he would show up in his work truck while he's supposed to be at work at my job that my supervisor had to keep watching me. We had to basically everybody had to walk me to my car after work to make sure that I made it. And the girls would text me, "Hey, did you make it?" Again, it's a clinic full of girls. So that was a red flag number 2. And then one time I walked outside to the cafeteria and he calls me and he's like, "How did I know you were outside?" So that in my head was like, circles are already turning. I go to my car to see if he put a tracker because he is capable of doing some shit like that.
Okay. Before she gets into the tracker, so were you also popping up at her job randomly?
Hell no. Why didn't anybody call the police? Early on, you're telling me early on in a relationship, I'm doing all of this? Come on now. And nobody called the police. These girls are having to walk you to your car every day. You're that fearful. You're that frightened. Why did you stop advocating against me then? You know, why did you stop pursuing justice if that was the case? Why? There's no police report, and if there is a police report, for those that don't know, you can file a police report without somebody knowing. You can do that online. You know, no crimes have been presented against me. I have not been taken to jail. I've in fact met up with the police in regards to this matter.
It's funny how there's never a police report for these wild TikTok accusations. Isn't it funny how that happens?
It's crazy. And then the whole world just takes it and runs with it because it sounds good, but you did me a favor. Thank you. You know, 1 million more people got to see my face because of you.
Yeah. So again, you were not popping up at her job unannounced.
No, I came to her job one time while I was on. No, I had finished the job and I had to pass the hospital and I told her to come outside. Now, plumbers. If you see my face right now, man, I hate I have to even do this to myself. But I went to work. I caught her in a car with another man in the parking lot. That's why she's saying, "Oh, he's great." No, because I caught your ass, and then I went to work devastated. Went back to work. Everybody I was working with seen that shit. Everybody. This woman is painting this false narrative. Bro, y'all know firsthand when I came to work how sick I was. Man, somebody say something for real. And if you don't believe me, I don't care. But she clout chasing for real.
And you have receipts to show that she cheated.
Oh yeah, I sent you the receipts.
Yeah, we gonna go through them. Let's keep going in the video.
I couldn't find anything. And then it pops up on my job, like, don't break up with me, don't do this, like, I'll change. I thought I was going to catch you doing something. And I was like, how did you know I was outside, right? He said, I put my extra phone tracking you in your car and I left it on record because I was expecting to record you doing something, as in cheating on me or like messing around in your car. And I was like, I was done. After that,
I have never heard of a smartphone in the car. Like, how long would a smartphone stay on? I don't. Those things are going to overheat after a while. Is it true that you put a smartphone in the car and you press the record button and just threw it back in there?
No.
Okay, blatantly, she's just making that up out of thin air.
Yes, she's making that up. Okay.
Come on, let's talk about it.
I'm trying to see how I can answer this. All right, I did. I had a phone. Man, I don't know how to answer this. Honestly, I don't know how to answer this. But no, I didn't put no smartphone. I did have another iPhone that was in her car. I have two phones. Okay,
Aaron.
No, listen. Let me break it down to you. I had two phones. One phone I do plumbing with, right? The other phone is my personal phone. I did leave the phone. I'm trying to answer this without sounding like a creep. So I'm trying to choose my words carefully, because they're gonna crucify me. So don't think nothing. But I had another phone. Okay, I did plumbing services with this phone. The location was on this phone. Now I'm in and out of her car all the time. I did know that the location was on the phone. Yeah, I always got location on both of my phones. But that's how I was finding out she was driving around too. Yeah.
So she's not lying. There was a phone in the car that tracked where she was.
The phone. That's why I was having a hard time answering this. She's trying to make it seem like I just got up, threw the phone. No, I had my tracker on. I had my GPS on there. And I remember we had an argument about me leaving the phone in there. Yes. Okay. With the GPS tracker on there. She said, yeah. I lied. Okay, yes. Okay, I lied. I lied to her. I told her I did an airdrop and left the phone in there, but I didn't. I don't even know how to do an airdrop. But honestly, yes, the phone location, my location was on. I know she was cheating on me and stuff, so I did. If it sounds crazy, then fuck it, man. Whatever.
And I appreciate you telling. Yeah. I appreciate you telling the truth.
I was in love, man. It sound like a simp, whatever, man. Fuck it. I was in love. That's what happened.
Hey, listen, bro. Listen. It's. I think it's wild to me that you were tracking who you describe as a 304. Because on one side of the coin, you're saying she wasn't shit. She was unqualified. And she's got all of this receipts and data to show that, like, personally, bro, I wouldn't touch her with a 20-foot pole. I wouldn't fuck her with your dick, is for me personally. But you began to track. She must have had the Super Saiyan Ultra Instinct insides that just completely switch, unless you have a history of falling hard. Would you say that you fall hard?
I do. That's my problem every time. Like, I and that's why now, like, especially with all of this, I'm cool. Like, I'm not even trying to fornicate right now. I'm trying to stay focused because women have destroyed kingdoms, and I'm well aware of that. You know, a woman has always been my downfall. Choosing the wrong one, at least I can say I'm not a good judge of character. I always get lost in the idea of us having a family and ignore, the bad deeds being done.
Okay. So just so that we're clear, it's not right to track people without them knowing. Just so me and you are clear.
Yeah.
Also,
Oh man, they about to go crazy with that one.
also, no man is perfect. We've all done a little bit of shit, right? Like we've all have our shit. Like I remember how I found out that my chick cheated on me. They had AOL back in the day. So I left on. So before like AOL became like super popular, they had like a chat logging application. So I can actually leave on the logger. This is called Dead Aim at the time. And then I could see the chat logs, and that's how I found out that this chick was cheating on me. It's a little bit different than actually tracking a hoe. I don't even know if I would have that technology to track someone like that back in the day. But just so we're clear,
okay,
men should not be doing that. Men should
yes,
not be behaving like that.
You should not do that. I was really vulnerable at this time, and it's no excuse.
There's no excuses. We got it. You got to take accountability.
It's no excuse.
You should not have done that.
Yeah, I shouldn't have did that.
Okay.
But honestly, I was head over heels, and I shouldn't have been. And
Because I'll keep it funky, bro. And this is without any disrespect. The chick who you pulled on that show is light years better looking, more attractive than this one.
The crazy thing about, like, I didn't have an abundance of beautiful women, but it's always been, hey, she just texted me right now too. I kid you not. She just texted me right now and said, "You sound so stupid."
Listen, if she wants to come up,
said,
we can have
caught, bitch. Yeah, I'm gonna have my attorney contact you now too. Anyways,
do you want her to come up to have a conversation?
We certainly can.
Okay. At The Real MTR is my IG. If you're watching this, ma'am, if you want to call in, you want to have this conversation, DM me right now, please. It's on Instagram at The Real MTR. Nevertheless, all right, bro. So I feel like you were deep, my G. So we've addressed it. It took you a little second. You came real with it. Yes, it's something that did happen. We can move on from this. All right. You take accountability and you say that it was a wrong thing to do, right?
Yes, it was.
All right. Fair, my bro. I appreciate you telling me the truth. I think it adds to your credibility. We're all human. All right.
Yes.
All right. Let's keep going.
I was completely done. I said, "Get your stuff, get out of my house, and come bring me my key." And he was like, "No, I'm going to change." Whatever. I went home. He was still there. He was like, "Let's try to work it out." I was like, he already lives with me. He moved here, like whatever. And then I was going to do it so bad. And then he went to go get coffee for me or something from Starbucks. And he was like, "Something's wrong with your car." And I was like, "What do you mean something's wrong with my car?" He's like, "Yeah, it started to act weird." And I was like, "Okay, hold on right there. My car, I have a 2019 Dodge Challenger. It's been perfectly fine. I kept up with the oil. I don't understand. All of a sudden you're driving it and something's wrong with it." Go to part 3. All right. Well,
okay. I think what she's about to say is that the vehicle was tampered with.
Part 3, and this is the last part that I'm going to post about Aaron, the buff guy from Pop the Balloon Game and Watch Who the Fuck You Date. So, he was like, "Yeah, your car's acting funny." I was like, "No." At that point, I was like, "Already get out of my house. Like, I don't want you here. You ain't paid one bill. You put $20 a light one time, and maybe you spent like $30 on groceries because I was gonna cook dinner one time."
She's saying you didn't do any of the rent, and you paid for like a half of a light bill. True or untrue?
I ain't gonna lie. I did not pay no rent while I was over there. I dipped on her. She thought I was finna She tried to get me to buy her I went through her phone, right? The plan was she thought we was finna get married and all of this. I ain't gonna lie. I played her game. I deceived her. I had her thinking that I was gonna buy her a $5,000 ring and I was gonna give her some money when I left. And I shook. I shook. I didn't owe you a thing, and I left due to you being promiscuous and cheating. And after, she had cheated and told me about the car. Bro, I offered you some money to I offered her some money to get her car fixed. And then she started talking to me crazy and, she started talking to me really crazy after this. So then I was like, okay, well, fuck you. I'm not helping you with shit. That's on your own. But I felt for them kids. I'm not about to destroy your only means of transportation and you can't see your kids. Man, come on now. I don't have time for that. I ain't doing none of that bullshit she talking about right there. That's bullshit.
Okay, wait, just real quick, my G. So you were there probably around 6 months or so. So you did it.
I was
how long
not
were you
there
there?
6 months. Bro, I wasn't there for 2 months.
Oh, okay.
Bro, I was probably there a month, not even a month. I was out of there, gone.
Okay. So it was only a month worth of rent,
Yeah.
maybe 6 weeks, maybe.
6 at the longest, maybe. But maybe.
Okay. All right. I wanted to establish that because if you were there for like 6 months, no rent, but you got $100K in the bank, and this is last year. You may not have had $100K back then last year, but if you had that in the bank, it's like, single mother times 2, even though no, she don't have the custody most of the time. It doesn't add up, is what I was trying to get at. But you were there for a month, and then you dip. You found out it was toxic early, and then you moved on. All right. She says something else in there as well. So did you contribute anything to the bill? So nothing for the rent.
Yes, I did. I bought her kids stuff all the time. I gave her money for the electric bill, and I gave her money for the kids. I think that's it.
Okay.
Just electric bill and food. I put
and food for the kids.
Yeah, put gas in her car and shit.
Okay. Put gas in her car. Okay, let's keep going, bro.
But my mama always told me, do not allow a man to come into your home and pay any bills because then he's going to feel like he has the right to either stay there.
So she didn't allow you to pay the bills. Is that true?
That's not true. She didn't even have no money for her own bills. She was in debt because she just got scammed. She was about to get kicked out. Now, I was going to pay the bills. I was planning on paying them and getting her caught up to everything. Honestly, I didn't even stay there long enough to get my first check. Before I got my first check, I was out of her place. So maybe 3 weeks at the longest.
Okay, because it sounded like she was about to set up that her mama told her not to allow the man to pay rent because then that means just that and a third. So you don't think that her mama told her that?
Her mom didn't tell her. Her mom told her not to get scammed.
Okay, yeah, because she just got scammed.
There, or like, oh, I paid the rent, I live here too. But in all reality, everything that I had gotten was mine, and I didn't allow him any part of that. So I was like, all right, get out, whatever. He leaves. He still tried to contact me. I was like, no, get out. I grabbed my car. I went to my mom's house because I didn't want him to try to come back and to try to convince me. And that's what brings to like my mind all the time. Like you guys tell people in abusive relationships all the time, like you need to leave, thinking that it's easy for these women to leave, and it's not. Like, yeah, they've gotten hurt or whatever, but these women are completely head over heels in love with these men, so it's not easy to leave. So I did what I thought was best. So I went to my mom's house right after.
Would you describe your relationship with her as an abuse? Now, words matter. Would you describe that as an abusive relationship?
No.
Because abusive means physically abusive, correct?
Man, I never laid a hand on her, and that was something that she took pride on telling her. Her parents are from Mexico, so they perceived me as a threat immediately. The mother told me out her own mouth that she thought all black men beat their women. So
and you were different, is what she was trying to say.
Okay. I promise you, I was. You see the picture? If y'all seen the picture with me and the kids on TikTok, that was the night I went and met the family and I got their approval.
Okay. All right. Not abusive.
Not
Maybe she
abuse.
meant emotionally abusive. How
Um,
would you may have been emotionally abusive? Do you
because
deny that as well?
yeah, I deny that as well because I catch you cheating on me.
Mm.
When we drop the receipts right now, please read them and just before you place your opinion,
We're gonna go through those right
read
after
the
this.
receipts and tell me, do I look like I was whooping her ass?
Okay. Let's keep going.
And he's calling me like, dang, you're already at somebody else's house. You're already cheating on me. I was like, whatever. And on my way to my mom's, I start to feel that my car is starting to shake. I'm like, dang, like, what is it? I took it to 2 different mechanics that were like, it was the spark plugs, the ignition coils. I fixed that. And then I went to another mechanic because it started to shake again. And supposedly it was the same thing. They fixed that again. So I went to a third mechanic and he's like, I think they might have put sugar in your gas tank, but I would need to take out the gas tank to make sure. And I was like, no, I don't think he would be capable of doing something like that. Whatever. So I couldn't find what was wrong with it. At this point, I had moved out already because I was so scared. My mom had let me borrow money because I needed to move out before my lease was up. So he didn't know where I lived. I moved apartments.
She said I needed to move out before my lease was up, so he didn't know where I lived. So she broke her lease to hide her location?
No, she never broke her lease. She is a damn liar. She was months behind rent. Her lease expired. Man, let me pull my phone out and start scrolling up. She was already in the process of moving. That's why I said she thought that I was gonna pay her rent so she could get caught up and then she was gonna move out and go on with her life. I got messages. Man, come on, she capped. That's a lie.
So at this point, I went and got a new car. I went to the dealership
Nasty.
and I got a new car. I changed my car. And when I asked him, hey, did you ever find out what was wrong with my Challenger? He said, yes, there was sugar in the gas tank. So this man.
All right. Essentially, she's trying to say that you put sugar in her gas tank. True or false?
False. So what am I gonna benefit from doing that? And why? I was already gone. I already got my place. Already moved on. When you see the receipts, you're gonna see why she said it was me. And this girl, bro, she was so promiscuous when I was leaving her, right? Mm-hmm. Bro, I'm razor sharp, right? I'm razor sharp. I know I know the little games, okay? So it was a guy that stayed downstairs from us, underneath us, that she was probably fucking him. You know, every time she would be going up the stairs, he would be always opening the door like he was trying to catch her, you know, coming up the stairs. And I peeped that, and I hadn't even came out the house. I was getting ready to take out the garbage one day, and she chatting with the neighbor downstairs. He lived by himself, like on some bachelor shit. So I'm like, what the fuck is you doing talking to the neighbors and shit? Oh, I was just talking to you. Oh, you're insecure. How am I insecure? What is you doing down there talking to this man? And I keep seeing him open his front door every time you go up the stairs. Like, I'm very observant. She can get away with those little TikTok videos, you know, sneaking those little. I was finding out all her little games. And that was the problem right there.
All right, let's finish up on this video right here, and then we're going to get into the receipts.
That claims to be very godly and studies the Bible and, you know, practices this religion, put sugar in my gas tank, tracked my car, put a phone to record me in my car. And I would do things like say everything he needed to hear, like, yeah, I cheated on you. Like, because I was so scared of him being crazy. Like, this guy has.
That part didn't make sense to me. Why would you tell a man that you cheated on him because he's crazy? Because you don't want to tell a crazy guy that you cheated on him. Because then a crazy guy is going to do what a crazy guy does.
Come on now.
So we're going to go through the receipts right now. So what she's trying to do is preemptively say that I just told him that, but it wasn't true. But it was true. That's essentially what's happening right here.
It's a record. You guys don't know that. You guys.
And we confirmed that you did not put any sugar in the tank, although you acknowledge the phone in the car tracking.
Yes, I did the phone thing. I was trying to word it. That one caught me off guard right there. Honestly, that one caught me off guard because I was like, man, how can I word this so I don't sound crazy? Because I know they finna crucify me, but it is what it is, man. You can't help who you love. I don't know if y'all didn't fell in love with a woman 304 type woman like that before. Hey, man, it happened, okay? But it won't
It's
happen again. It won't happen again
it,
because I ain't
it better
qualified.
not. It better not happen again, my G. It's just for me. It's you talk about falling in love, but it was only a month. It sounded like 6 weeks.
Yeah, that's it. It was,
You fall in love quick and hard, my G. You the
man,
prize, as you what you said earlier is that you are the prize. The man is the prize. If so, then you don't. There's no obligation to you go that deep.
I know. Yeah, you're right. I know that now. That's why it's no tolerance.
Okay.
There's no tolerance whatsoever.
Okay. Let's keep going.
Really need to be careful who you make famous on this app. I don't want to say anything else because I feel like I already opened up a big can of worms.
Okay, shut up. Let's go to.
She said, how did it all start? What were the red flags? So again, it started on the person that I, the red flags was every second of the day instead of being at work when he's supposed to be at work, he's over here popping up at my job.
Okay,
He
you said
again
that's
put
not
a recorder in my car.
maybe
I
once or
dropped it on
twice.
all the 3 other parts.
No, once.
Him always
Once.
saying how much money he had and how much money that he could pull out of the bank, like you seen in the pop the balloon game video that went viral. He'll say, I could withdraw 100K from the bank right now, but can you? Yeah, I had some debts here and there, but I always had money stashed because I was taught to never tell a man that you have money or like that you have a stash or whatever. So he would always be
I was taught to never tell a man that I have a stash.
like,
Wow.
you're so broke.
Were her parents married?
Yeah, they were married. They've been, they are from Durango, I believe. And they've been together like their whole
she's
lives.
Mexican.
Yeah, she's Mexican, but she doesn't. She's a more Americanized Mexican.
She's a feminist Mexican, is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
Like, you can't afford me, like just shit like that. When he'd get mad, he'd say the most, but then go and apologize and cry about it. But he actually does have a kid. He just
Okay, you got a child now?
Okay, now I'm gonna say this. For me to answer that question without destroying lives, I'm gonna say this. If I have a child out there, summon him.
Okay.
Summon him. Bring him here. Where's the mother? I haven't heard anything about anything in years. If there's any kids out there that people are stating that are mine, summon him and rectify that matter. Let's clear all the smoke that's out there. If there is a child out there that is mine, summon him, please. I'm a man that handles his responsibilities.
Okay.
I would love to be a father more than anything on the earth.
So it sounds like a woman accused you, or not. Yeah, a woman got pregnant and thought you might be the father.
All I can say is, if I have a child out there, summon him.
Okay.
I don't want to destroy any families. I don't want to destroy any lives. So,
okay.
In order for me to elaborate on this matter more, it would absolutely have to happen.
Okay.
So if there is a child out there that is mine, summon him.
Okay. Last question I'm going to ask on this, because I understand what you're saying, in a sense of, there are women that are currently in paternity fraud type situations. Let me give you actually a direct example. This chick that I told you before that cheated on me in the past, she got married, and she had 3 children. 2 of them looked nothing like the father. Nothing. He's a multimillionaire. Looked nothing like the father. And it's clear. and you take a look and you're just like, well, why are you not doing something to get up out of this situation? It's clear they're divorced now, by the way. She won though, because now she's getting like 5 figures a month in child support, alimony, all of that shit. After cheating on him in the relationship, it's so crazy. But when the father has been with the girl, the kids for so long, there are some men out there that don't even want to know if they're really not theirs. Right. So this can be a really tricky and a complicated situation. But here's the last thing I want to ask you on this, bro, is when's the last time that you've had a conversation with the woman who she's talking about, the alleged child's mother? Has it been recently?
No, it's been about 3 years. I've had no contact whatsoever. I've reached out to this individual, and I got all receipts. I offered lump sums of money. I done everything I could to see about this situation.
Yeah.
But I have been deprived the opportunity. For what reason? I don't know why. I'm not indulging in any criminality. I'm doing everything positive. So I don't know why, if this was the case, why you would keep somebody away if that was their father, Why would you do that?
Okay. All right. So we're going to table this portion of the conversation right now, because this is it's obviously something that if it can ruin lives, it can ruin lives. And I trust you when you say that. Yes. So we'll table this component of it right now. But I appreciate you answering those questions on it. So let's get down up in it. So this one right here.
So I never actually got to see any of the money. I remember.
So it says here, wait, is he a plumber? Does he have 100,000 in the bank, or does he have a roommate?
Remember one time he withdrew some money and he had $20 in there, and he had to call his dad or something to transfer money because all of his money was in a trust fund. But one time he was really, really mad at me, and through the text free app, because I had his number blocked, he texted me a picture of his bank account, which this is a receipt. His name right there, Aaron. I don't know what Pro Extra Member means. I have no idea what all of this means. Supposedly this was his balance on one account, and this was his balance on another. Now, do I believe it? Not necessarily. Again, I didn't let him pay for anything because I didn't want him to have the right to any of the things that I own.
Okay, I don't want to keep on playing this one. Because she's going into bank accounts and statements and stuff like this. Is this a real receipt?
That's a Home Depot receipt. How do you equate a Home Depot receipt to a bank account?
Oh, it says right there, Pro Extra Member Statement.
Are you serious? That is a Home Depot receipt. How do you compare the two? I'm not understanding.
What the hell would be $257,000 on a Home Depot receipt, though?
That's probably something, a plumbing receipt that I had, at the house or something. I went and bought some material or some parts or something, and got savings and rewards on the card that was used. Other than that, I don't even know why you would show a Home Depot receipt. That looks foolish.
What the hell? Yeah, it says Home Depot. Learn more info at homedepot.com/credit.
Come on.
What is going on here?
That's a Home Depot receipt. Y'all
so this is like a business account probably tied to your contract work.
Yes.
So was she saying that you sent this to her? So why is she then showing this? Is this like how much money that you have in the account? Is it like a misunderstanding?
I don't know. She from what I've seen on the comments, she was trying to make it seem like I was broke. They were telling her in the comments that means that I was that much in debt.
That is crazy. That boy flexing with a Home Depot business credit card. The comments are going in. All right, so listen, that is all. I don't know if she's gonna hit me up on Instagram. I keep on checking over there just to see. Let's go through the actual receipts that you have right here in regards to a text conversation. All right, you said what?
I said bing bong.
Let's get it, my G. All right. I'm trying to see which one to put up here first. Is there one that there's like 5 or 6 of them? Which one do you want me to put up first? Like, what's on the top of it?
Just put them in whatever order, and we'll just go through them.
Okay, so they're not in order. It's not like an order that you want me to show.
No, it don't have to be in order.
Okay. Share screen.
I'll just elaborate on it as you pull it up.
Okay. I'll pull up this one first. I will, okay, image, boom, share.
Okay, so that is her phone number.
Okay. It's blocked out for obvious
Yeah.
reasons. We don't want to dox anybody.
That's her. One thing you're not going to do is involve my kids in anything. I'm done talking about the subject. I told my story. You told yours. I guess. Laugh out loud.
Wait. You missed some. Because you said, see you in court, bum, right? You missed that one, bro.
That's what I told her. See you in court, bum.
So, but before that, she says, your job, so let this be the last time you contact me or file a restraining order. See you in court, bum. Okay, now go.
One thing you're not going to do is involve my kids in anything. I'm done talking about the subject. I told my story. You told yours. I guess. Laugh out loud. Drop it. Enjoy your fame. Smiley face emoji. What is funny? What is funny? Hello, this is not a game. What is funny? A man that preyed on you, he stalked you, he did, and you're laughing? This is not a laughing matter. If I'm stalking you and doing all of these things.
You got a lawsuit coming. LOL. I'm going to the courthouse tomorrow. You're really about to be broke. All right, let's go into the next one. Anything else you want to say about this one?
That's all I have to say. Why would she be putting a laughy face? I told my story, you told yours. Like, does that look like a victim statement?
It just looked like someone who's, creating content, and she said something, you said something on your platform. That's what it doesn't look like she's terrified or scared.
Look, I'm a predator, but after I left her, she's trying to coordinate me to come see her. No, Aaron, I don't even want my sister knowing you came. She's going to tell my parents, and they ain't going to want to help me anymore. What? How's she going to know? And okay, I guess. Do you want to see me or not? The stalker, the predator, all of this.
Now, when is this though? When is this?
This is after I left her. This is after I left her. I no longer reside with her. I'm in my own place.
Okay. Okay.
Something is better than me telling her, can I come for 5 minutes? That's not enough time. Something is better than nothing, but okay.
Okay. Obviously, I don't matter that much, so we'll leave this alone. That's fine. That's just fine. Make me sad. You will always matter. Even if I meet someone else, I will always love you for real. I'm sad about all this. It hurts for real. I really thought we were going to get married. I did too until I seen you were interested in other men. See, there's no point. You don't let that shit go.
Uh-oh.
Well, did you really think, because you said that you G'd her up with like a ring or something like that. So did you really think?
No. I did not. I did not say that. I did not say I G'd her up with a ring. I lied to her and told her that I was going to buy her a $5,000 ring.
Okay.
She was under the impression that she was going to get a $5,000 ring. I was going to pay her her debt that she got scammed on, and we were going to get married. The day that I told her we were going to go get the ring, my house was available. I packed my stuff and I left in front of her kids, and she was livid because I did it in front of the kids. Now, this is the dude. He doesn't want his information being put out there, but I'm pissed at this dude too, because, bro, you're a simp. You're a simp, bro. You see me getting crucified over here, and you can speak upon my behalf to alleviate this whole matter, but you refuse to say so. Okay, if you have a situation going on, you're in a relationship, I understand, bro, but you could type something, you could have reached out to the blog, something. But anyways, She on the internet. This is me sending him a text message the other day. She on the internet saying I'm crazy and I'm a stalker, bro. She was faithful to me, never cheated. I'm going viral on the internet for a balloon pop dating show. Remember the girl I was living with while I was waiting on my house to be ready? The Mexican girl that was cheating on me, texting you and shit while I was staying with her. She lost her kids, right? This is
So
him.
this is someone who she previously dated?
Yeah, she was dating and talking to him. I don't know if they was meeting up and fornicating, but she was sending him provocative pictures and messages, and she was doing all of it. That's him right there. Send me the link. I'll watch it. I won't participate or anything. I said, send me a text of what happened between us. Laugh my ass off. I forgot all about that stuff, to be honest. Not trying to be involved with any of that, though. Okay. Yep. Say less. Nigga, you weird. Now. Oh, wait. Oh, damn. I didn't even send you the right, Oh, hold on. Now I got to do this live. I thought I sent you the other text message, but it must have not sent. What's the first?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You called him weird. What did he do that was weird? He didn't want to get involved.
Look, hold on. Look at this.
Okay. What's this?
How
I'm
do I
gonna zoom you in.
Can I flip the camera around? How do I flip the camera over?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I think.
Look, I'm gonna just show y'all like this. If y'all can see.
Yeah. We can see it. All right, just block out any identification with your thumb.
You see?
Okay, I'm gonna try to read it. LOL, send me the link. I'll watch it, won't participate. Okay, and then you said say less. Move it a little bit, move the phone a little bit to the side. The other way. Yes. Now zoom in a little bit. Okay, and he said, Ninja, you the one asking me about a bitch. That's old work. Move on, LOL. She for everyone. Move it a little bit to the side, bro. Again. Yeah. She for everyone. Why are you still crying about it? Now, I will say this. I understand his response of saying, hey, I don't want to be involved. I do say that. I understand that. I understand what he's saying. But here was your response. Bro, she is trying to say I am stalking her and she was faithful. And I was keeping her from her family, all type of shit. Move it over to the side a little bit. Yeah. No, other way. Yeah, all type of shit. And I need you to man. She was texting, cheated on me, to just send a simple text saying what happened. Because I'm reading like this because it's all caps locks. Because I'm going viral all across the world, and you won't, and you know what the fuck happened. Hell yeah, that's some weird ass shit. I don't give a fuck about her. Okay, she's for the streets. She's for everybody. And you wanted a bro's helping hand to provide additional information.
Hey,
as to say she's a thought rocket, a Super Saiyan, eggplant gobbler 9000.
Man.
And you wanted some backup from the bro. And when he wasn't going to back you up, you said, bro, you weird.
Man, don't ever be like him. One thing about me is I'm going to stand on business when it comes to righteousness. You know what I'm saying? If I know that man didn't do that, I'm going to speak upon it. And whatever consequences, whatever come with it, bro, we just going to have to weather the storm together. But I'm not just about to watch. And I'm not just saying that just because I'm on a hot seat or whatever. But people will speak for my conduct because that's how I move, man. You don't let no man sit high and dry. It's just like a man getting thrown in jail for something a woman alleged against him, and you just gonna let him sit in jail forever. You're not never gonna say nothing. Boy, use a hoe. Period. Excuse my language.
She's for the cobblestone. I understand, but my G, how did you find out that she cheated on you with this guy? Did he ever tell you that to you?
Nah, because I went through her phone and I seen her notes kept going on.
Wait. So you went through her phone without her knowing as well?
No, she know I go through her phone. She knows. Okay. She knows. Like, and any woman, if you in the comments, you know you didn't dealt with me before. I tell you pull that phone out and you tell me no, then I know automatically you disqualified because I know it's something going on. I know, but she know how to hide stuff a little better, so she would let me go up in her phone.
Okay, so so apparently you're really good at finding stuff in the phone. So within the phone, you found direct evidence that she was slobbing on his knob.
Man, she had not just him, it's like 9 other dudes. No cap.
God damn, 9?
Summer log pictures everywhere. I'm like, what the
Wait a minute. Man. So why would she have all this content in the phone if she knows that you were looking through the phone?
Because she knows how to hide it. Look at her TikTok. Bro, I did not know until I got in a relationship with her. Like, if you want to find out if somebody's cheating and they got an iPhone,
yeah,
you can create a new message, right?
Yeah.
If they deleted all of their messages, they deleted everything out their phone. If you just type a period in that message on the create, it's going to show you everybody that was recently texting. Right? So I go through your phone and it's all men's when I put that dot in, but when I go through your phone, it ain't no men been contacted or nothing. You doing some foul play. Baby, you can't run that game on me. You try to do them sneaky little text the man through the notes and delete it. I'm gonna figure that out too. Like, you're not gonna be able to run game on me forever.
Okay. So you found direct evidence of her sending content or talking about hooking up with the guy who was just in that text message.
Yes.
With this guy.
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you care to share exactly what that was? Like, was it a vagina shot? Like, was it a
There was some back shots.
Wait a minute. They recorded sex and you saw it in her phone.
No, I didn't see no, not back shots like that. Like, she was taking back shots and sending it to him.
Oh, she was taking like hindquarter shots and sending that content.
Nah, I didn't. I'm not a liar like her. You know, I ain't gonna use my platform and make up lies against you. I didn't see no video of her doing nothing. I would see, text messages and stuff like that.
Okay, so according to this gentleman, because it seems like he's acknowledging in the text to a degree that he hit and that she is for the world. It sounds like what he's acknowledging within that. Do you agree or not?
I agree.
Okay. All right. Jesus. I don't know. How is she's not the most in shape woman. She has 2 kids. How is she getting all these dudes? Like, right? Like, it sounds like
a good talker. She is a good talker. I'll tell you that.
It's so crazy. If you take her and transition sexes, that person would get no cheeks. It's just so crazy.
Heck no. But my thing, and I like, thick Latinas too. So she like a little kind of itis. So that's probably what it was for me. But never again, man. Never again.
Aaron, how thick? How thick were you willing to go? Like let's say if she was,
man, I'm the biggest turtle, so I need the biggest fish in the pond, I need the biggest one.
Wait a minute. Wait, speaking of biggest turtle, we gonna get right up into the speaking of biggest turtle, hold on, bro. I gotta show him this.
Hey, bro. Hey. What's up, man? I know you. Yeah. You Weapon X.
You just did me a favor by tapping in with Weapon X, the promiscuous slayer.
Oh, shit.
Fuck out of here.
Hey. Oh, that was a clean burpee. Oh, hello. He's going on. Oh, hello. Oh, shit. Good form. Listen, on that note, it's good that you're taking what people are calling you and you're just transitioning as a part of the content. That's absolutely brilliant. Great work, my G.
Hey, thank you, man.
Yeah, bro.
That was
I'm
fun.
Surprised you found a costume that can fit your big ass.
Man, me too.
All right, let's get back into the exposing. All right, let me see. Is there anything else I want to show? Did I show?
And anybody in the comments, if it's something that we ain't touched on, man, go ahead. Because after this, my answer to everything is talk to me about something positive. I'm not talking about these girls. I'm not talking. Well, I'm about to do something positive. That's it.
Okay. So this is gonna be your last interview on all of this. On all of this interview. Okay.
And regard, if y'all want to talk about the game show, we can hit on that. But when it comes to these accusations, I was honest. I cleared the smoke. Yeah, I got the fumbling a little bit because I don't want to make myself seem crazy. But yes, man, I fell in love with this low value woman.
Go ahead, talk about it. I mean to laugh. My bad.
I fell in love. She manipulated me into believing we would have a marriage. That is something I've been wanting. You know, my whole life I just wanted a family. My family was broken, and these women, I don't know if they use that as my weakness, but it ain't gonna happen again. That's for sure. You know, you're not qualified.
You're not qualified. Aaron, you ruined it. Why did you leave? We were doing good talking about getting married. I can't believe this is 6 weeks after meeting her, bro. I cannot understand. I cannot understand. Aaron, I cannot understand, my G. Aaron, come back. Where'd he go? Aaron, you must come back.
Hey, my back.
Oh, he's back.
Okay, my bad. I accidentally cooked off the thing laughing. Hey, if you got that good out there and you had the capability of making me fall in love with you in 6 weeks, stay the hell away from me, okay? I don't need no more accusations, man. Stay the hell, keep that good skin at home.
We call that the viscous innards over here. You understand what I'm saying? If they got the soft, supple, buttery, viscous innards, all right, that's that damage, and you know what I'm saying? That's just you talk about that women have caused wars. It's the ones with the fantastic viscous innards.
Man. I ain't gonna downplay it. It ain't fantastic, but it was on point for the time being.
Okay. I'm surprised. I would have thought it would have been your top 2 in your life. For what you put up with.
Nah, not my top 2. It was more the kids. Like I'm not gonna lie, her kids she has some really good kids. They are intelligent, they well spoken, and I was it was like a triple heartbreak for me too. So just leave it at that, man.
I understand, my G. Let's get back into this text message. Aaron, you ruined it. Why did you leave me? We were doing so good talking about getting married. Because I didn't believe you, Aaron said. But for why? Because you played me several times before and some more shit, and you kept making me feel like you want my money and not me. We were finally having sex again, and we were cuddling. I was cooking. I never asked you for money, and it hurts me that you really thought that. Any comments here, my G?
Hey, receipts is receipts. Didn't she say, I just told him I just cheated because I just told him that because he's crazy. Who's looking crazy right now?
Oh, so are you saying within these texts she's admitting to cheating? Aaron, you heard me?
Man, what's wrong with my mic?
Test. Can you hear me, brother? Yeah, I can hear you.
Or did I connect to the Bluetooth? What the heck?
You can't hear me? Okay. He'll be back. Okay, there he is. All right, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so you're saying from these texts that she admitted to cheating on you through is that the subtext here?
We're following him. Or I think it's the one after this.
Okay, let me pull this one up. Open in browser. Let me pull it over here. And then let me stop screen, and then let me present. Share screen. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm going to leave Phoenix, so I will see you one last time before I go. You will?
Phoenix.
I don't know, maybe. Gonna be too painful. I got to stop texting you, man. This shit too hard. Okay, so this is after you left her crib, and you were in Phoenix, and you were getting ready to go somewhere else.
Yep.
But did you do this to us? Heartbreak, cry emoji. You did this. You made me not trust you. Goodbye. I can't do this
Bro, this is crazy.
anymore. I won't ever forget you. I love you.
Hey, don't be like that guy. I don't know who he was.
Listen, when you look at these text messages, do you just what do you feel?
Now it was like at that point in time, I feel like, my self-esteem, I don't know what I was thinking. I do not know, honestly. And then I've been in this ain't my only, failed relationship, but every time I just meet somebody, I always just try to make it work. And I learned, and that's why my approach, it was like, honestly, after I got my heart broken, I think it was after the last heartbreak I went through, that's when everything clicked and was like, man, I'm not doing this again. I'm not tolerating this. If I see any red flags, it's over. If she don't like what I got to say, so what? I have to be by myself. I don't like being by myself, because I just did 5 years in prison by myself. So I just had to tell myself, like, bro, you have to be okay with being by yourself. And honestly and truly, I am in my best mental, physical, spiritual shape when I'm not dealing with a woman. When I don't have a woman that's distracting me. Because, and fellas, why I say the promiscuous women, man, you have to stay away from them too, because nowadays you have these women being promiscuous, right? And you have men that indulge in homosexuality at the same time.
So the women are fucking with the homosexuals.
The women are fucking with the homosexuals, and they're gonna pass that right on to you. I've seen in a magazine, I'm not gonna say the name because we don't want to put none on their platform, but I've seen in a magazine where they had a little stripper type women in there, and one of the girls in there, very beautiful woman, she says she does not care if a man was interested in another man, he can still have access to her. And I'm like, man, that is disgusting. That is gonna, and not to judge anybody's preference. If that's what you like doing, I'm not judging. I'm not homophobic. I'm not any of those things. I'm just saying the promiscuous woman is disgusting. Mixing all these bodily fluids and DNA with different people.
Bro, let me tell you something real quick. You brought up a story. So my father passed away last June, and in August I went to DR on a solo trip just to shed. Right, I was there for about 10 days, and I had the time of my life taking a solo trip to DR. And in fact, I never even left the hotel. That's how much fun that this place was. What was crazy to me is this one particular story. I met this group of girls. And I'm like looking at the group of them, and I'm like looking at them, and I'm like, okay, that's the baddest one right there. Let me try to work my way in, But then I had this other one. She was more grenade-like in exterior and dexterity. Let's just leave it right there. She was kind of on me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like peeping the chick, and I'm like, okay, that one I like. And then, but the other one's on me. So I'm just trying to play it cool, right? We sitting up at dinner, like literally it's a type of environment where they see people. Like I saw them walking, and they were just like, no, I mean, I saw them sitting and I was just looking at them and they were like, come on, come join us. You know what I'm saying? It's like that type of atmosphere. It was really dope. So we having dinner, We then go to the bar, right? We walk up to the bar. The grenade is like, she's like right up on me. I can like feel her breathing on my neck. We, it's all having a conversation, cordial. Go up to the bar. The chick, the good looking one, I'm seeing she's at the bar right now. And then there's a guy there. I swear for God, this guy looks like Andrew Tate. It wasn't Andrew Tate, but it looked just like him. Right. And she's talking to the guy at the bar. Right. So night still going on. They're like, yo, let's go to the pool. We end up going to the pool. Right. On the walk over, they're still talking. But then we all have a conversation with the Andrew Tate looking guy. And we're having a conversation. And I'm saying, oh, this guy's gay. Right. Like, and I'm thinking to myself, it is what it is. It's whatever. Like, let them have fun. Bro. We go into the pool. We're having a good time. I look over at the body language and I'm like, is she hanging on this guy? Like in the pool, hanging, like arms, and I'm just like, come to find out later, this girl's in a relationship. Yeah.
What? Yeah, that ain't no surprise. That's common.
Come to find out later, we go like the next day. We at a pool party because it'd be like a range party, so we'll all be at the pool party. She's holding his hand. This gay guy or bisexual, whatever the terminology is, and it blew my mind that she was bad. This bad chick is cheating on her boyfriend with a bisexual. Like my mind was just like, wait a minute, what part of the game is this? But this is this new modern shit, bro. It blew my mind.
Yeah.
Now becoming normalized. It wasn't the bottom G. Yeah, we could say that that's his name. I just saw that comment. But yeah, bro. I totally understand exactly what you're saying. It shit blew my mind. I didn't even know that was a thing, that heterosexual men are having to compete with bisexual men in the modern dating marketplace today.
I mean, we would never know because there'd be so many undercover.
Yeah. It's crazy, right? Yeah. All right. So listen, so we've gone through, this is the rest of the text message, unless you have more to send me. Now, I also wanted to go through the GoFundMe. So I wanted to talk about the GoFundMe. Is there anything else that you feel like we should talk about before we go through the GoFundMe? Oh, didn't you say you wanted to go over one of these posts on your page, the Esther post?
Oh yeah, we already covered that though.
Oh, we covered that.
Broke that down, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay.
Just moving forward, man. I'm, God willing, I keep continuing to create content. I don't think I'm gonna be able to continue plumbing. The whole world knows my story now. Everybody, I'm going into stores now. People recognize me. Like it's official now. People know who I am, but it sucks. Like it's weird now. I'm waking up. Honestly, my homies would tell you, bro, I haven't ate nothing. I just had a smoothie right now. First time. Oh, and I went to IHOP, and no, we didn't even go to IHOP. I went and got some fries. Like, bro, it's been 3 days since I ate. But all of this was a lot to take in on my brain. Like, it was a lot. But now I'm just about to grab the torch. I'm gonna take it and run with it, and do this content, bro. I'm gonna tap in with you and learn everything I can and see where this takes me.
Listen, bro, well, it's clear you have a big ass personality to go along with your shoulders, right? So it's clear, it's clear that you have some things to say, and it's clear that, hey, listen, you have had some simp tendencies within your life, right?
Definitely.
And now it sounds like you're recovering from them things. Hopefully, more than likely. So you got a story to tell.
I've been resurrected, man.
You've been resurrected.
For real.
I understand, my G. So listen, I know. No, go ahead. You had something else?
And I want to say this, and if them women are watching, those promiscuous women that I dealt with in the past, thank you. I am not even upset with you. Even with all of these allegations that y'all putting out, all this false narrative, the crazy part is I still have love for you. I don't have nothing against you. You did what you did. You went left. I went right. It is what it is. But that don't mean be upset because you did wrong by me. No, that's not cool, man. And that just goes to show that the love was never genuine to begin with. Because a person that truly loves you, true love, it never expires. It'll follow you to the afterlife if you truly do love somebody. And people, I let that love. It just sounds so appeasing to hear. I love you. Like, it makes you feel good. It's a deceptive word, but what can be, if it's not used in the right context. But just moving forward, man, please, brothers, fellas, judge every situation. I done been in situations with women that done cost me thousands, them destroying my property, all type of stuff, man. Analyze every situation by what it'll cost you before you do it. Think about
what if I do this, what can happen? What is the end result that might happen if I get this woman an opportunity with me?
Let me also ask you, bro, and I didn't touch on this. Are you going to continue to call every woman that you meet a queen?
I think that was just a way to be respectful, you know. That was just me trying to kill him with kindness. But I might refer to some women as queen. I might call some baby. You know, it just all depends on how I feel it that day.
That's real, bro. And listen, at the end of the day, I really hope that you get, I don't know if you can reapply for the position that you had. And I know that now because of this woman who had all these allegations and pins you as, an abuser, right? I know that may withhold you from certain opportunities in the future. Hopefully, they'll look at streams like this to see that there's two sides of every coin. There's got to be 3 stories, if not 4 stories within situations like that, especially domestic situations. Right. So, hopefully, people can utilize this as a lesson as to, number one, do not believe everything that you see on the internet. Right. Yeah. Always understand that we are all biased. We all have our own biases and things that we want to believe because of the experiences that we have. Shit. Oftentimes I go over those that lied, that did something. Shout out to Brickface, Brickhead. Shout out to these liars. Shout out to Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, guilty until proven innocent. But one of my goals here, in my goal of restoring power to men, is to understand that men more often than not, especially when it comes to being a assaulter or an abuser, are guilty until proven innocent, right? These people took these stories and never thought to themselves that, there could be multiple sides of a very complicated coin, right? So going into the future, you're going to be taking with you a lot of wisdom from this lesson that you have learned on Jump Street without your knowledge, that caused you to lose your job and your place of employment. But there's still other avenues within, content creation, perhaps as a future as well. Now, also, I wanted to get into the GoFundMe component. Oh, shit, I just stopped sharing. My bad. Still getting back used to this application. So this was put up, I want to say about a week or so ago. And it was $1,000 goal at the time. Let me just hit this refresh. Let's see what it's doing. So let me just read this real quick. Peace and blessings be upon you all. My name is Aaron, aka Weapon X. I recently went on viral for several websites for getting millions of views. False allegations have been promoted in order for people to make money discrediting me. I was fired from work today due to these videos. Today was honestly the first time I cried in a while. Getting my license in plumbing was my biggest life accomplishment. It took years of hard work, studying, and praying. I also provide free plumbing services to Army veterans. Shout out. Single mothers. Did she have any plumbing issues, bro, that you fixed in your 6 weeks there?
She had personal clogs I cleared, but other than that, no.
Nigga, you stronger than me. If I don't even want to know you fought. You understand me? I don't even want to know that you passed gas. I don't want to know how to even spell the word flatulence around my
I had to do that, Melvin.
Come on, sir. Was you pumping or snaking? Like what did it need?
You seen Baby Boy on Melvin when he picked her up and he like, oh. I'm the old man.
Say it ain't so.
Hey,
Oh no, this was 6 weeks of love. Oh my God. I would have been like, all right, fuck this shit. I'm out. That would have been my first initial thought. Oh my God, I can't see what's coming out the hiney. She's a little shitter. All right, let's keep going. Single fathers, those with property management issues, and those on disability. Okay. Yes, I do have funds for my bills. So anything you donate will be a blessing used for expenses towards my humanitarian work and also content creating. Possibly. I'm undecisive. Thank you for those that perceive me in a positive fashion and have been supporting me. So the question that most people want to know is, what are the funds being used for exactly?
Okay, so I cannot even access the funds. I have more content already. I need to edit that. I am gonna do.
I am gonna do content. Yeah, I think right about what it is. No, oh man, I don't know if I can even tell y'all. I don't know. I'm gonna wait. But something big is in the making. Something huge. Okay, something huge. That's all I can tell you. Somebody reached out to me. Something huge, but I cannot access the funds because these females created a fake profile and on Instagram, and they're reporting the GoFundMe, and they're saying that it's for theft, or I don't know. They're probably sending the GoFundMe people, my mugshot and all this stuff. But like I stated before, I already have content. I'm doing humanitarian work. I'm planning on finding individuals that need free plumbing services. I'm going to continue doing that.
So you're going to do content on that?
Yes, definitely going to do content on that. We are going to show the at-risk youth, at risk. I hate that word, that at-risk youth. We're going to show the youth, some things, couple ideas that we have going on with them. We're going to be feeding homeless people and giving them care packages. We're going to be out here in the community actively seeking how we can help people and also creating content. This money is going to be spent on us getting the proper equipment and things that we need so we can constantly keep you guys having content. I need security. I need people to watch over me now. Due to me indulging in a lifestyle, I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, and I don't want to have to do that. I want to be comfortable out here creating content, interacting with people, doing things that I love doing. And so whatever you guys can donate to this cause, it'll be a profound blessing. And also when I start my platform, since I have you guys' respect and everything, I would like you guys to submit some requests about things that you would like to see me doing, and I would love to pull up and appease you and do whatever it is that the people want to see me do. I also, if anybody has any organizations, I love reading books. I'm an avid reader, powerful. They say the education, a positive education always creates elevation, right? So once I started educating myself and I understand that, reading is fundamental. So you have to fund the mental, fund it, so I would like to read some books to some children as well. And just whatever positivity we can put out there in the universe that's going to impact somebody to make them want to do a good deed, then we want to shed light on that.
Listen, bro, and I have the evidence right here that it's currently being held up, and it's actually crazy to think that there's not like concrete evidence of scamming or anything that was proposed, right? But to be held up, so it is what it is. GoFundMe as an organization, they receive all of those reports, they have to investigate it. But do you want to share like a Cash App or anything like that, like anything else, so we can overstep GoFundMe? And I can put it down in the description. You can say it right now. I can also just send me a text after it. I can put it in the description as well. So it can be more direct towards you, as opposed to going through GoFundMe, which is now having everything on lock. Because to do the things that you're talking about doing, to travel different places, to get food or gifts or things for at risk. You don't like that word, that phrase, or all of that stuff. It costs money. It's not cheap. It's not free, right? So within that being said, if people want to support, people want to donate. Also too, and because I said this in one of my videos, but what proof do you have that you were actually let go? And I'm asking because we've been scammed in the past. There's been people in the past that have Brickface. I just keep talking about her. Set up GoFundMe, and she's allegedly a liar. She's right. She's facing a felony count for lying right now. Do you have any proof to demonstrate fired?
Yes. Now I will have some. Give me a few more days. What's today? Friday. Yeah, give me a few days sometime next week, because we are negotiating.
With GoFundMe? Oh,
Oh
negotiating
no
with
no
the
no no no.
workplace.
Yes yes yes. Negotiations are being made because they see the social media attention and they are frightened.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that's all I can say is but say that much.
Okay. Well, when you get that update, let me know, and I'll do
Okay.
everything in my power to make sure that my audience knows as well as within the GoFundMe. I think you can update it and you can show other pictures or proof or something like that. But I know that that's a concern for folks as well. So
Yes.
with that being said, I'll still put your Cash App down up in there or anything, any type of payment service that if people want to donate to do. So anything else that you want to say or anything else that you want to share or leave us out on before we wrap up?
I'd just like to say, my birthday is on Sunday. I'm turning 30.
Happy birthday, my G. Dirty
Man,
30.
thank you, man. Yeah, I'm just happy to be alive, because I should have died when I got shot. Honestly, not too many people take a face shot and bounce back. I was able to take a face shot, put on 60 pounds, a lean body muscle, manifest I eliminated the hood mentality so I can manifest a better reality, So regardless of what you hear about me, regardless of what I've done in the past, it's in the past. That's not me anymore. I don't have any desire to hurt anybody. I don't have any desire to do nothing other than spread positivity in the universe. I want to reach the pinnacle of my capabilities. That's the biggest thing to me is fulfilling my purpose. And I'm not the most don't look at me and think, I'm the representation for the church or and another thing, I never told you guys what I identify as. So don't jump to conclusions. I have not told anybody, what I practice other than monotheism. So I see a lot of people trying to say, oh, he's trying to be a pastor, he's trying to do I'm not trying, I'm being me, Aaron, Ninja Turtle, whatever, Weapon X. That's all I'm trying to be.
Yeah.
And just moving forward, I pray, I hope all y'all keep me in your prayers. Pray for my protection and pray for me to pray for me to have the ability to create more opportunities for others as well.
Yeah. Aaron, man, your story is captivating. I'm still gonna get on you. It sounds like it sounds like you've gone from being it sounds like you used to beat up men for fun, but you also fall deep in love very quickly to unceremonious women. Right? Like it sounds like the two were there, right?
Yeah.
Some might have described you as a pookie, right? Right, like so. Within that being said, we're all about growth. We're all about development. It's not about where you start, but it's about where you finish. And it sounds like, you put your life on a course to improve, to try to do better. And I can only but respect leaving behind that life, right? After doing that time in the pen, after getting shot, after your wake-up calls, I can only respect it, right? So we're gonna did you have the Cash App that you wanted to share?
My Cash App is #, eat, the number 4. Wait, eat more. Wait, I'll have to look at it. Wait, hold on 1 second.
Okay. So I wanted to wrap. So he's going to come back here in a second. So I wanted to wrap up, guys. Setting your super chats right now. If you have anything that you want me to ask him right now, go ahead, brother.
The Cash App is very handsome. Very with 2 Y's.
Okay, VERR. Is it an underscore or Cash App? Very handsome. No spaces.
Yeah, 2 Y's.
All right. So I read that as that very handsome. Okay. I just put it in the chat. Within that being said, let me go through some of the last chats that I have, just in case there's any questions for you. Are you okay with that, bro? Did we just go through some more of the super chats and see if there's any questions? Okay. Shit, there's a lot. I'm gonna ask this because most wouldn't. Have you watched RP content? Plus, guys, men can not RP other men. Women do. We should know. BP men will not believe us until they. Oh, blue pill men will not believe us until they get work. Are you familiar with RP? Are you familiar with what red pill is?
No, I'm not familiar with it. They just follow me on Instagram, and
like red pill men or something like that. The IG account.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Don't worry about it, bro. We don't, I'm not gonna explain it to you right now.
Okay.
We could talk offline, but it's just
All right.
it's a mindset. It's a mindset.
Okay.
But we could talk about it offline. I don't want to bore people with like an explanation of it at the end of the stream.
All right.
I do not believe her at all. Women lie to garner sympathy and attention. Notice after every breakup, it's always the man's fault.
Woo,
anything you want to say in that? Church.
Always
preach.
the man's fault. And that's another thing too. Like how I was just on the hot seat and I had to swallow that pill and take accountability.
Take accountability, right.
I never had a woman be like, all right, babe, I fucked up. Let me get it right. Or how can we get it right?
Right.
I never had that, not one time.
Yeah.
So that was a powerful message right there. It is never the woman's fault.
Listen, and apparently people were saying that she was down to the chat. You said that she texted you, right? She had an opportunity to come up.
Yeah.
I gave my email. I gave my right, like, so either you can go into silos and kind of address these things, make your money off your clout, your social media, your shit growing, or you can address these things in reality. The thing is that it's not incumbent on her because there's no incentive for her to say anything else. She already got what she wanted out of it, but it's ruined your life.
Yep. And the crazy part about it is too, I seen them rejoicing on Instagram about it. Like, yeah, he lost his job. I hope you get everything you deserve coming. Like, y'all act like I'm just out here driving down the street. Oh, there goes a woman. Let me put my turtle costume on and attack her. Like, come on, man. That's not even logical, bro. Who in their right mind just wants to hurt people all the time for no reason? Like, that's a sociopath behavior. That is not what I am.
It did sound like a toxic 6-week fling. That's what it sounded like. Relax, guys. He went from fluffy to petite. Show some respect.
It wasn't no physical. So
Biz Q writes, toxic relationship with a deadbeat mother that moved way too fast. If a person is loyal to their kids, why do you think they'd be loyal to you? Woo!
That part. But see, I didn't discover that right away. That got manifest towards the end. That she tried to make it seem like, oh, we just co-parent with the dad. No, what happened was the father ended up leaving her as well because she went out on her trip. She abandoned her kids. She was out there being promiscuous in another country or something for several weeks during COVID, or she tried to blame it. Yeah, like no good, man.
May I bring up RA? Does he have a son in Tulsa by chance? Shout out to Andre and Andrea. Love crossing borders. Another great interview, MTR. Shout out to Aaron in the chat from Cali, Colombia. Support.
Shout out Colombia. Hey, man, I'm trying to come to Colombia. Hey, and another thing.
Go ahead.
If anybody out here would love to FaceTime me at least once a week, I'm looking for somebody that speaks Spanish. I would love to speak your vernacular. Please DM me. I am dying to learn Spanish because I would love to make content, going to the DR or going other places, interacting with other people speaking their vernacular. As a black man, oh man, I'll be the sexiest turtle if I knew Spanish.
Well, bro, they got your Instagram, they got your TikTok. They can hit you up. All right.
Yeah.
Let's keep this going. Shout out to YouTubes with a $20 super chat. Marie proves the single mom song. Keep your head up, bro. Even this helps inspire young men to know and protect their value. Shout out to YouTubes. Shout out to Dante. I ain't gonna cap. I'm with you, but it's looking kind of shaky, my G. This is at 9:21. What time is it right now? God damn. It is 10:18. So this is about an hour or so ago.
I ain't gonna cap. You ain't with me talking like that.
Oh, yeah. He did say, I ain't gonna cap. Yeah. Fresh knows all about cheating Latino single moms. You probably don't know the lore about that. But yeah. So shout out to MC Recovery and Relapse. She a real clout chaser. MTR smoke alarm check. Oh, is a smoke alarm going on when she was during her videos? I don't know. Shout out to Michael Matroke, $5 super chat in the building. WMTR, you rock. Shout out to Echo Games, 5 Canuck Buck. Can't blame you for investigating a situation, especially if it involves marriage. Otherwise, you end up with children. That's not yours. And
wait. We don't want that.
We don't want that at all. Shout out to J-Lock with a $20 super chat. Added, are you going to sue your ex for defamation and doxing personal information?
Hell yes. I already talked to an attorney, but the problem is she's broke, so I'm not going to get nothing.
Yeah, so it's going to cost you money too then. So you got to be prepared to spend money to make no money back. So I don't even know if it's even working.
I'm going to do that just to shut her up.
Shout out to, oh wait, did I miss that one? Oh no, I got that one. Shout out to Antoine with Antonine. Is that Antoine? I don't know. $10 super chat. Shout out. You have to check out MTR. Lots of going on. Wanted to see the perspective on what people are saying about this. Okay, we're not gonna be shouting out other content creators right here, but shout out. I don't know. Did she do a conversation on you?
Yeah, why she didn't pull up?
Oh, listen. Yeah, if YouTubers want to come up and have a conversation, by all means. Matter of fact, let me drop this in the chat. YouTubers, if you guys got questions to ask, only for the YouTubers. Hold on, let me put this down up in here. Let me do the invite. I'm putting this link down up in here for any of the YouTubers that have done content. Is that okay, my G? I wanted to ask you, I should ask you that first. Is it okay if people come up, YouTubers who have done content creators?
Yeah, hey, don't have them 2 dudes that you did that reaction to. Don't have them come in here.
Okay.
I for real. I did not like that at all. I did not want to talk to them dudes.
Okay. All right. Everybody except for them.
Yeah.
All right. If you guys want to call in, I just put the link, the StreamYard link down into the chat. Feel free. All right. If you guys want to come up here, only for YouTubers. All right. Or those that did content on you. Shout out to It's My First Day for the $5 super chat. Have no shame, Aaron. All men at one point simp. This is true. I've had my simping time. I talk about it on this channel. Now you know the game and how to move accordingly. Hashtag games. Keep your head up, bruh.
Man, they can't run it on me no more. I done got too short.
Yeah. Shout out to Nightlight. Aaron still has hope. He's still breathing. Shout out to Anthony Damone. First thing he said on the show was no promiscuity. We see why, because of what's happened before. Other men know he's telling the truth.
Man.
Shout out, my G. Shout out to Ty Sigma with a $2 super chat. Phoenix to a higher state of mind.
What? That was
Shout
a
out.
bar.
Shout out to Dante. These females are diabolical. Shout out to Pilot. They wouldn't let you in church either.
Now, let me address this. All
right.
If y'all listen very closely, again, I did not say they did not let me into church. I said I could not go into a place of worship because they said I had too much going on, okay? I did not say a church. I said a place of worship.
This is back before you were in jail.
No, they're talking about the video when I was about to damn near break down after, everything, all this was coming out, and I tried to go inside. I tried to go pray. I couldn't pray. I did have too much going on, so they told me, to leave.
Okay. All right. That's why you got kicked out of church. So you just addressed that right now. King Buck 360, bro got shot in the face and is still here. God has you here for a reason. Better days are coming. Stay strong, bro.
Oh, well, thank you.
Echoes from above. I was watching this earlier, and then you went to see, and then went to go see the new Bad Boys movie. Just ended. How long on the YouTube? Y'all still live? Sheesh, salute. Hey, we put it. I didn't know it was gonna go this long, but the conversation was jumping. So hey, it's a live stream for the ages, for real, for real. Shout out, train young guys on plumbing, show videos on fixing emergency plumbing issues, do videos for simple plumbing fixes people can do. Shout out to Cornelius Small. He's giving you some advice. Chimpanzees. $10 super chat. When are you spelling Aaron's Cash App out loud? You misspelled it with a double R. Okay, but it's only a double Y. Just help me to make sure it's spelled very. Bro, just make sure you send it over to me and I'll put it in the description. Okay. All right, just send me the correct cash.
Hey, it is the right one. Shout out, because I've seen like 3 people send some money. Shout out to y'all. I couldn't see your Cash App names, but thank you very much. God bless you.
Okay, so it's double Y. Okay. Shout out to Bro, get a passport and save yourself, black man. Aaron, what is the number one thing you have learned from what's been going on?
Woo! No promiscuous women, okay? No low value women, man. If she manifests in promiscuity, cancel her, because it will cost you money in the long run. You know, leave her alone.
Leave her alone. I respect it. Hey, Aaron, have you thought about starting your own plumbing business?
Now, I would love to start my own plumbing business, but I'm unable to. I think I have about, actually in September, be 7 years for my background to clear, so I'm able to take the test for my CR37. That's the master plumber license, which equates to a contractor's license. But I can't do that, and then I have to eviscerate my criminal background, and that's kind of expensive as well. So that's where I'm like, do I want to spend a bunch of money doing that? Yeah, I do, but maybe in the near future.
Okay. All right. With that being said, we're gonna bring some quick couple people up. I'm not seeing any women that's down up in there right now, but what's up, brother? How are you?
How you doing? Just fine. How about yourself?
Doing well, man. What's the name of your channel?
My channel is Old School DJ Tony B.
Okay.
I'm a podcaster, but radio broadcaster.
Okay. Sounds good, my G. You definitely have that radio voice. Much respect to you.
Yes, sir.
The Quiet Storm.
The Quiet Storm. Do you have a question for Aaron?
I do. The question I have, Aaron, I applaud you for getting your license, and I want to say your past makes no difference. You've done the time. It's not for anyone to judge you after the fact. You've already been judged by a judge. You've done what was responsible. Your actions while you were incarcerated makes no value or difference to anyone on the outside, because they may not understand the beast of survival while you're incarcerated. And it's not as easy as anyone think. If they think it's that easy, then go through it and you'll find out that it's not. That being said, my only hesitation about some of the things that were disclosed is the fact that I personally, as an old schooler, believe that when you place yourself in the life of a woman, I have what I call the Boaz syndrome. And Boaz was a man that provided for Ruth in the Bible. And when Ruth came to him, she would always pluck seeds out of off of his property and oats, and he would tell his employees not to stop her from getting the oats from the field. That story, a lot of people, especially preachers, don't give the right scenario. That scenario is that a man, when you join yourself to a woman, is the provider. God cursed man from the Bible to work by the sweat of their brow. Not saying that you're not doing that. So I'm not going there for that. All I'm saying is, not just for you, but for men in general, when we find a woman that we want to be with, there are circumstances and situations that we have to prepare ourselves for. One of those is financially being able to provide. Regardless to everything that happened, if you stay with them, then that becomes your responsibility 100% to take care of, regardless to what the situation is because we've placed ourselves in that position. And I feel as placing ourselves in that position that we should be better men by taking care of the responsibility that we have placed ourselves in, whether we like it or not at the time, until we remove ourselves from that situation.
That's real right there.
That's my only thing.
And Aaron, do you have an immediate reaction to that?
No, I don't.
Okay. You just receiving the wisdom.
Yeah, I'm just soaking it in,
Okay.
like a sponge. And anytime elders talk, like I stated before, he has more life experience than me. So I need to be quiet as a church house mouse and listen to what the man has to say and take some of his teachings and apply what applies to me, to my life, and share that with the next individual.
Yeah,
that's
because
real.
If you don't mind,
so my bad, bro. I got a couple other people back up.
No
in
problem.
Here.
No problem.
So let me get to the next person. But you go by Old School DJ Tony B. Thank you so much for
DJ.
coming through
All right,
and dropping that
brother.
knowledge, my G. All right.
Have a blessed weekend.
Thank you. What's up, brother? How are you?
What's going on? How are you? How are you?
You go by Instructor Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't someone call you out earlier?
They might have called me out in the comments. Who knows?
Okay. So do you have a question for Aaron?
Yeah, more so a statement and a question. I heard what you said you learned from this about being with promiscuous women. What have you learned personally in your own growth and development? Because I do more than firearms instruction. I'm almost complete with my doctorate in traumatology. And one thing I did see as an anger management specialist, trauma-informed coach, all the other stuff that I see because of your background that you've been through, your whole family story, things like that. I see how she was able to use you and what made you a susceptible candidate for that. So what have you learned in this process so that you can evolve to be a better person? Because I hear people saying that, well, not to be with this person, but I can tell you that I was an unqualified husband and father, and having failed in that before I went to specialize in that, I had to own up to that too. So what have you done or what are you willing to do moving forward so that you don't get into this trauma bonding situation again?
I love that. That was an excellent question.
Great question.
So what I've learned is that I need to love myself more. That's what I have learned throughout this experience. At these points in time, I wasn't doing any type of self-care. All I was doing, I was working long hours, 70, 80-hour work weeks, going to sleep at 4 o'clock in the morning on the job site, and I had to start loving myself. I started to go get, I'm no stranger to a manicure, no stranger to a pedicure, go get a massage, do a multitude of things that I enjoy doing, working out in the gym to keep the stress off of me. But right now I want to focus on, I'm about to delve into a new career, with this content creating and stuff. So right now I want to focus on keeping God first. Most importantly, anytime that you don't keep God first in your life, something always goes wrong or something doesn't align correctly the way it would have been had you been in direct communication with your higher power. I also would like to I was also talking to the brother also about Stop the Racism rally. I encountered a lot of racism inside of the plumbing field, and I want to bring people together and stop the racism. So we're gonna try to get some organizers as well to help us put this together in the near future.
Good.
Can I say,
listen, and
can I say one thing, MTR?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So as a former detective, I used to be a police officer, detective, homicide, stuff like that. I'm just going to give you this advice. Ohio v. Rayner, 532 U.S. 17, 2001. Your innocent statements, that's the United States Supreme Court case that I just cited. Your innocent statements that you are using in explaining certain things can be used to provide a causal connection to an allegation in a criminal event. I advise you strongly, seek the advice of counsel, but I advise you strongly to be careful what you talk about on these platforms. It can be used against you in a court of law. Okay?
And that's what I was telling him to do earlier. Instructor Mike, thank you so much for the words and the wisdom.
I was blessed one, brother.
Thank you. Take care. Be safe.
I love my audience. Jesus,
man, that was good.
Man, great audience. The best audience on this side of YouTube.
And it's crazy. God works in mysterious ways. You know, this whole time when I was on my journey, I had a friend, right, in the past when I was gangbanging. He was one of them woke dudes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the homies used to tell him, like, bro, why you got them heavy ass books in that bag and stuff like that? You know, that was him. Now it's like I've been illuminated. I know what's really going on. Now I have the ability to surround myself with like-minded individuals. It's hard to find people, you know, that have that can comprehend, that can digest, that can break down parables the same way that you can and interpret things. Because God didn't bless everybody with an infinite mind. Everybody can't comprehend, and everybody doesn't have the same mental capacity.
Right. No, but God has definitely blessed you with talents. I mean, you know, listen, the pop the balloon shit, there's a lot of different shit where the men are being disrespectful, the women are being disrespectful, but you went viral. You went viral for a reason, for a purpose. And now we come in here and we looking at your story, and it's interesting. And you know, there's some tough shit that we had to work through. There's some tough shit that we had to work through, but it humanizes you. You're a human being. You know what I'm saying? You're not someone who just, you know what I'm saying? You're a human. You're a human being. You're not an entertainment figure who has made it, right? You're figuring it out. You see what I'm saying? So I think that yeah, bro. The thing is that, you know, what I tell that the young bros in the MT Army is that, you know, you're starting five, the five people who you surround yourself with, and if you surround yourself with a gang, then that's going to be right. But even outside of that, if you would surround yourself and your five best friends are heavy drinkers, and you guys going out every Friday and Saturday night, right? Then the conversation is always on drinking or always on drugs, or, you know, it's never about real estate. It's never about being financially fit. It's never about what you can do to increase or hone in on your foundation as a man, your masculinity. If these are not the conversations that you having with your bros, then you got to find new bros if you want growth and a progression within your life. It just is what it is.
Yeah, so, I agree.
All right. Got another one. NGO, never, and then I can't see the rest of your name. What's your full name, brother?
NGE, never give enough.
Never give enough. You donated earlier. You look familiar.
Yeah.
I'm getting older now, but it's still here. Just a little bit. What's up, my G? Do you have a question for Aaron?
Yeah, man. First, I got a statement, man. First, man, don't let the comments. We all go through it, brother. We all go through it. We all done fell in love with some low value females. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay. Yeah, we all go through it with some low value females, bro. I done went through it my dang self, you know. That's why I say you got to watch out with the group boos, man. One of them, you know, they got me looking bad too. And, you know, we just grow from it, man. When I say NGE, it's never good enough. And it's pretty much describing the journey of man. The journey of man is we're always on a path to greatness. You see what I mean? Like Adam was created to be the perfect man, yet still Eve found flaws in Adam. You see what I mean? So when I told you to start doing content creation, it's because what we saw in you, the manosphere this side, what we saw in you was ourselves and what we want to be. A lot of men, they don't stand up to women. They don't tell them what they need to hear. They tell them what they want to hear. They jump behind the wall of lies. And I've been watching MTR for a long time, and he's inspired me to do content myself, you know, him and a lot of others, you know. So, you know, shout out to you, brother. If you do your content, I definitely sent out the videos, man. Check them out, man. I do a little bit more comedy with my take on the matter. But
so no question for Aaron.
Yeah, I do got a question, brother. About the Latina mom. You say you didn't speak no Spanish.
No.
That was your mistake. I was about to ask you if...
Wait, hold up. There was a lot more mistakes than that, my G, of all the...
definitely.
NGE of all the things that we talked about, I think the language was police.
Hey, what's the
reason why I
question,
say
man?
that? The reason why I say that is because
but bro, yeah, is there a question? Because you
well, he answered it. I was about to ask him if he tried to get in good with the mom, because if you get in good with the mom, then she would have protected you in that situation.
Yeah,
she would have been honest about how her daughter actually is.
No, that's not the truth. The mom loved me when she first met me. She loved me. Okay. Now, when I told her mother, I couldn't even communicate with the mother. That was another thing. We had a communication barrier. So I'm trying to explain things to her, and her daughter is explaining it to her. So I don't know what she's telling her. She might be adding and subtracting words that I'm telling her. But it was to my understanding that when I let the mother know, hey, your daughter's being promiscuous, instead of admonishing her daughter, she condoned it. Oh, well, regardless of what you do, you're my daughter. No, if I had a daughter, I'm going to be on her helmet. Hey, baby, don't be doing that. Don't be no promiscuous woman. Don't be, and nobody does that. People don't admonish one another for one another's conduct. That's why people don't have no shame.
Yeah. All right. NGE, thank you so much for coming up, my brother, and asking that question. All right. Thank you so much, bro. NGE, never good enough. That's the name of the channel, correct?
That's correct. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, bro. Peace. You still got time, bro? There's a couple others that are down up in here.
Yeah, we'll do a few more. Then I got to get on, man. I got to get to the.
Bro, it's been a long time. It's been almost 5 hours.
Heck yeah. Hey, this is epic though. This is right here. This gonna clear all the smoke, and then it's to the next level from here, man. So I'm elated.
Absolutely, my G. All right. The purple pill perspective. What's good, my G? You have a question for Aaron?
Yeah, I have more of a statement than a question.
Okay.
I noticed how. I mean, I've been following when you've been doing the reactions to the first video, and then up until now, from the initial reaction, when you did the initial reaction to the Pop the Balloon, because I react to the Pop the Balloon episodes as well.
Okay. If you could make the statement to about 1 or 2 bullet points, because we got some. I don't want to be respectful of his time.
I'm gonna be real quick. This journey for you, it started off bad. Look at yourself. It started sitting on the end of a block. It started off real bad for you. It was a storm at one end of the block. It was terrible. Houses was falling. Things were destructive, and everything seemed to be tearing down on you. But in the middle of the block, there was a light standing there saying, "No, come a little further. Don't give up now." The Pop the Balloon episode was that light. So even though you may have believed that show initially was a bad point for you in life, that was actually the light. Once you push past that light, you walk into the light side. You left the dark side. Everything that's happening to you past now is the light side. So you can leave the darkness behind you. But that's really all I wanted to say to him face to face. I didn't want to leave that in the comments, but I wanted to look you in the eyes as I am right now and to say to you, the dark only lasts for about 5 hours or so. So there's always light where there was always dark. So just keep that in mind. There's more light than there is darkness. And if you keep the sun above you, believe me, you're going to continue to shine. I'm going to holler at y'all later.
All right, brother. Man, I appreciate that.
You got it.
All right. I see some others that's not even there without a video. I'm not going to bring you guys up on. What up, brother? How are you?
What's up, man?
Mentuition.
Yeah. What's going on, brother? We talked before in the past, I think. It was a little while ago. But what's up? Yeah, I talked to you before.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say you look sort of familiar, brother.
What's up, brother? Aaron, nice to meet you, man. Thank you for
pleasure meeting you as well.
Yeah, I'll get to it quick, man. Thank you for being transparent with everybody. There's not a lot of men's spaces where we can really talk to each other. So MTR, thank you for giving us this platform. But hey, man, I just want to say my question to you, I guess, is have you ever traveled outside of the US before?
Yeah, just to Mexico. I definitely, you guys tell me go to Thailand and go off, man, God willing, I'll start content creating in other countries as well. That'll be a blessing. That'll be so crazy.
Yeah. I really just wanted to ask because you said you love Latina women, you like different kinds of women, and you want to learn Spanish. I would suggest getting your passport, or you said you already have one, but traveling to these countries, enjoying the food, the women, the culture. I think there's nothing better than a well-traveled man and a well-traveled Black man. So I'd love to see you maybe making some content in DR, Colombia, Thailand, Philippines, wherever you go. Getting your passport is very important. I think as a young man, I'm 36, but as a young man, you'll change, brother. You'll change. And I think you're pretty funny. So I think you'll make some good content for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Heck yeah, I appreciate that.
That's love right there.
I definitely want to go to the DR. I'm gonna make that happen.
Bro, and it's not even that expensive either. I mean,
don't go to Sasua.
You said don't or do?
Don't go to Sasua. Don't start there. That's got a bad rap. We talk about that on the channel, but hit up Punta Cana, Santo Domingo. You know,
Listen, the hotel I stayed at in Punta Cana, holy moly.
The resort?
Holy moly. I forget the name of this. I don't want to just promo them with, you know, with nothing for me on the back end, but I might be able to share that with you in private. This hotel, I mean, I'm just talking like, oh God, just party, just fun.
Oh yeah,
just a lot. All right. So Mentuition. By the way, your background is fantastic.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it, brother.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it looks fantastic.
I got the Kevin Samuels over there. You can't see it because the screen's cut, but I met Kevin. So
rest in peace to Kevin.
Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, is it the twisty piece?
There you go. Yeah,
that's what's up, man. Yeah, that is definitely what's up. That is definitely what's up.
That's hard.
Hey,
yeah, man. Appreciate you.
Hey, man. Thanks for coming in and saying that, man.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. See you guys.
All right. Peace. All of these content creators better be in my goddamn men's community. Don't come in here with the free promo and you guys are not supporting on the school, on the MT Army. What the fuck?
Let me show.
Go ahead,
let me show y'all this too, because y'all keep talking about my jaw and my teeth, and look, my mandible right here is permanently fractured. So when I open my mouth, my jaw it swings out. It doesn't.
It goes down.
Yeah, it goes like that.
Can you turn to the side? Like, where did the bullet go in?
It hit me. I think it hit me like right here.
Oh shit! It hit you in the nose.
Yeah, and it knocked all this off. I had surgery on my nose. I still got stitches in my nose today.
Oh yeah, I can see it.
You see, one of my nostrils is like
further
than the other one. Yeah, it hit me though, and knocked off this nostril, went in, and then it traveled through here, and it broke my jaw, and it just got stuck in my ear canal.
Damn. Oh, that's why your ear was green.
Yeah, yep. It got infected, and then they couldn't take the bullet out. I needed surgery. They needed to cut me open. And I was like, no, I'm not losing no function in my face. I'll just wait till I get home. So I'm in there getting in fisticuffs, getting punched in the ear, everything. Still, I'm
with a bullet in your face.
With a bullet in my face. I'm still, and they'll tell you, man, at Red Rock, you was at Red Rock with me, you know, I run 3 phase back to back, 4 phase. It don't matter. I'm with all of that, but we not I don't want to keep shedding light on my criminal history and all that. Let's talk about something positive.
Bro, you took a bullet of all places in the face and you can live to tell about it. That is wild, bro.
By the grace of God.
So let me just ask you, when they did the surgery, did they go up through your mouth or your nose or your ear?
Nah, they cut behind my ear.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if they took my ear off or what, but I know they
maybe.
Yeah, cut behind it.
Yeah. All right. I'm grossed out. All right. Shout out to Big West. Big West, you got a question for Aaron, brother?
Yeah, man. How you doing, man? First of all, yo, MCR, thank you for letting the people come up. I think you're the first person to do that, actually. I'm not sure.
I used to do it years ago, and then I got rid of this application that allows me to do it, and then I stopped letting people do it. And at the time, I was concerned about people coming on and then like showing like a porn screen, and then I'm taking off of YouTube. So it's been a minute since I've done this. So,
but anyway, thank you. I've been watching you for a while. I found you and Kevin Samuels and Stephens Cole and everything. But listen, yo, Aaron, I don't know you, but from man to man, brother, I'm proud of you, dog. I'm fucking proud.
Thank you, man.
Today's my birthday, June 21st. Today's my birthday.
Happy birthday. Oh, today's my brother's birthday. Oh my goodness.
You better call your brother.
Oh my goodness, bro. If you watching this, bro, I'm sorry. I love your life. I'm about to text you.
He heard that 21st and he was like, why does that sound familiar?
Oh man.
So yo,
it's crazy. My brother is the 21st, my sister the 22nd, I'm the 23rd.
Damn.
Yeah.
Dope. That's dope. But yo, I'm proud of you because of all of your accomplishments. Proud of you because of what you took from these birds that was on that show. They shouldn't even be on that show. And the question, I actually sent in a super chat. And my question is, did you notice how they're digging in your past and not taking accountability for like why we're actually here? Like you could have been anybody. They're talking about, oh, he's the criminal, he's this, he's that. I'm like, first of all, he said that. He admitted that up front. Second of all, it could have been the damn doctor from a hospital up there who didn't let a chick talk back to him, and then they tried to get him fired. So we're not here to talk about what he did in his past. I was a CO at Rikers Island in New York for 13 years, and I don't see too many dudes who's been in that environment to come out and get their plumbing license or get anything and do as good as you. They go back to the environment and then they end up back within 6 months or less. So that's what I'm saying. I'm proud of you. And that's about it, man. All right.
Hey, thank you. Hey, man, that means a lot to me because he's not lying. Hey, honestly, I didn't ran into a lot of dudes that I was in bondage with. You know, a good number of them have been unalived. A lot of them are strung out, and it's very unfortunate too because you're taking these men away from society, you putting them on this plantation, and then you release them back to society with no social skills because we've been going, you know, out so many years without conversing with a woman, without, you know, if you tell a CO good morning, you could possibly get in trouble for that. You know, they might interpret that as you're trying to establish a relationship with them. Now you lose all of your privileges.
I'm not making excuses for you, but from where I used to work, seeing men be incarcerated for so long, that ability to grow and have these relationships with women was stunted. That 5 years that you spent in there, that was 5 years of experience on learning what to do in certain situations. That's why when you came out, you ended up falling in those traps. You know what I'm saying? When you went I was watching you say about, you know, Shorty.
Listen, I may need to cut you guys short because I want to be respectful of Aaron's time. How about Big West? Can you hit him up on the back end and share it?
Hey, DM me, bro. We could chop it up, bro.
All right, yo, I was gonna hit your Instagram.
Yeah, hit me up on Instagram. I'll get back to you.
All right, bro.
Big West, thank you so much for coming through, my G.
God bless
you, sir. Last but not least, the kosher clinician.
Man, what's up, man? What's up, brother? Bring it to you live from the greatest state in the union, the Tar Heel State. Listen, man, I appreciate it. I'm gonna be very brief. Man, you are awesome, young man. I've been where you've been at, meaning I used to work with kids, at-risk youth. I'm a clinical therapist right now in the state of North Carolina. I've been slandered. I've lost jobs. I've had people try to set me up. I taught school, worked in law enforcement. I'm a licensed therapist now. And so I commend you for being steadfast. I would definitely love to do a show with you at some point. But I love your energy. I love what MTR is doing as far as trying to facilitate a program that can more or less give Black men power and give Black men strength. I love your spiritual knowledge. You have a strong background, but there's some things you need to clean up because you deserve better than what you're shooting for, but you're dealing with schema afflictions and you haven't really dealt with a lot of your schemas. And a lot of that is due to the trauma that you've been through. You've been through a lot of trauma, young man. And I'd love to see you on the back end at some point, man. Me and the fellas are chopping up with you. So I'm going to be respectful of your time, MTR. Thank you, sir, for being so kind and gracious.
Hey,
and
thank you.
I'll reach out to you, man, on the back end, brother.
I appreciate your words of encouragement, man. I would definitely love for you to reach out to me, brother.
Right. I tried you on Instagram, but I couldn't get through, man. But I'm the kosher clinician. I'm a licensed therapist out of North Carolina. And I also tried you on your TikTok. So anyway, thank you, MTR, man. Thanks for your time, brother.
I'll be looking for you.
All right, brother. Thank you, guys.
All right. Evening.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Be well. All right, be well.
All right.
All right.
So that's it. That's our show for today. I got some other super chats, but I'm not gonna hold you up on here to go through the last super chats, my G. But Aaron, it's been a dope experience for me. I've learned. I feel like I've grown. Hopefully you feel the same, my G. I don't know if you have any last words to share.
I feel like the truth has now set me free. Okay? I don't have to talk about this stuff no more. I'm just going to keep doing my content. Hey, Hey, when we get off of here, bro, I can't even hold this in. I have to tell you, bro. Like, I have to tell you. As soon as we get off of this stream, man, I have to tell you. Y'all just stay tuned, man.
Okay.
I love you. I love you. I love you. Everybody that's been going hard for me in the comments, defending me, believing in me. Bro, y'all, man, I want to give you the biggest hug, man. I love y'all. Y'all gave me the fuel, fire, and the desire to keep going. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, bro. Keep on sharing, keep on inspiring. You got a mouth. Use it, right? People want to consume your content. All right. So listen, Godspeed. Communicate with me on the back end. I want to hear what you have to say. And, we'll figure it out, man. As you need help for content creation, hardware, software, we can chat about that. I can get you started initially on the information that you may not know. All right.
Okay.
So peace, blessings, stay strong, and get active. All right.
All right. Hey, call me on Instagram right now, bro.
Well, I got to go through these super chats. I want to show respect to the audience, and then I'll hit you up.
All right. Yeah, call me. Yeah. All right. Hey,
all right,
love
bro.
y'all. It was a pleasure. Thank you, man. I wish you all the best. Thank you for all the donations. Subscribe.
Boom. Much love, bro. All right. How'd y'all feel about this conversation? Man, we go there for this conversation. Shout out again to Aaron. Let me go through some of these super chats. I want to show respect to my audience. Let me see. Shout out to Wilkman for the super sticker. Shout out. Don't care which one, says Paula82. It still sucks. Shout out to Goddess Bella. The lady's been coming through and supporting the content. Dear men, most women are about a bunch of bull wrapped up in a nice smile. Not that special. Stop questioning. If there's a thing wrong with you, peace. Goddess Bella just came down up in here and let you know what she's working with. Shout out by Beats by Gamer. Aaron, a real one. Stay solid. Stay blessed. Shout out to MMD with a $5 super chat. Hey, Aaron, would you start a Red Pill channel? And if so, you and MTR, Command of the YouTubers, could be a weekly podcast like a round table. You guys don't even understand the amount of times people have asked me to podcast more long-form content. I think that, if you guys have noticed over the last month or so, I've been doing a lot more longer-form content. And that is because the meta at a certain point was compilations, but it really just started to rot my brain. Right. So within that, I want to do a lot more longer discussions, maybe a podcast in real life. But I think it would actually be dope too if I could get, maybe 2 or 3 other errands. We look at content and we just review it and go get over it, get active on it. I don't know. You guys let me know. But I want to continue to do this content in a way that I think drives the most value. But then also at the same time, I got this school. I got the MT Army on the background where we're going to be focusing on self-development as well. So I'm going to be pulled between the two things, right? But I want to continue to add value. That's my purpose. That's always been my purpose up here for the past 5 years. People have been with me to channel when I was back at 1,000 subscribers. You know what it is, and you know what my heart is. That's why I was so like, what the fuck is this? When I get number 2 on the male supremacy score. What the fuck? What? This shit don't make no sense. What are y'all doing, baby? Y'all even looking at the content? Show me more respect. Let me keep going. Shout out to Ishmael Conway. $5 super chat. First time live viewer. MTR, keep it the good work. Blessings. And Pop the Balloon Brothers. Stay prayed up and keep positivity at the forefront. RIP. KS. Yes. RIP to the GOAT. Thank you, Ishmael. Shout out to Lano P with a $5 super chat. MTR's audience got range. Oh, yeah, I got a smart ass audience. My audience is intelligent. Yeah. Don't believe me? Just listen to the words that they say. Go rewind the tape. Shout out to Pilot82 with a $2 super chat. Should have been a BP passport, bro, long time ago. Shout out to Andrew Ogletree with a $20 super chat. Become the change that you want to be. It's your boy, NGE. Oh, that must be one of his sayings. Shout out again to NGE as well as Andrew. Appreciate the $20 support, my brother. Shout out to Gerald Longmire with the channel membership. Appreciate you, my G. Appreciate the support. Shout out to Goddess Bella with a $2 super chat. Visit Grenada. It's chill, low key, and peaceful. I went to St. Martin not too long ago. St. Martin. There's the French side and there's the Dutch side. This had to be like maybe back in April. I loved it there. St. Martin. I love your island. I went to the Dutch side, right? Apparently the French side is like the nude beach side, but I went to the Dutch side. We went to Carabana. Did we go to Carabana or Juve morning? We were up at 4 o'clock. We had to wake up at like 3 o'clock in the morning to go to a party that started at like 3:30 a.m., 4 o'clock. We was up partying, like the paint shit everywhere. Everyone's covered in shit. Shit was wild. We partied from 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning to like noon. And then went back to the beach, red in my eye, took a nap. It was absolutely crazy. I love St. Martin. Shout out to Jonathan Bake, $65K a year plumbing this year after taxes, trades, pay. Shout out, my brother. Keep working. Shout out to Be Go GMO Free. I'm a woman and I support you. People can be so negative, but use it as your motivation. You look nice, and I love your smile. Shout out to Be GMO Free with the $5 super chat and the light Riz. Shout out, mama. Where am I at? Okay, there I am. Shout out to Michael with a $1 super sticker. Shout out to Studio with the 5 Canuck bucks. This stream was biblical. Listen, all the content creators better be chopping this shit up. I want to see some goddamn good ass. I want to be laughing. I want to be like, damn, I should have said that. I want to see some good ass content. Let's make content in this space great again. Let's make content in this space great again. Let's do that. I challenge y'all to be great, to put up think pieces, to really challenge the narrative. The content was amazing when Kevin was alive. Think about it. Kevin started conversations that healed generational curses, without a doubt. Without a doubt. The content was fantastic. Create good content. Create good media. Support good media. Shout out to Gerald Longmire with the $5 super chat. Hey, what's up? Not much. First time catching your live. Well, shout out. Respect. Keep going, coming back, Gerald. Shout out to Chumpanzees. MTR, you stand out from the other YouTubers that reacted to Aaron because you're so positive and supportive. Appreciate that. Some things other reactors said makes me want to vomit. Yeah, well, I think that I think I can look at situations like this and try to be as real regarding the situation as possible, because so far too often a man or a male's perspective is not championed. You understand? It's not championed. And women respond to that a certain way because it's not championed, but so do men. So take that what of you will, but I'm glad that you see the progress. Shout out to Miss Stacy with a $2 super chat. Awesome show. Finally glad I caught a live. Miss Stacy, what took you so goddamn long? All right? Step it up. Step your game up next time. Last but not least, with the $50 super chat. See, my soundboard's not working with this damn StreamYard. I don't know if y'all can hear that. Maybe you can hear it in my headphone. Shout out to D-Trade Fitness, capping us all off with a $50 super chat. Thank you for the love, the support, the respect. I can't believe that we have been here for 5 hours. I can't believe. Y'all remember MTR back in the day? Well, I used to have the lovely young lady sitting right here. We would be here for like 5-6 hours. I don't know if I could bring that shit back. Me having, 8,000 subscribers and doing that is a lot different than having 700K plus. That's a lot different. But it is what it is, though. So, yeah, we had to do a throwback to the old school days. But listen, at the end of the day, I am happy to be placed in a position where I can take a look at a situation and give support to those that I think are getting an unfair shake, an unequal shake. It's crazy because the feminists say that they fight for equality. Bullshit. Bullshit. All right. And I saw from his message that he had some things to say. He had a story to tell. Okay. And I'm glad that we were able to get that all out here on Jump Street. You guys said it before. I mean, he said it before. He feels like a weight is lifted off him. Can you imagine the burden of all these people trying and successfully getting you canceled? So you can't even get the GoFundMe money out. And you have to deal with that burden. You have to deal with that. You have to deal with that burden of what that means because of your past. And it wasn't even because of his past at first. It was because of his response on that show. It's ridiculous. Looks like we had a couple others come through. Shout out to Hours of Princess, Haas of Princess. Baby girl, are you in a stroking position? What's going on here with that profile picture? Your eyes are closed. The hand, is this a sleeping position or is this a OnlyFans picture? What's going on here? Huh? Anyway, so you're giving formal permission to CC to use this, content creators to use this. Yeah, fair use is fair use. I'm a reactor. Excuse me, I'm a commentator. I commentate on shit. I'm letting you guys know, like, yeah, commentate over this shit. Spread this. Don't let it just die here. React. Have a conversation. Stir conversation. We need more dope content creators. We do. This is media. We do. It can't just be me. All right? I did the interview. Utilize the content. Yes. Yes, I'm giving permission. Yes. Commentate over this. You know, make it fair use. Don't just put this shit up. But commentate over it. Tell your own story. Give your own feedback. Tell your own stories on top of everything. Yes. Yes, it's fair use. I don't even need to give you permission for fair use, but yeah. Yeah, do that. Shout out to Brian Prestier, $5 super chat. Further supports and emphasizes why I always say that I love the ladies, but I swear I hate these hoes. LOL. Indubitably. Shout out to Brian. And shout out to Miss Stacy again with a $2 super chat. I work 2 jobs. I do better. Yeah, you do better. Excuses are tools of the incompetent, Mrs. Stacy. Do better. Be here earlier. We got content to do. Guys, thank you guys so much for joining me. I think I'm about to go get some food that I probably should not be eating. But guys, thank you for joining me on this journey. Shout out again to Aaron who came through and, you know, he stumbled through some shit, but he answered the hell out of some questions. Turtle Gang. Nevertheless, thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I have the best audience on this side of YouTube. We will reign true. We have remained free, and we will continue to ride. Let's get active. Again, link to my school in the description box down below. skool.com/MTArmy. That's the free way to get off of YouTube in a platform of men just sharing conversations, trying to learn. I'm providing content up there that is strictly self-development. Strictly. Go up there. It's free. It's your network. It's your brotherhood. Your purpose, your masculinity, financial fitness, health and wellness. There's a paid side as well. On the paid side, right now it's only $50 a month. You're going to get me bi-weekly conversations, group conversation. We're going to be down up in there politicking, group conversations, as well as I have some courses back there as well. There's a free side though, right? So you don't got the money for it. You want to see all these conversations. Men ask it. Man, I had this one guy asked a question about contacting his father, laid out the whole situation. It's similar to Aaron. His mother poison pilled him. Similar to Ben Hart. Remember that? The breakdancing dad? The mother poison pilled this man. It was asking down to the chat, should I contact my father? It was so profound, I put it on my IG. Come down into that. There's a link in the description box down below. All of my G's that are about working and doing more. All right? That's the community. That's where the MT Army will reside. Sign up, sign up, sign up. I don't want to hear no shit about, oh, I didn't know. Where was the link? What happened? I don't want to hear nothing about that. We got moderators back there. Get active. Invest in yourself. Get active. All right? My G's. I must bid you complete and utter adieu. Questions, comments, concerns? Y'all already know what to do. Mediocre tutorials and reviews at gmail.com. Until next time, YouTube. Peace.